Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. We are glad you are watching. Thank you so much for choosing Tembe TV. And this is your favorite show, Open Forum Political Discussion. We are glad that you found time to join us. Well, things are getting better with every passing day and very interesting and complicated politically in this great nation. The latest development, it appears PNU endorsing Peter Munya and proposing that he be Baba's running mate. Is he the most appropriate deputy to Baba in the 2022 August 9th elections? What is your take on the same? Oka Azimio edge close to a deal. What is happening and how do you see that move? Of course, Uhuru Kenyatta's endorsement of Raila Odinga. Finally, William Ruto conceded that he respects the decision of the president in supporting his competitor in the upcoming elections. The more things change, the more they remain the same. It has been a long way, especially for the UDA guys, for the matter of Baba Anachezwa. Mara wa Raila is only being played, and then they will eventually team up with Uhuru against him at the 11th hour. We have been fed on one too many propaganda on the same issue, but finally everything came to a standstill yesterday when the president voiced out in public of his endorsement of one Raila Odinga. And therefore, the rest is set. We are set to ensure that you get to know all that is happening without fail. Welcome to the show, and let's get talking. The link to use to get into the studio for us to talk is right now in the comment section. You click on it and allow StreamYard to have full control over your camera as well as your audio, and you find yourself into the studio for us to discuss all matters arising on our political front. Salome Mbone, thank you so much for joining. Tunasonga mbele na Azimio, we appreciate you. Thank you so much. Akengo Omwango on board from Nairobi, inawezekana na Baba. Thank you so much. Bishop Sila O Lastborn following kama kawaida. Asante sana mkubwa, tunashukuru sana kwa uaminifu wako kwa kufuata vipindi vyetu. Kuna Rose Farad, thank you so much. Thomas Jr., thank you so much. Say constitutionally, he would have resigned from the ministry docket. Probably let's talk about the same. Michael Wino, thank you so much. He says Peter Kenneth. Wow. Sylvester Nyambane, thank you so much. Fatuma Nasimiyu, good evening. Wakenya watching from Saudi Arabia. Ria, thank you. Baba Tosha. Kuna blessing. We appreciate you tuned in from Dubai. Inawezekana na Baba. Asante sana. Junior Simpler Azimio, inawezekana. Alafu kuna nani huyu? Anaitwa Bedan Powell. Ise Karua Vice. Haya, mambo ni kama hayo. Mwalimu Mbape Mwaringa. He says maneno ya rais jana italeta changes Mlima, Kenya. Azimio had the status. Thank you so much. I really appreciate all of you that are joining. Susan Otieno, Alan Misoga. Thank you so much. You begin by forgiving me if I mispronounce your name. Kuna Titus Kipko Gay Jaguar. Hey, majina ngumu leo. Kuna Bakis Mohammed. Thank you so much. I'm glad to see you too. Kuna Olieo Oyo. Thank you so much. Joseph Juma. We appreciate you. Daniel Lusigi. Karibu kwa show. Isaac Faulu, asante. Kuna Haron, kuna Saro, Davison Sila, thank you so much. Akinya Molo, we appreciate you. Thank you, those of you that are coming in. Please use the link in the comment section to come into the studio for us to have a face-to-face discussion on the latest on our political development and where we're headed as a country. What do we need to put in place for us to have a thriving economy and a recovering nation, so that we can guarantee a great future for our children and our children's children? Diana, Gianna, thank you so much. Akra, kuna Akram Mobeki, thank you so much. Nzioki Malika, asante sana. Nasubiri link ndio hii, wacha nikuweke tena upya. Wote ambao mnataka kujumuika nasi katika studio, tafadhali jitahidi, na unapo click hiyo link hakikisha kwamba unaachilia StreamYard, ile app tunatumia ku control your camera as well as your audio, and you will find yourself into the studio and do what we do best by discussing the way forward in our political front. We are so glad for those of you that are joining. Please, let's keep joining. And as you get us, please invite somebody to join into the listenership so that everybody can watch and learn all that needs to be learned. It is our turn again to see to it that everybody gets required information in order for them to make an informed decision on who they are voting for, who they are campaigning for, and the way forward for the same. So don't let anything keep you from participating into this election. This is one historical election that you cannot afford to miss out. Well, Mama Selina, habari ya leo?
Hey, salama.
Congratulations. Yesterday I watched you.
Jana uliamua kutuacha?
No, nililemewa na watu wa stima.
Otherwise ilikuwa mzuri, tulijaribu. Mdogo tu.
Yeah, it went well. I watched it.
Yeah, I ran show ya Kass FM, nimekuanga kwa Kass FM sana. So, tunajaribu. Okay,
asante.
Yeah, asante kwa kupata hiyo stima leo. Tulimiss your show. Unajua sasa yetu ilikuwa ni kuitana, hatuna kuinteract a lot, but tunashukuru ilienda vizuri. So
it is well. Thank you, Mama.
Sasa leo are we every day now ni kama ule mtoto mdogo. Akisaliwa unakuwa so interested, akilala, akiamuka unaona difference, ukimwosha yani ni ile unapenda kuona mtoto mdogo akigrow. It is this election, it is this campaign, because Bernard, leo niliona pati ya Chirongo, hata China. Hii machina inatuchanganya sasa, hata sijui China ya pati yake. Ikanishangaza. I was so actually happy kuona vile walipanga delegates yao. Gideon Moi, Kalonzo Musyoka, Baba was the chief guest. Sasa hapo tena, hii watu wanatucheza pia. Nikakaa kidogo, nikaona Baba tena anasema Chirongo alienda ofisi yake, akamualika kwa lazima in the last minute, but aliafail, akaingia. Kidogo nikamuona kwa PNU, chama ya Peter Kenneth. So, na nikaona Ngilu vile aliongea, ni kwamba wale watu waliona election ya 202. I think now hii ndio vile watu wanataka hii vyama. Alafu sasa naona yes, PNU waliendorse Peter Munya kulingana na kazi mzuri alifanya. Rais anasema ameinua uchumi na ni mzuri, na nimesikia watu wametachwa kama Sally Koskei, nimesikia watu wametacha kama Tolkos. So kuna mambo inaendelea, kuna watu wanapata viti. So I think ni mzuri. Alafu nikaona pia KKA. Sasa hiyo statement niliona ya KKA kidogo ilinishangaza. Rafiki ni okay, ebu pena tutatusaidia juu. If I am your friend, kama mimi ni rafiki yako, Rafiki ni ule mtakuwa naye, wanasema chanda na pete. Rafiki yako ni ile mtu kwa shida, kwa raha, mko pamoja. Urafiki ya tunaelezwa is my friend, na saa ingine unamchapa, ndio amekuwa na decision yake tofauti, lakini kitu yenye nashangaza kwa Wakenya ama kwa KKK, wakuwe tu na siku moja wakumbuke China anaitwa Raila kidogo tu, yani like how about kitendawili akikutawala penat, what will you do akiwa rais ya Kenya? Because Kenyans are ready kuchakua mwenda simu, kuchakua kitendawili, kuchakua huyu msee. They know he's a old man, they know ni hiyo China yote. Kuna kitu moja, mulikaa chini na Uhuru mkipendana, mkaitana brother ikaisha, mkakuwa rafiki, imeisha. Uwezi kutupanga, enda nyumbani. Now the same words, sasa hiyo ulikuwa brother inarudi. Sasa saa hii inanishangaza sana. Hata kama Raila umutaki, inaweza kuwa, lakini ako na China at least. Si msee, hata ukiambia watu msee kitendawili, na watu wanasema tunapenda kitendawili kwa sababu tukiwa wadogo tuliletewa hiyo kitendawili. I don't think kama Raila ameanza kitendawili. Na kama mashule wamesahau kuambia watoto mambo ya kitendawili, we thank God kuna watu bado wanakumbuka history. So kulingana na vile mambo inaenda, it is a panicking mood. Nasikia kuna wenye wanasema wanataka kwenda London, wanataka kwenda Amerika, 12 days. I don't know hiyo 12 days wakirudi dunia itakuwa aje, ama ni kujaribu kutoka kwa macho ya wananchi. Alafu naona ICC wanamwambia watu jaribu kukucha London, tutakutana. So Kenya tuna mambo mingi inaenda. Mimi kama mama nataka kuomba tuwe na election ya amani, na ninashukuru kwa sababu wamesema asiyekubali kushindwa si mshindani. So kama unaona maji imeteleza ama unaona mambo inaenda kuslip, hata vile nimeona parliament, ingawa si kitu umeweka leo, ukiona vile wachumbe ya KKK wanaongea parliament, ni panic kubwa sana iko na watu. Lakini nashangaa kama hasira ndio inaweza lete jawabu kwa nchi ya Kenya. The more you show people your weakness, the more hata ile photos kidogo mulikuwa naye wanatoroka. Kuwa ampo, ping ampo. Kuna wakati baba alikuwa namna hiyo, alikuwa kisirani, lakini alionyeshwa mpaka baba alitulia. So I think these people wako na damu mingi bado inachamuka, na kama damu inachamuka, I think si rahisi kuongoza nchi, kwa sababu hatuwezi ongoza nchi na hasira. So nafikiria nashukuru. Alafu nikasikia mtu tena kwa hiyo mkutano akasema, na nashukuru kuna mtu jana moja alisema alipatia His Excellency 8 na akasema 2 alimwangusha. Sasa wametumia hiyo lugha leo kusema kama Uhuru alisema huyu mtu ni mwizi, kwa nini alirudi tena akasema akibadilisha ni kama tunaweza kumpatia kiti. But vile mimi nilisikia Uhuru aliongea, alisema 2022 is a deal done. But uko mbele, kwa sababu bado ni vijana, uko ma 2032, uko ma 2027, in case mtu abadilike. Lakini nikaona wanaulizana kama mbaya. So wacha niwatie wengine ili waweze kutuambia pia, lakini chenye ningetaka kusema tu ni ya kwamba wacha tuwe na amani, na hii si mwisho. Raila amesimama mara 4, mara hii ni ya 5. Sasa watu ya KK lazima waende 2 ingine 3. Hakuna mtu anaingianga penat, kwani yeye ana bahati gani? Na kabla sijasahau, Moi alikuwa na Saitoti kama alikuwa vice president yake, na ninakumbuka Moi akimwambia Saitoti, I love you, you are my friend, lakini ikifika mambo ya nchi uwezi kuniriti, you are my first, you are my best friend, vice president, lakini nchi sikuachi. Na ninaona hiyo ndio inaendelea kwa nchi ya Kenya. Rais anamwambia deputy yake, you are my friend, yes, lakini mambo ya nchi, my brother, nimeenda my other way, nimetafuta mtu amekoma. So nafikiria hiyo inaenda. Na ya pili, hakuna vice president Kenya isipokuwa Moi alirithi Kenyatta, na alifanya hivyo kwa sababu alikuwa amekufa. So nafikiria pia kama Moi wangefanya election na Kenyatta alikuwa uhai, sidhani kuna vice president kwa karibu dunia mzima, ama kunayo moja moja wanaweza riti mwenzake. So ni hayo tu Temba kwa leo, nikimalizia
Hey, asante sana Mama Selina, tunashukuru kwa maoni yako na mchango wako. Naomba tusonge mbele. Now, ningependa tu kusisitiza kwamba lazima tuangalie nidhamu, especially on the comment section. Let's ensure that we observe our ethics and conduct, respect everybody and everybody's opinion. You're free to have a different opinion, but you have no right to insult anybody. And as we debate, let's also remain factual, not propagate propaganda, because the propaganda will raise a lot of questions and will come for you because you will have to substantiate whatever you want to pass across. Thank you very much for everybody. I want us to listen out to the DP's response to what happened yesterday before we go to Kene to share what he thinks about the current development in our politics.
The President of Kenya has decided in his democratic right to support my competitor, and I respect the opinion and the decision of my friend, the President. But I also know that the President of Kenya is not my competitor. My competitor
Kenei, endelea. Bernard ametoka. Kenei, can you continue?
Mjamboni wote. Kwanza niko na swali kwa aliyenitangulia hapo mbeleni Selina.
Wetoa submission kwanza ndio uende kwa maswali. Sasa hii ni time ya submission. Tafadhali.
Okay, naam.
Sorry, something went wrong.
Yeah, I took over, so I gave Kenei the opportunity to speak, and then maybe you come later.
Sawa, let him go ahead.
Okay. Leo nimefurahia vile naibu wa rais amegusia kwamba yeye ana shida na uamuzi wa Rais Kenyatta kumuunga mkono kinara wa upinzani. In fact, the deputy president ameongea kabisa kusema ukweli, this guy is professor of politics. Ana machungu yoyote, ana huzuni na the president. Amekubali ya kwamba president is the president, lakini pia president ako na uhuru wake wa kuamua anataka apigie nani kura. I think that's my point only.
Aya, shukrani. Sasa tutaenda kwa Sajak, tuendelee. Sajak.
Okay, thank you, Alex. Thank you, Alex. Okay, I hope all the panelists are okay. First of all, I want to thank Bernard for the opportunity, hata kama ako ameenda chini ya maji. Secondly, allow me to talk a little bit of international before I come to Kenya. Yes? Okay, allow me to talk a little bit of international before I come to Kenya and politics. So, I really want to condemn the invasion of the Russian country to the people of Ukraine. That is in this century, that is something that's not acceptable. So I also pray for the Kenyans who are living in Ukraine, students who are studying there. Hope our government is doing something at least to evacuate them for their own safety. Now a lot of Kenyans are outside there. Most of them have gone to study. Others are working there. So I hope the government will do something. So when I come to Kenyan politics, today I saw Baba had a very busy day. He attended 2 delegate conference, one for the PNU and another one for the Jirongo's party. I don't know the name of the party. Something like UPN. So in the Jirongo's party, Baba talked. Also Jirongo, Alonso was there. Gideon Moi was there. And I saw Jirongo alijaribu kuwahimiza wenzake kina Kalonzo Musyoka pamoja na the other Oka principals. Akwambia the time is running out, so they should hurry up for the coalition, waunde hiyo coalition mara moja kwa sababu time na haisimami, time inaendelea kusonga. So even me from my part I am telling Bwana Kalonzo Musyoka, he should not wait that much, because even August is approaching. It's almost around 5 months. So he should just venye anasema anataka kitu structured agreement. So he should talk to the Azimio team, because on Saturday Jubilee and ODM are putting the first steps in Azimio coalitions. So even the Wiper party and the KANU and these parties should not left behind. Should also be at the table so that when they are planning, wasikuja kusema baadaye sisi wengine sijui tumefanya nini. So the Kalonzo should also be there. Upande ya Kenya Kwanza, I saw David President talking in Kitui. Anasemanga sikubali kushinda zimu shindani. So David President has just accepted, because you cannot continue arguing. Most of the time nilikuwa nasikia akisema the Baba is a project. President Uhuru Kenyatta cannot determine who should be the president. But I'm seeing now he has I think his advisors are stalling. Yes. Any problem?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay,
Go ahead with your
problem,
submission.
I will continue. Okay. I saw the Deputy President was talking in Kitui. There he was a little bit calm. He didn't have a lot of pressure. I think he has just accepted. The president is not supporting me, unajua most of the time alikuwa bado ako na matumaini kidogo Baba Uhuru Kenyatta anaweza change arudi amsupport, but sasa venye Uhuru aliongea jana ni kama amekubali, ameona yenyewe hapa this thing it cannot be reversible. So he has just calmed down. I think even his advisors advisor wakamwambia at least take some day off, go do your business trip in US and UK at least to relax, ukuje kama hii mambo ya Sagani imetulia kidogo, at least we strategize pia. Unajua most of the time they have been repeating the same thing, Baba is a project, Mount Kenya people have just decided, so their campaign have been the same things, so at least they are is taking a little bit of a break so that you can go relax a little bit, try to strategize so that you can come back and at least continue with his campaign. But we wish him well. We wish him well. See, for the part of the us, we are in Azimio. We also tell our people at least to form that coalition so that we can hit the road. Thank you. I will continue later.
Yeah, shukrani sana Sajak, and I think we will go to Mwalimu. Mwalimu, you can give your submissions too.
Okay, asanteni sana kwa kunipa nafasi. Ni matumaini yangu mko wazima nyote studioni. Kwanza kabisa ningependa kuwahimiza Wakenya kwa siasa hakuna uadui. Hiyo tupige kura, lakini tujue kabisa kwa siasa hakuna uadui. Manake yule mtu ambaye wanamkashifu leo ndo huyo mtu ambaye watakuwa marafiki kesho yake. Ukikumbuka hapo nyuma, tukirudi nyuma kidogo, Musalia Mudavadi alikuwa akiongelea mambo ya bottom up, kutumia experiment yake ya kutumia chupa. Sasa hii yuko wapi? Okay, tuyaache hayo. Alafu tukiingilia mambo ya siasa sasa kiundani, ile maneno ya jana ya rais ni deal done. Hiyo ni 100% kabisa, hakuna hata. Na ninakumbuka tukirudi hapo nyuma, wakati gavana Anna Waiguru akichaguliwa, kwa kule jua wakati nilijaribu kuwahoji, na sababu alikuwa Anna Waiguru alikuwa na scandals, nikajaribu kuwahoji na wakaniambia japo yuko na scandal lakini yeye ni mtu wetu na ashasema tutampa kura, na Waiguru alipita. So hii ya president jana kusema kama na mwendorse baba, hapo kuna mabadiliko tena makubwa Mlima Kenya. Na si huja sasa ukaanza kuona umaarufu wa baba Mlima Kenya unapanda hata ukamzidi nini naibu wa rais. Na pia ukiangalia kampeni za Azimio, wamekuwa wakifanya kampeni zingine ambazo yani zaridisha, hata kama wataongea mtu vibaya kimaneno, lakini si kama ile ya Kenya Kwanza, ambao kutokea A mpaka Z utasikia wakitaja tu bwana kitendawili, bwana kitendawili, bwana kitendawili. Hiyo kitu yani inafikia wakati hata kama wewe wasikiza hizo vitu kwa mitandao, huani unapata tu ushatoka kwa hiyo platform, kwa sababu yani ajenda zao hazina mwelekeo. Na utakuta kama akitoa ajenda zake anasema nita create millions of jobs, lakini najua pia sisi wa Kenya si wajinga, tunaanza kujiuliza, ahadi haujatupa leo, ulitupea 2013, je, ilitimizwa? Hakuna iliyotimia. So hiyo pia Wakenya wakifikiria wanaona kweli hapa kuna kasoro. Unaona? Halafu kitu nyingine ambayo itasaidia sana baba ni kusaini oka. Akisha saini hao watu, kwa sababu watu wa Ukambani wanamsikiza sana Kalonzo, achana na Charity Ngilu sijui nani, lakini Kalonzo. Ndio maana pale ukiona watu wakichanganua wanaongelea juu ya Kalonzo, kuwa structure itaamuliwa na Kalonzo pale atakapojoin. Unaona? Na lakini mimi nikiangalia hivi baina ya Kalonzo na baba ni kama kuna kitu ambayo inaendelea, kwa sababu tukirudi nyuma kidogo, ile ya juzi ya baba akiwa Coast, ulikuta pia Kalonzo alikuwa Coast, na kabla waende kuhutubia watu walikuwa wanakutana mwanzo, ndo kila mmoja aende kwa mkutano yake. Hasa hapo ni kama kuna deal ambayo inafanyika. Unaona? Na pia nikirudi kwa naibu wa rais, leo nimeona maajabu. sijaona ile kiherehere yake ya kuongea nini sijui nini, yani ile tune leo imebadilika. Ile maneno ya jana ni kama imechemsha mtu fulani, maanake ile zile tune za leo zilikuwa si zile za kawaida, zilikuwa za chini ambayo si kawaida yake. Na nikimalizia, mimi naomba tupige kura kwa amani, kura zihesabiwe, atakayeshinda huyo ndo rais wetu. Hakuna haja ya kwamba ati tuvurutane, tupigane, tupoteze mali, tupoteze maisha. Hiyo si Kenya ambayo tunataka. Nitaendelea baadaye, asanteni.
Okay, thank you sana. Asante sana mwalimu, tunakushukuru kwa maoni yako na wasia wako kwa wananchi. Naamini kila mmoja ameridhika. Kama kuna swali, naomba tumsikilize Captain.
Thank you so much, Bernard. We missed you yesterday. Hope steam iko sawa sahi.
You made my steamer problem a global issue.
To my panelists, Selina, Sajak, Mwalimu, Alex, Jared, Caleb, Murunga, and Evans, hamjambo. I'll just like to quote something. It was said by Cory Booker, who said, if you want to go fast, go alone. But if you want to go far, go together. So that's what's happening between these two politicians. There's someone who is going alone, and there's someone who is going with others. So you find, like today, we had an endorsement by PNU and the Jirongo's party endorsing Baba. You know, Baba wants to move with the team. And on the issue of Kalonzo, there are many things happening behind the curtains. You know, Kalonzo said the other time when he backed RAILA, they joined and supported RAILA 27th April. Akasema haraka ni ya nini? So the best thing that Kalonzo wants to do this time, and I think is being advised by Mutula Kilonzo and some great lawyers he has, he wants a structure. When he enters Azimio, there has to be an agreement, which I think behind the scene, many things are happening. And very soon we'll also see Kalonzo coming to the NDC of ODM, and it will be put publicly when he joins Azimio, and the agreement will be told, so that Asirukwe, you know, is coming as an elder. He has been in politics for so long. So we really need Kalonzo to our team. Then for the first time, Bernard, let me comment about Ruto. Ruto has grown. Today, I want to comment about him. Today, we've seen political maturity. We thought he was going to attack. But the way he behaved today and accepted what his boss had said is something good. And Kenyans, we don't need to have bitterness in politics. We need to accept. And I think he can become a very good opposition leader. President Uhuru said, this guy, one day he will be a president. But saizi si wakati wake. You know, there's some things we are seeing in him. We are seeing the Raila in those days. The Raila, you remember Raila those days when he was in opposition. Ruto can become a good opposition leader. He can put the government at par. So for this time round, I want to comment, he behaved maturely. His advisors are doing a good job. And we want to remain peaceful. We don't want to fight anymore. We just want to go vote. And whoever wins, let him win. Whoever loses, let him accept. So, and I'll also like to comment on what is moving on your screen. Is it likely for Peter Munya to be the DP? You know, this is a game of cards. It's like playing chess. So everybody is very careful before he makes a move. Even Baba, I think for the position of deputy, there are a lot of consultation. Maybe, we never know. Maybe Kalonzo, they're discussing, Kalonzo may join and Kalonzo may end up being the deputy. You never know. Maybe between Peter Munya, Peter Kenneth, an agreement is being done. And if, just in case, if BBI passes, if the Supreme Court ikubali BBI ipite, vipengele zingine zipitishwe na tukuwe na position ya prime minister, we'll find a position for some leaders, which in Baba's government we do believe we need each community to feel they are part of the government. Baba as a president doesn't mean that it's going to be a Luo government. No, that's why we have, whenever Baba goes to any county, he meets with the leaders of those counties. It's not like the other time Baba used to campaign. He used to go move along with Kina Orengo, the Luo team. But his campaigns has changed, because nowadays, whenever you see Baba going to any area, he will move with the leaders of those areas. And what Azimio are actually doing, we want the numbers, Bernard. We want to welcome the village parties, so that these village parties can get members of parliament in the village. We don't want to allow UDA to have the majority. You know, I've realized today in the parliament, things were, it was all about numbers. I think maybe we can discuss that one tomorrow. It's all about numbers. So if we allow these village parties to come, you know, every village and every county is going to vote a member of parliament from the village party. So you realize if it's central, the PNU is there, there's Chama Chakazi, there are those small parties. They'll want someone from their own. And it will be very, very difficult for UDA to actually get the numbers they're saying. Otherwise, that I think that's all for now. Nikikumbuka zingine nitasema. Let me allow the panelists to continue.
Sawa, asante sana bwana Captain, tunashukuru kwa maoni yako na mchango wako. Nimeombwa kwamba kuna swali Caleb Shumari angependa kumuuliza mwalimu. Haya, Caleb vipi?
Niko poa, labda wewe.
Swali lako tafadhali.
Nataka kumuuliza, alikuwa amesema ya kwamba Ruto amepeana promises ambazo zitimiza. So nilikuwa nataka kumuuliza zilikuwa zake ama za Jubilee government kama manifesto yao.
Your audio is bad. Sikupata, hebu kurudia. Bwana Kela paisi ndio.
Ben ameuliza swali ya kwamba Ruto alipopeana promises zake, alipeana kama Jubilee government ama zake yeye binafsi. That is the question he is asking mwalimu. I think that's what it is.
Okay. Thank you Murunga. Haya mwalimu, jibu swali.
Okay, nikimjibu huyo, wakati huo Ruto akipeana hizo ahadi, walipeana as Jubilee Party. Unaona? Sasa kitu ambacho inamfanya paka inaegemea upande wake kwamba hizo nini promises, ni vile alianza kutoroka akisema Baba alipoendana na handshake ilikoroga mpangilio yake. Sasa acha mimi nikuulize hivi, kama mtoto ni wako na aanze kukosea heshima, utamwachia boma ama mtarekebisha? Unaona, hasa hapo jambo la kufanya alikuwa ni waketi na mkubwa wake ambaye ni rais, waseme unajua ni kweli, lakini tulifanya hivi, tulifanya hivi, tulifanya hivi. Na katika ile manifesto yetu tulikuwa tumeahidi hii, tumeahidi hii. Yeye hakuchukua hilo jukumu, akatoroka. Unaona? Alafu kitu kingine sasa, ukiangalia kwa hizo kampeni zake, yeye anakashifu serikali. Na niulize, ule mshahara anaolipwa ni atufanyie kazi sisi ama anachukua bure? Maanake kama zile mambo mbaya atalumbikizia serikali. Ulisikia jana vizuri sana rais akisema Kenya hii
toa ahadi kama Jubilee ama peke yake.
Nimekwambia walitoa kama Jubilee, lakini mahali alipojikosea ni pale kujiondoa, akisema handshake ilileta mtafaruko kwa hiyo chama. Ndo nikakuuliza, kama wewe ni baba mwenye boma, mtoto alete shida, utaketi naye msuluhishi hiyo mambo ama utamwachie boma?
Okay, thank you. Okay, I think we leave it there. Tuende sasa kwa Mr. Murunga.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening. Wewe ndio uko na dadi?
Na huyo naona yuko na mwalimu.
Dadi yuko na mwalimu. Sawa sawa.
Yuko na mwalimu. Sawa. So mmeshinda vipi? Sisi tuko poa pia, lakini sasa kuna mambo ambayo yanafurahisha siku ya leo, manake tumeona Raila Odinga amekuwa na siku ambayo imekuwa na shughuli nyingi sana. Unajua sisi ni wafuasi wake sugu. Daktari, don't laugh, I'm serious. So sisi ni wale wafuasi wake. And what I'm saying is this, all the parties, and we know most of these parties that are still holding the NDCs are part of the wider scheme to ensure that to actually prepare for a RAILA presidency. Because when you look at the parties like PNU, parties like unless Speaker of the National Assembly, I'm sure they're also part of the wider scheme to ensure that Raila Odinga becomes the president. Because what these parties are likely to do is just to eat out what William Ruto had, the inroads William Ruto had made in the central part of the country, which is good for some of us. Na wale watu tumepiga kura Raila Odinga miaka hii yote. We know we've been winning. That is a fact. That's for a fact, we've been winning. But this time round, it's actually assured that we are going to, the win is just a few days away. Now on the issue of the running mate. When we look at the people that have been fronted to be Raila Odinga's running mates, as I said to this studio earlier, is that personally I would pick Peter Munya because the guy is aggressive. The guy is likely to bring more votes to Raila Odinga than Peter Kenneth. Peter Munya has exhibited and actually continues to show that he's somebody who can actually be trusted and is a worthy guy who is able to go and get the votes out there and ensure that Raila Odinga gets the central vote. Not only the central vote, even across the country, because he has the energy to do it. Yule mwingine wetu, yes, Peter Kenneth is part of the team, but Peter Kenneth is a calm guy. Ni mtu tutasema ya kwamba ni mtu anahitaji mahali ya starehe kwa wingi sana, na hana ile semi ya kisiasa. I think it's just a good for yes, he can make a good VP depending with the candidate that will be on the ballot, the opponent that will be on the ballot, because we are talking about William Samoei Ruto. Raila may be the election machine or the campaign machine, but let's also remember that William Ruto equally is a politician. William Ruto is a tough politician that if we say today Azimio picks somebody apart from Raila Odinga, we lose it. That's an obvious thing. It's only that he's contesting, to him, according to me, is that he's contesting at the wrong time. I wish he listened to those who are advising him to wait until 2027, so that we have a Mandela moment, the country is united together, and for him to come now in 2027 to contest for presidency. Hapo ingekuwa rahisi kwake, but with the current arrangements and with Raila Odinga on the ballot, then because looking at the entire country, sioni vile anaweza kupata ushindi. Unapoona, because when you look at some of these regions that are perceived to be battlegrounds, they are no longer battlegrounds. Tayari tunaona Western Kenya has already been locked under Raila, under Azimio. Nyanza locked under Azimio. The coastal region, you saw it the other day when William Ruto had a rally in Tononoka. A week later, you've seen the numbers that were in Tononoka. That tells you that the coastal region is also locked under Azimio. Rudy Nairobi, that's an obvious thing. Even the current president has never beaten Raila Odinga in Nairobi. Ndio sasa tubaki Kajiado where we are. This is a battleground. Hapa tutangangana sisi wote. And the fact is, Raila Odinga, yes, William Ruto will edge him in Rift Valley. But the fact is, the entire country will vote for Raila Odinga. And that will be, that's why we're saying that this election is already been called. Hii imeenda hivyo. So to those who still support our DP, thank you. It's good that you also put up a good fight. By the end of the day, huwezi enda kwa kinyang'anyiro ukiwa peke yako. Now, kwa jambo lingine la mwisho ambalo nitachangia leo ni kwamba I've seen a very calm deputy president today, and I don't know what really made him go slow, especially after the president, after the Sagana, let me say after the Sagana 3. I've seen the DP talk so well today, like somebody who is in a contest for the first time. Wacha hiyo masiku zingine amekuwa akibubble tu. His advisors were not telling him what to say. But this one, I am sure people have spoken to him. Wamemwambia go slow. Kijana enda pole pole. As somebody put it the other day, he is now ready. I'm sure I'm seeing somebody who is conceding, accepting that this election is not his. And that this one, as much as he wants to be the president of the country, but this one, 2022, is already gone. Back to you, Bernard, in studio.
Okay, thank you, Bwana Murunga. Glad to hear your views on the topic. Yes, Captain?
I just have a question to Murunga.
Yes.
On the issue of deputy. Why are you just putting the two between Peter Kenneth and Peter Munya? Just wanted to mbona Kalonzo anakaa kando? What if Raila picks Kalonzo? Will it be a bad bet?
No, what me and I, okay, Captain, let's be honest. And this coalition that is being formed, as much as we may want Kalonzo Musyoka to be the running mate, the composition or the numbers or the kind of arrangements that we are seeing, the current arrangements, does not favor him unless we have BBI already enacted, and which of course we know very well. BBI is around the corner. Kalonzo Musyoka will be a good pick for a premier later on, but the fact of the matter is the running mate Raila Odinga will come from the central Kenya. And in the central Kenya, that's the reason why I'm telling you there are only two possibilities of a running mate. It's either Peter Munya or Peter Kenneth. And that's why I'm saying that assuming I am the one given that chance to pick a running mate, Peter Munya will fit the bill because he is aggressive, he is able to get out there, and he's a person who can actually take on the DP. Peter Kenneth can't. If you say today Raila Odinga is out of the country and we want Peter Kenneth now to take over from Raila Odinga and actually handle the DP well, hapo tutakuwa tumekanganywa. Hiyo itakuwa inatuponyoka. So Peter Munya is the guy who can actually take on the DP. Nobody else.
Okay, thank you Mr. Murunga kwa jibu. I hope Captain you are satisfied. Naomba sasa tuende kwa nani kabla Alex yakam, wacha nione kama hii video itacheza this time round.
The President of Kenya has decided in his democratic right to support my competitor, and I respect the opinion and the decision of my friend, the President. But I also know that the President of Kenya is not my competitor. My competitor is Mr. Kitendawili. And therefore, I ask Mr. Kitendawili not to hide behind President Uhuru Kenyatta. He must step forward and compete with me. I also know clearly that I have an agenda and I have a plan, and we are a team. And we have a plan for the people of Kenya. And on top of that, we have a track record that the people of Kenya will look at. And I am also aware that the people of Kenya will decide. The 45 million, almost 50 million people in Kenya will decide who the next leader of our country will be. And therefore, we will submit ourselves to the people of Kenya, and we will respect the decision of the people of Kenya as we respect the decision of every Kenyan to choose whoever they want to be their leader in the great Republic of Kenya.
Okay, Alex, conceding speech there.
Sure, a very good one, and I think I will not deny that I have a lot of admiration for Ruto in many ways, but not when Raila is competing with him. If Raila gets out, I will vote him, and I will not vote anybody, and he knows that. I've met him twice, and I like his personality. And I said it here before, and we differed with Patriot, but you know what? That is me. The deputy president is losing a lot of friends. In Kisii, he has lost all friends. In Western, it's coming. In Northeastern, you can see Duale is chickening out. In the coast, Omar Hassan has nothing to offer. In Nairobi, Karen Nyamu is going to get a baby. Maybe name him after Ruto, but not go to campaign with him. Margaret Wanjiru has left him. So the deputy is a wise man. He gave his conceding speech today. That was a good conceding speech. You know, mnapenda kuongea juu ya mpira sana na Bantu Warriors was here. Bantu wakati mnacheza semifinals, mna realize hakuna mahali mnaenda, you go to the drawing board. And what happens ni mnaanza kutoa wazee kama Bantu Warriors, you start building a team from scratch. Mnaanza kuona wale ambao watacheza mpira mbeleni, kwenda mbele. So what Ruto has started doing is to build for 2027. And he has started very well with the tour to US and the UK. He's building partnership that he did not have before. And when he's doing that, Kalonzo is like a woman ambaye anasumbua tu watu tu na anaendelea kuzeeka. You know, Mudavadi ni mtu tu, ni mbochi ya mtu tu, anafuatafuata tu mahali, amechoka lakini anafuatafuata. Badala, unajua ukishachunga watoto, ukishakuwa maid uchunge watoto up to a certain level, unaona watoto wamekuwa wakubwa na unaenda, ubaki kule. Ukianga Wetangula, he has nothing to offer. But you can see the deputy is looking ahead. He knows. And he has realized that he can't fight with his president anymore. He thought at a certain point he could muscle him, and maybe the president could look back and say, this is my deputy. But yesterday, as we said, and you heard, that was it. Now we have a president. What we don't have yet is the opposition leader. And today the deputy said he is the opposition leader. Now, when you look at the deputy, he's taking the advice of the president. And this is what he said, the president. For 2022, you are not going to be. But the future, ukibadilika. Now, you know what makes me happy? Amebadilika the same day, next day. So we are seeing a future president. And I like that. You know, he's coming to Washington, D.C. I was speaking to the Hustler Nation, the U.S. chapter chairman, Mr. Sami Reri Nyaga. I told him, Nyaga, I'm going to the Washington, D.C. meeting for deputy president. I'm going to meet my 6th president. Na akacheka akasema, Alex, we have conceded, we have agreed. He knows the truth. And we were speaking and telling, you know, we told you Kibagandi will go, and he has gone, and many more are going. He said, now I agree what you said. We are working for our 6th president. And he's taking directions, and those directions are clear. Change, and you'll be the 6th president. So you can see a man who is organizing himself, who has dismantled his team, who has said, I'm going to get a new team, and that is the way to do things. So the deputy is on the right track. We will make BBI for him to be a very strong opposition leader. And as we have said, nobody is able to be an opposition leader in Raila's government apart from the deputy president. The deputy president will challenge Raila left, right. And that is what we need. Bernardata Ukatai Ujama, this guy as an opposition leader will be a great leader, and you are going to see it. Raila is not going to joke around. If Raila tells us it's 5 years, it will be 5 years. What he tells us he's going to do, he's going to do. If it's matter of corruption, he is well advised on that, and he knows the coffers of corruption. So he atashika Raila kila mahali. So we have a deputy who has changed, and we have an opposition leader in waiting, and he is now going around the world to tour, and that's why you saw him toning down. So let us not criticize him too much. He has given his concession speed. 2 things happened today. Jirongo and Munya. I'm one person who admires Jirongo a lot. The first time I saw his documentary is how he started. and his interview, how he started his Azina, is it called Azina project, and so on and so forth. And he started his business from a telephone booth. You remember those booths that used to be the telecom booths. And he used to stay in that booth and lie to people. That's where that is his personal phone number. And when you need a land deal, you will call him in that booth. He will take you, buy land, and slowly, surely, he grew to the level where he met the president. He did not miss his opportunity. From there, he formed Y2K, Youth for Kanu 1992, and the rest is history. He made his money. He has been up and down. And after last election, the man was very down. Even with the bankruptcy, he ran for an office. And immediately, Jubilee left him. And that is where his story becomes very interesting. There is an article in The Nation and in The Standard where he narrates, Jubilee left me and I went to Raila and asked him, what can I do? And we are told that Raila took him to Tanzania, took him to Magufuli. Magufuli gave him a job and he gave him a few contracts, but he told him, do the job right. And that is what has helped Jirongo. And after Raila helped Jirongo, Jirongo has been very royal and very loyal to Raila Amolo Odinga. When you see even in Oka side, he has always told them, don't abuse Raila Amolo Odinga. He has been one of the principals, whether he's a principal or not. I look at him as the princess of Oka, because I don't think any prince is a principal. But whether we like it or not, he has been resolute and very adamant that we cannot abuse Mzee. When he went yesterday to Mzee, he told Mzee, you must be in my NDC. And you know, it shows friendship. And it looks like Raila also loves Jirongo from the business point of view and also from a political point of view. So that is their history. Their history is rich. Their history is something that in the future we'll be able to know, because we cannot cultivate their story in terms of friendship, family, and everything, but we know that these people have admiration to each other. So Raila likes saying stories zake, matanga ikiingia, vile walikutana na mtu, vile walifanya biashara, vile walifanya nini, and in the future we might know more what happened. How about Munya? Munya is one person who has always admired Raila for a very long time. But he knew where he was. He could not take that stand. And you remember last election, the moment they stole the election from him, gubernatorial, I believe that is a personal opinion. I believe he won over Kiraitu. That's what I believe. When they took it away from him, he threatened to support Raila for the second election. Immediately said that. An entourage of Jubilee went, and immediately 2 days, I don't know if the money they gave him, I don't know if they said they are going to make sure that he becomes something, but he changed his mind. But even though he changed his mind, but you could always see that Munya believed that Raila should be the president, but he came from an area that was not agreeing with Raila. But him personally, you could see admiration and friendship with Raila. But his people had a preference to the so-called Uhuru. But that is a rich history the two people have. So if he has to choose Munya, it's not just because of Munya's capability or anything. These are people who have rich history. But I don't think he's going to choose Munya. When the Mount Kenya big men went to look for advice, as they said, they were looking for their own interest. And the interest was Murang'a mostly and Mount Kenya, as in the Kikuyus. So it will be a great mistake for Raila to go for Munya. Munya is young, Munya is great, and his political future is going to span decades, because had he taken now as a governor, in 10 years he will be done. But remember, he's going to become a CS, then go back, maybe as a governor, 2 terms. And that will extend his political tenure.
He has already served 1 term.
No. You can serve 1 term, you can come and serve 2 terms later. That's the constitution. Continuous 2 terms. That is what is disagreed with. But you can serve 1 term, go out, then come back. You can't serve 2 terms in continuous. That is the constitution. So his political life has extended. And that is what I think is important to him. We are going to see Munya for a long time. And if Mount Kenya does not look ahead, the guy one day might be the kingpin of Mount Kenya, because once Raila goes off, I don't think even the so-called Peter Kenneth is able to compete with him. If they put him in a portfolio that is powerful within the Raila's government, that is it. The guy will take over. So I hope he doesn't take the VP spot. He takes a powerful ministerial post. Then he goes back as the governor for Meru and span it for 10 years. Then I think maybe he'll be right for presidency. But I'm glad he knows he can't be a president after 2027, because we have a president waiting, and that is William Samoei Ruto, if he changes. Thank you. No questions.
Alex, there are no questions, but there are comments. You will serve as a very good preacher in praise of your convert immediately after the sermon. But there is this guy here, his name is who? This Grefas Ingati. He said, Alex, I beg to differ. Ruto can't change his character. Even come 20 years, he will still be vengeful, corrupt, tribal. I can tell you after 2027, he won't find it easy.
Let me remind him, there is something that happens when you go to opposition. You become sober and you start reasoning. Every politician in Kenya and in the world has proved that. The moment power is taken out of you, you start reasoning. That's a fact. And you know that. We have politicians like Murkomen who never used to reason totally and completely. There is something about opposition, and there is something about government. You will see even the people that we loved, like Otienda Molo, like Orengo, once they get to cabinet post, they will change. So don't worry, Ruto will change, and you will see it. Opposition has a way of cleansing people's mind, and already it has started. You see them talking about maize, they're talking about food prices, and the things they were talking today in the Senate, you could see their minds being cleansed. That is a pre-culture of what, and a preamble of what will happen.
Thank you, Alex. That's very interesting. You must be their Reverend Father. Did they come to you for confession or something? Captain.
Bernard, from the video you played, just a question. There's something the deputy president said, anajificha nyuma ya rais. I just wanted to clarify for us, who is a project? Who is a project? And can you compare Raila as a project? Just clarify. You, Alex, just tell us who is a project and who is not a project, so that everyone can understand, because they've been taking this thing project, yet inaingia ndani ya watu sana.
No, from where I see it is, that's just a political statement. And you will notice that for the first time, the DP is afraid of confronting the president. He has been playing the card of him being the one that made him president, the everything. But now he has been pushed to his place. Now, in appreciating his place, he would want to play superior in the pretext that Raila can only handle him if he hides behind the president. But there's no truth in that. because Raila has beaten them twice on his own. Raila has been in politics, or superior politics, even in the opposition. He was able to sanction the government to make changes. What has DP sanctioned as deputy president that has been executed in this country for the profiting of this country? I don't see any. And so those are just political statements. There is nothing like Raila being UHURU'S project or government project. Is the government in support of Raila? Yes. Is it illegal for them to do that? No. Would it be a problem if the government was supporting Ruto? Will he find it a problem? He wouldn't. The reason why he felt betrayed is because he was expecting the president to support him. Would he accept to be called the president's project when the president supports him? He wouldn't. So he's just trying to play with Kenyans' minds, and I'm sure it has refused to take off. That is why they keep repeating it, and it's not working. Look at the Kenya Kwanza Alliance. They are frustrated because everything they pick up, it drops. For example, where has dropped the price of goods gone to? Okay, that will be massive if Raila started that. Okay, you saw the way Raila started Azimio la Umoja. He was in Nakuru with 7 people, but now Azimio is a household name. Okay, by how it was started and who started it. But now they have begun 3 narratives at a go. None of it has taken off. The project imekataa. Punguza bei ya chakula imekataa. Kujificha nyuma ya rais pia imekataa. So they are crippling, looking for something to hold on. And my advice is what Alex has said. It's good. Let him take a break. Let him go and brainstorm. Come back fresh, understanding life. He has been living in a utopia where he thought he's in the grip of everything, and now everything is slipping away. He must come to terms with that. Ama tumfuata atuoli, miti ziende kukatwa. Katwe, vipi umepotea siku nyingi?
Jana tulikuwa na mdosi, wewe ndio huku kwa. I just wanted I just wanted a clarification on what Alex has said, and I need a clarification on Article 180 of our Kenyan Constitution about a governor serving a 2 terms office. Because my constitution is telling me that a person shall not hold office as a county governor for more than 2 terms. And the person, it goes down and saying that if, for example, the deputy president, the deputy governor, the office, because of impeachment or death or something, has been confirmed to have served the 1 term of that particular remaining period. So I just want to get that clarification, because the constitution does not say consecutive or the total. So I don't think if Alex was in order saying that Munya can go back and take 2 terms, another 2 terms to serve as 3 terms. I don't know. Can I get that clarification kindly?
Alex, please come in on that one.
What I know, and it was discussed in within there was a debate about that. I'll send Bernard the clip, and because the clarity is not there, what they are saying is that if it goes to court, because I know it will have to go back to court, the question is it consecutive or total of 2 terms and never? So, but if we copy their constitution, if it was an hybrid constitution of the US and also Westminster Ministerial, which and the British and the presidential, what we know is that most countries, 90% of countries that practice what we copied and pasted in regard to governors, including Nigeria, is that you cannot be more than 2 consecutive. But after somebody takes over, you can come back. And that is the debate that I think they must iron out. And And I think in the future, after this, you see it has not happened yet. This is the first time it's going to happen, that those who are not there, who became governors and they were defeated, now they are going to run. So obviously it's going to go to court and clarity is going to be informed. Or maybe BBI was going to rectify it. But what I know is that they cannot deny somebody from running 2 consecutive if they start again fresh. And because the constitution does not use the word consecutive, so it can go to court, and it's been said that it will go to court, especially after governors who lost will take over. They will go to court for clarity.
Okay, thank you. I think that is now clear, because I had doubts about you going. For example, in case Kidero takes the Homa Bay seat and he has served as governor in Nairobi 1 term, does he begin a fresh term in Homa Bay, or does he serve his 2nd term in Homa Bay? So I think we need clarity of the law. But as at now, the current constitution is you can't serve 2 terms, whether consecutive or not. But until the court pronounces itself on it, we should take it as the status quo. 2 terms, you're gone. Whether those terms are consecutive or not, the law is yet to say it. Haya basi, naomba sasa tuende kwa nani? Ni zamu ya Bantu, lakini naomba tumsikilize Shiko kwanza, alafu ndio tuende kwa Bantu tukirudi namna hivyo. Shiko, vipi?
Bernard, hi.
Fine, thank you. How are you?
I'm good.
Aha, umetoka Nyeri alafu?
Siko Nyeri. Acha siasa.
Janiletea unalisha chakula kutoka Nyeri.
Kona murenda hapa.
Niliona Gachagua akigawa vitu.
Sasa huyo Mang'ethia, unaniambia mambo ya Mang'ethia hapa? Tako Githuri. Anaitwa Githuri Mang'ethia, Githuri Nyakanga. Sasa mimi siko nataka kuchangia saa hizi, but wacha tu niseme mambo ya Peter Munya. I think nimekuwa tu hapa nikisema naweza penda sana tupee watu wa Mount Kenya ya uko Meru, Embu, at least tuwape chance juu wamekuwa wakisimama na hii the upper Mount Kenya, na tujai kuwa na any presidential aspirant ama deputy huko. So tulikuwa nasema tu at least tuwapatie chance pia wao wakue kwa government, ama tunasemanga na Kikuyu turudishe mkono. So for me, for Peter Munya, I know he's a good he's a leader, na pia Raila pia nataka akuwe na a strong deputy president. It's not that he's not strong, but he also need a strong deputy president. Mtu anajua anafanya nini na mtu mwenye anajua kazi yake. And for me, okay, I don't see ati sipendi Peter Kenneth, but I think Peter Munya is strong and wise, and he knows how to deal with the UDA goons more than he is not likely to be intimidated by the UDA goons. But for Peter Munya, he is going to dismantle them. Hawezi chezea Peter Munya, and maybe for me, I think that's why alisema yeye hataenda kuwania kiti cha ugavana cha Meru. Maybe kuna kitu yenye sisi hatujui, which we are waiting to hear. Maybe very soon tutajua mwenye atadeputize baba. But for me, aki Mungu tu anisikie juu nilisema enyewe Munya akiingia hapo, mimi sasa unajua hiyo Bernard, hiyo siku maybe after a month nitakuita sasa ndio nitakubali utakuja tu kutushikanisha. Nafikiria ndio nitaingia box vizuri sasa, ndio nifunge hiyo kitu sasa. Mimi sasa ndio nianze kutafuta baba wa Central, because I would want Peter Munya to be the deputy president wa baba. I love that guy and what he has done. By the way, amenini vitu za ukulima. Kwetu kuna mahali huko Nyeri kunaitwa Gatito, na kutoka nizaliwe kuna a tea factory yenye haijai, ilifungwa kitambo sana, na saa hii watu wanapeleka hiyo majani chai huko, inaitwa Gatito. That guy ameenda akifungua hizo industry zote zenye zilifungwa, not just in Mount Kenya. Amefufua ukulima kabisa. Peter Munya, na si ati amefanya hivyo because maybe he needed something, cause ama yeye anataka to be acknowledged by the president, but for me he's a game changer and he's the person who should deputize baba. Peter Kenneth, hata kama Mangethi anasemanga ati Peter Kenneth ni mambo ya urembo, I think for Peter Kenneth maybe he can be given a CS maybe, but for a deputy president we need a strong person there. Na Peter Munya is the guy. So kama tuna nini wale wanaweza nini baba at least, ama Uhuru ama wenye wako kwa Azimio at least jaribu kuchangia. Peter Munya achukue hiyo sahi, turudishie Wameru mkono. Sisi watu wa Mount Kenya tusijipende sana, at least hata wao wasikie wao pia ni wa Mount Kenya. Sina ingine ya kusema bena, nitasema ingine baadaye juu umeniambush tu venye nimeingia. Asante.
Okay, thank you Shiko. Lakini watu wa hapa Mount Kenya wako na Chief Justice, wako na DPP. DPP ama nani?
DCI.
DCI, yes. Mimi mko na serikali kamili, mnaweza kututisha, tunatishika, mnatukamata, tunakamatwa, mnatupeleka kotini mpaka tutoke.
Hao watakangi ujinga, wanakuambianga gao tema saa zenye asha kukata. Hao Wameru watakangi ujinga, they are no nonsense, they don't take nonsense. Utakatwa, hao watakangi ujinga, and they are very loyal. By the way, Bernard, Merus, they are very loyal and we hope, tunataka tu Peter Munya akue hapo. Tusiangalia ati sijui ni nani, ama ati ni Wameru, ati ama DCI ni Wameru ama Martha Koome. Wacha deputy ikue ni Peter Munya. Aki.
Sawa, maoni yako imefika, na I think you have a point, especially with the proposition that the head of government will be the deputy president. That will work very well with Peter Munya in parliament, pushing the government agenda. UDA and the team will go to hide behind the bench.
Akauliza watu wa UDA wakati wanasema mambo ya sijui ya wheat, mambo ya mahindi, sijui pesa imeenda wapi, akawauliza wao wakati walikuwa kwa serikali walifanya nini? Na wao watu wao ndio waliiba hizo vitu zote, wakaiba hata karibu waimbe viganda waende wajenge huko, alafu wanaanza kusema tu uchumi iko sijui nini ama ukulima iko aje. So that guy huyo atapeleka kwanza. Unajua ni vizuri sana juu sasa unajua tuna prepare watu wa UDA kukuwa opposition, na leo nimesema kwa group pale hivyo ninauza rob. Jana nilikuwa nauza diapers na Panadol, nikauza glucose. Leo nauza rob, nasugua, najaribu kusaidia kusugua juu ya jana hiyo ndio ilikuwa earthquake. Leo najaribu kuwasugua. So tunawapenda tu, tunataka pia tukue na opposition, na tunajua Peter Munya akikuwa hapo kwa deputy watajua wajui, huyo atakangi ujinga. Lakini kama watu wa UDA, mimi nauza rob na napeana rob, najaribu kusugua tukiwa na kate, tunajaribu kusugua watu ndio tuwapulize. Jana hakukuwa kuzuri, if they had a bad day.
Thank you Shiko. Robo dawa mpya utuliza homa, inafaa kwa watu wote, hata kwa watoto. I think Bantu understand that advert. Bantu, you can come in.
Yeah, asante
Kidogo
sana.
kabla akuja swali kidogo Bernard.
Oh, yes.
Nilikuwa nataka kuuliza Shiko. Hello. At least
Yes,
anaweza tupea, nilikuwa nauliza Shiko, at least anaweza tupatia ka aftermath ya Sagana 3 kwa ground huko Central. Sasa watu wanasemaje?
Watu waliongeleshwa na Kikuyu. Sasa ni si ati nini, sasa tuliongea Kikuyu. Unajua mzee akikuja kwa mtu, akienda kwao, venye mzee anaenda kuongea bedroom, endaki kuambia watu venye mmeongea kwa bedroom. Sasa aliongea lugha sababu alikuwa kwake, si ati venye watu wanasema is a national sijui leader sijui nini. Alikuwa kwake na alikuwa anaongea na lugha yenye anasikizana na watu wake. Huyo ndiye mzee wa boma, huyo ndiye kingpin sasa. So venye sasa alisema, maybe I can quote some of the things that he said. He said atakuja aniaroka matora, that means anakuja mashinani, so we are expecting atakuja. Na akasema njia ya muongo ni fupi, kama ulisikia hivyo. Zingine akasema, aliambia hao vijana wakati yeye alikuwa kijana, kina Matifa na kina Rufia, aliona vile kulienda kama na ile uongo ilikuwa, na yeye angetaka au vijana hawa vijana sasa wenye wako UDA nini wanadanganya wameingia wheelbarrow. So wacha wao the leaders, Mount Kenya leaders wawaface, wao ni watoto wao, wawaambie ukweli. They should not fear the youth, they should tell them the truth and they should face them. Kitu ingine sasa sisi tukaambiwa tuliokaga tukahenio tutakuwa tunakuja tunadanganywa toka inerwo dashi it's secular, tunaibiwa secular then tunadanganywa. Aya, kasema ingine about church you had, tunawaita pulpit bandits. Tuache wameiba pesa ya Elgeyo Marakwet, wanakuja wanaanza kusema sijui wanapea mapasta hiyo pesa. Umeanza kuona wezi wakijishuku kutoka leo, si umeona wezi wakianza kujishuku, wanaanza ati they are answering the president. Those are the thieves. He didn't mention anyone, but umeona wezi wamejileta wenyewe. Au mapulpit bandits utawaona Sunday wakijaribu kuaddress whatever the president said, kumrudishia. But sasa sisi tulielewa, you know, maybe if someone explains venye watu sasa walianza kuquote whatever he has said, and me hearing like mimi ni Mkikuyu, nasikia hiyo lugha venye alikuwa anasema anaongea, sasa inaingia vizuri sana. Na wacha nikwambie venye watu walikuwa, huwezi niambia watu wote walikuwa wameenda Sagana wakalipwe. Some just wanted to hear from him. Ni ile yenye uko na kiu ya maji ama uko na kiu ya kitu. Watu saizi sasa wameanza kujua. Sasa kwanza venye alianza kusema mambo ya venye pesa iliibiwa, mara Ruto anaenda hizo za church anadanganya, sometimes president ndiye amempatia pesa sijui ya harambee na ni uongo. So what we want right now, hata kama atakuja si afanyie Raila campaign, anakuja Mount Kenya, anakuja hata kama ni after 2 weeks, anasema kitu, yeye anaenda anakaa pale State House. Hiyo it will do as it is an advantage, and also for me Jubilee imeanza sasa, imeanza sasa watu wataanza kurudi Jubilee, na hiyo itafungua watu macho sana kujua. Sasa unajua kama huyo anasema Githuri Mang'ethia had sent some goons to heckle the president, maybe to go and cause chaos, but they ended up wakitoka huko walikuwa Azimio. So if you thought you had a bad day yesterday, then think about Githuri Mang'ethia, he had a bad day. So watu wenye walikuwa nafikiria wataenda huko wageuke, saizi watu wamesha join Azimio la umoja. Na wacha nikwambie nani Sajak, Uhuru anapendwa Mount Kenya. Uhuru anapendwa Mount Kenya. People love him so much. Na ndio umeona hajakuwa akishindana kukuja ati kufanya kampeni kukimbizana na Ruto. Yeye anajua. And he works he knew na anajuanga yeye akikuja aongelesha watu wake watamsikia juu wangemfanya madharau na wasiende. Anajua watu wa Mount Kenya tunampenda tu hivyo bure because is not just tunasema yeye ni Mutongoria, na alisema na Kikuyu akasema yeye hakuchaguliwa aende akae kwa kiti, alichaguliwa atu protect. Lakini pia akasema, si ulisikia akisema yeye kwake hakuna mtu anaingia, lakini mwenye pia anamwambia akae ngumu kwake yeye pia ako guarded, but na watu wake wenye wanauliwa. Sasa anauliza watu wa Kawangware, watu Kisumu wanafanya kazi, si ni ukweli? Wote wanafanya kazi ya sahi, hakuna vita. So yeye hakufanya handshake juu yake, alifanya handshake juu ya watu wake, na si just Mount Kenya people, like kukue na amani. Uhuru anapenda Mount Kenya na tunataka at least akue akikuja venye alisema atakuwa anakuja Matora. Matora means mashinani. At least anakuja once in a blue moon. Na hiyo sasa tutaanza kutoa hii ugonjwa ya UDA yenye imekuja Mount Kenya, hiyo yellow fever. Itaanza kutoka tu pole pole. Thank you.
Okay, so sawa. Thank you so much, Shiko. I think that matter is settled there. Bantu Warrior, tafadhali karibu, tukitoka kwako tunaenda kwa Cosmas, then Solomon.
Asante sana Bwana Bernard, na wasalimia sana watu wote hapo kwenye panel. Kwanza nikianza na Queen Mama Selina, namsalimia Bwana Alex, namsalimia Sir Jack, Cosmas, ndugu Kitwe, japokuwa tu umetupotea sana, nashukuru pia kukuona, nimefurahi sana, na Princess Chiku, wewe ni princess na tumekushukuru sana kwa maoni yako. Solomon pia vile vile tunakusalimia wewe. Mi yangu si mengi sana, unajua Bwana Bernard, kwa sababu mimi kuanzia udogoni mwangu nilikuwa naangalia tu mambo ya politics, lakini sikuweza kumix politics na career nyingine kama ya sportsman. Mi ni mtu wa sports actually, lakini this time imefikia wakati pia niingie kwenye politics, ijapokuwa ninaanza down. Sasa Waswahili wanasema kutangulia sio kufika. Nafikiria ndugu zangu nyote mnafahamu, unaweza ukakimbia lakini ukaja ukashindwa baadaye, na tumeona sana mara nyingi mambo kama hayo. Nchi yetu ya Kenya ni nchi nzuri sana ambayo ina sifa nyingi sana, na tuna bahati kuwa na nchi kama hiyo. Wengine pia hawana nchi kama hiyo, ambayo mara nyingi sana kunatokea vuguvugu, kupinduliwa kwa serikali ama vita vya wenyewe kwa wenyewe, na sisi hatuna mambo kama hayo na hatuwezi kuruhusu mambo kama hayo. Hawa viongozi ambao wanapigania kwa viongozi wawili kati ya Raila na Ruto, wao wako na nafasi wakati huu kupigania hiyo nafasi, lakini nchi yetu ni kubwa na ni muhimu zaidi kushinda wao. Tukiangalia hii nchi ya Kenya, kitu cha kwanza tunataka tupiganie sana ni zero tolerance corruption. Corruption imeturudisha sisi nyuma sana, na corruption ni ugonjwa ambao tuko kwa nchi kwa miaka mingi sana. Hata tukiangalia nilipokuwa wadogo wakati huo, tulikuwa tukiangalia Nigeria, kweli wako na mafuta, wako na utajiri, population kubwa, lakini corruption inawamaliza ile nchi na haisongi mbele. Kitu kingine pia naweza kuongezea kusema ni advisors wa Ruto, na mara nyingi sana usikia wenzi wangu wakiongea wakisema kuwa Ruto ni mwanasiasa mzuri sana. Kweli naweza kubali, lakini kuna makosa mengi anafanya na kujisurround na watu ambao hawamsaidii kabisa. Ikizidi sana wanamwangusha chini. Saa ingine kuwa na pesa nyingi sio kuwa kiongozi. Unaweza kuwa na pesa lakini ideas hakuna. Unaweza kuwa na ideas lakini huna pesa. Na Peter Munya ni mtu ni hard working guy. He doesn't take tolerance. Ni mtu ambaye hard working. Unaweza kumuona, unajua karakta ya mtu ndo inamuonesha kila kitu. Hata ukienda kuomba kazi pia unaangaliwa ile vile wewe mtu mwenyewe huko pamoja na CV yako. Kwa hivyo Peter Munya sioni kama ni mbaya, mmoja wapo katika wale ambao wanaweza kuwa chini ya uongozi wa rais yoyote atakayewapo. Kwa hivyo Peter Munya si mtu mbaya kabisa, anafaa. Na upande mwingine ni UDA, wale ambao wako MP kule wameenda kwa bunge, nikifuatilia bunge wanaanza kuongea habari ya mikopo na wanasahau kuwa wao walikuwa hapo kwenye shida hizo hizo za mikopo. Sasa wanaanza kuleta habari ya mikopo. Siku za nyuma wanaongea mambo mengine, hawajulikana sasa wako na pointi gani. Kwa hivyo sisi wananchi ndio muhimu zaidi tuwe werevu na kujua na kuipigania nchi yetu, tukijua hatuwezi kuchagua every time viongozi ambao wanakwenda wanafanya makosa siku zote yale yale wanarudia. Sisi ndio tuko na power, na tukiona watu kama hao wanakaribia kutaka kuomba kura zetu, tuhakikishe tuwapige darubini, tuwajue, tusiwachague waingie kwenye uongozi ikiwa ni watu ambao watakuwa wakienda wakiangusha nchi yetu. Kwa hivyo mimi nazungumza sana na vijana na watu wazima. Siasa ya zamani imepita, hii ni siasa nyingine sasa. Time, it doesn't wait for anybody. Everything has changed. Na Ngathia amesema pia kwenye comments kuwa kuhusu Ruto. Mimi naona pia namuunga mkono. Unajua karakta mtu saa ingine ni shida sana kubadilika. Saa ingine amezaliwa mtu namna hiyo. Kwa hivyo inaweza kuwa 50-50. Anaweza badilika ama anaweza kaa hivyo hivyo. Kwa hivi sasa sina mengi, Bwana Bernard, nakushukuru sana, na pia vile vile tunamshukuru sana Queen Mama Selina kwa kushikilia kazi yako. Jana ulikuwa karibu japokuwa sikuingia, lakini alifanya kazi nzuri sana. Natoa pongezi kwa Mama Selina. Asante sana Mama Selina kwa kazi uliojaribu jana wewe na Jera. Bernard, kwako tunarudisha. Asante sana.
Thank you Bantu Warriors. Asante sana kwa maoni yako na kututia moyo. Samahani, jana kulikuwa na mshikili ambao ulinizidi control, but niliangalia kwa mbali nikaona Mama Selina anafanya kazi nzuri. Kwa hivyo naona hata mimi nianze kujiandaa kwa kiti kingine. Hiki mkakichukue. Aswa Alex ako tayari.
Bernard, nimesahau kusema
Yes.
wakati kiti ya governor ya Meru Peter Munya nominations kuna vile kulienda. Peter Munya ndiye alikuwa hiyo nominations ya Jubilee. Kuna Kiswahili alifanywa. Kiraito angeweza Peter Munya Meru. Lakini kwa nominations, like you say, you had Uhuru akisema hana shida na hizo chama zenye zimetengenezwa sababu anajua vile watu walifanywa nominations za 2017. Peter Munya ndiye alinini kwa nominations. Lakini unajua watu walikuwa wameambiwa wachague suti. Sasa watu walimchagua tu mwenye sasa alinini hiyo ya Jubilee. But for me and people know, watu wanajua Peter Munya, Kiraito Murungi angeweza kushinda Peter Munya Meru. Na sasa pia ningetaka kuongeza niseme watu wakubali kuachika. Ruto is our ex. Tulishamwacha, sisi ni ex. Ruto ni ex, baba ni the new catch. Watu ukiachwa uachike.
Asante Shiko. Enda pole pole.
But nomination ilikuwa gani Bernard?
Miti haijakatwa tafadhali.
Bernard, nomination alikuwa PNU na huyu alikuwa Jubilee. Nomination ilikuwa gani?
No, it's the Meru 2017 elections, kama vile baba alisema, kulikuwa na vifaranga vya kompyuta. Na kile naamini kwamba kina Kiraitu, hata minji, hao watu wote, most of them, as much as we are being blamed as voters for voting for them, wengine walikuwa voted in by the computer. I don't even believe that Songo won the Nairobi governorship.
Hata huyo wa Kirinyaga anaitwa Peter Ndathi. Peter Ndathi ndiye alikuwa rudi governor wa Kirinyaga. Lakini si unajua tu. Sasa ndio niliona mtu mwingine ameandika kwa group akisema venye Ruto sijui anaenda Uhuru sijui anaenda wapi, sijui atafanya kompyuta nini. Mimi sitaki kuanza kupata pressure saa hizi. Sitaki earthquake saa hii.
No, hakuna kompyuta ya kutengeneza chochote saa hii. Hiyo technology ameendea tutai nasa. Tuko nayo kwa mfuko. All the same, twende sasa kwa nani, kwa Solomon, alafu ndio tumfikie kati. Solomon vipi?
Poa kabisa, habari gani?
Salama, karibu. Naona Solo busy. Ndio biashara ama ndio biashara ndio wewe?
Yana maanisha Solomon blessing, eh?
Oh.
A blessed person.
I see you are blessed indeed.
Yeah, it is my first time to join this meeting. Huwa nafanya tu kuiona kwa timeline yangu, but leo nimesema nataka kujua zaidi mnaongelea nini. Na kuna joto huku Pwani, mimi niko Pwani. Niko 005. Na kusema kweli kuna hapo madam amenitoa jasho. Ameongea maneno mengi. Lakini sisi kama Wakenya tunafaa tujitume, tujiangalie weaknesses zetu ziko wapi. Kitu moja tu mimi nataka kulaumu watu wa Mount Kenya. Mount Kenya wao mnaongea kama Kenya ni yenyu peke yenu. Kila kitu mkiweka mnaekelea Mount Kenya. Wao mnajua hizi kaunti zingine zina watu wa kutoka Mount Kenya ambao wamezaliwa huko na ni kabila za huko kwenu Mount Kenya. Do you know how you people you affect other people, other community kutoka Mount Kenya wakiwa katika kaunti zingine? That's why unaona kila mahali mtu wa Mount Kenya ikiumana tu mtu wa Mount Kenya anaulizwa hata kama amezaliwa huko. So when you talk about Mount Kenya, I'm telling you people, you're challenging people. Nyinyi watu wa Mount Kenya mlikuwa mnatuambia Uhuru na Ruto are the best person. Uhuru na Ruto hao ndio kiboko yao. Leo hii tena nyinyi watu wa Mount Kenya mmekuja mmetugeuka mnasema Ruto si mtu tena. Ruto yeye ni mtu mwenye hafai tena. Kwa sababu gani? Kile mlichokuwa mnataka mlipata. Sasa mnaanza kutuambia Peter Munya yeye ndio performer. Mimi nakuuliza swali moja, Peter Munya ni performer. Unajua saizi Mpwani anakufa na njaa? Unajua saizi korosho Pwani imeangamia? Unajua saizi Bigsa Pwani hakuna? The performer ana perform mpaka kwa ground. Unajua saizi katika Lamu County coconut huwezi ukauza? Hizo zote ni miradi za kila mahali. Lakini kwa sababu Peter Munya ana perform Central, mnauza hizo makadamia vizuri, mnauza majani chai, mnauza kahawa, mnasema Peter Munya is hardworking. I was in PNU from 2017. I've just left PNU just 1 month ago. And Peter Munya sijaona kitu amefanyia hata watu wake katika PNU. Yali ngangana alipoangusha akakimbia kutafuta maslahi yake mwenyewe. So wakati tunapokuwa tukiangalia maslahi ya uongozi, je, huyu kiongozi anamshika mwananchi wa chini? Anamfikia huyu mwananchi wa chini? Ama huyu kiongozi tunasema tu tunamsema sababu anasaidia Mount Kenya, tunamsema sababu anasaidia Rift Valley, tunamsema kwa sababu anasaidia Kisumu? No. We also need to elect people who are ready to serve each and everybody. When you're talking about Mount Kenya, do you know that right now at Mpeketoni, the population of Kikuyu are the most people in Mount Mpeketoni? Do you know that today in Lam County, the Kikuyu are being affected by the name of Mount Kenya? Because why? Wanaonekana pia wao wanajipigania peke yao. But huyu mpwani mwenye tumezaliwa na yeye, tunasoma na yeye hapa chini Lamu, tumeishi hapa, tumenunua mashamba pamoja. Huyu mpwani anaumia, hapati yale maendeleo yanatakikana. Saizi akiona biksa hainunuliki, nazi hainunuliki, samaki hainunuliki, aoni mtu mwingine, anaona Uhuru, anaona Mount Kenya. You people from Mount Kenya also need to know one thing. Kenya is not for Mount Kenya people. We also need hata Mswahili moja kwa deputy president. Tungekuwa hapo tunaongea. Number 3. Kwa nini mseme Ruto ni mbaya nyinyi wa Mount Kenya? Nyinyi ni wasaliti. Hata hivyo ndivyo mtakavyomsaliti baba. Mimi simsupport baba na simsupport Uhuru. Yale maendeleo amefanya kwa miaka 10.
Muligoja jana Uhuru aseme aseme hata endorse Raila, lakini juu endorse juu sasa makasiriko imeanza. Na
Hapana,
swali ningetaka kukuuliza wewe mwenyewe, mtu akakukosea na anakuibia kwa serikali, ni kama tuseme ni bibi yako mwenye anakuibia, so you are not supposed to tame her ama to part ways with her. You have to stay in that marriage or in that relationship. If someone is toxic, if someone if someone is toxic, you leave them and you move on. Sasa Uhuru move on, hata Ruto move on, aende atafute, si alitoka kwa boma na akabeba watoto wengine au wa UDA wa Mount Kenya. So huwezi sema sisi Mount Kenya tunajipenda, si hata Ruto akona watu wa Mount Kenya. Hata tena kama mwenye una support mwambie basi ya support kabila ingine, wachana na Mount Kenya.
Angalia, sikiliza nikwambie kitu kimoja. Wewe unapofuga mbwa nyumbani kwako, unapokuwa kiiba mayai, wewe unamfanya nini? Unamwachilia endelee kuiba mayai, ukiendelea kusema huyu mbwa wangu ni mwizi wa mayai? Ikiwa Uhuru yeye ni president,
hapa sasa mrani aliiba. Mwizi ni nani? Mwizi alishaiba, akaenda akaiba pesa ya Kiwarel, akaiba ya Roll, akapewa chance tena ajarisaini. So mwizi ni nani?
Nisikilize kwanza, sijamaliza kuongea.
Order, thank you.
Nasema hivi.
Solomon, wewe ndio umeniwaki hiyo yote. Anaomba tulie nikuulize swali. Okay?
Niulize.
Una habari kwamba kuna county government?
Najua.
Jukumu la county government ni nini?
Ni sawa iko county government, but nauliza swali moja, nikijibu hiyo swali lako. Katika county government yale mambo yote ambayo yako huku chini, mengine yanasupportiwa na national government. Na Peter Munya si wa county, Peter Munya ni wa national, si ndio?
No. Mimi nimeuliza tu nijibu swali kwanza. Jukumu la county government, sababu ya devolution ni ilikuwa nini?
Ili mambo yao yanaweza kutekelezeka kwa rais.
Ili kila eneo lijisimamie likisaidiwa na central government kushughulikia shida zao. Kwa mfano, mimi natoka Kakamega County. Okay? Gavana wangu ni Oparanya. Ukuja Kakamega, Oparanya amefanya kazi poa. Okay? Kakamega haiko vile ilikuwa.
Na miwa ikaenda wapi? Na miwa mnapeleka wapi? Nauliza, na miwa mnapeleka wapi?
Miwa tuko, unamaanisha nini miwa tunapeleka wapi? Kakamega sio miwa. Kakamega ni county.
Sawa, tuendelee.
So sugarcane is just one of the items we trade in. But we are vast. We are rich in many things, including cultural. You can even visit Kakamega Forest as a tourist. Tunaokota pesa yako. So iko mambo mingi. Point yangu ni hii, okay? Point yangu ni hii. Wewe kama mko Lamu, mko Kilifi, Kwale ama Mombasa, okay? Hamwezi kulaumu Mount Kenya kwa nini korosho haiuzwi, kwa nini coconut haiuzwi. The government has been brought near you so that your matters can be addressed there. There is no way the mountain can stop coconut from being sold.
Sasa ndiko tunaongea kuhusu Peter Munya. Mnasikia? Acha tufanye clarification kidogo. Hapo naelewa kinyo unachoniambia. But kuna kitu moja nataka uelewe, tukiongea about corruption na about development, sometimes hata hao leaders tuko nao wakubwa wanachangia sana vitu zingine kutofanyika. Akiangalia kama kutoka pwani, zile mswada zote zimekuwa zikipelekwa katika department yake, pengine ya korosho ama pengine ya pamba. Akiona hii project yote itafanya vizuri katika pwani, watatumia all means kuikatiza ili isiweze kupita. Umeona kama mswada wa kutengeneza kiwanda cha pamba hapa Lamu County. Unapata huo mswada wa kutengeneza pamba hapa Lamu County itamzuia Makueni Ginnery kupata pamba kutoka Lamu County penye anatoa over 20,000 tons kutoka Lamu County. So unapata the leaders that wako pale juu, ukijaribu kumsukumia kitu kama Peter Munya ya kuhusu pwani, akiangalia zile benefits zenye anapitia hapa zote, ako tayari aisukume zaidi ya miaka 5. Lakini sababu anajua yeye kila anachokitaka ni hapo Mount Kenya kwao, ako tayari kupitisha majani ipite, ndio watu Mount Kenya wampende, wampropose akalele kiti yake anataka kukalia vizuri.
Solomon. What about Kitui County? Kitui County sasa inatoa viatu, inatoa CV juice, inatoa just the 5 years that Ngilu has been governor.
Yeah, hizo ndizo challenges ziko.
Mbona unachanganya vitu mbili? Serikali Munya ni cabinet secretary wa central government. Sio cabinet secretary wa county government.
Ninakuelewa. Ambaye anafaa kufanya kazi na county government kwa pamoja na kupitisha miradi zote za county government. So challenges ziko hapo. Sisi tunakubali challenges ziko hapo. Kwa hao leaders tuko na wao. So mkikuja kutusifia Munya anafaa kuwa deputy, sababu amefanya kazi
kuna makasirikio na Munya ama na shida zenu. Tuongeleze pia shida zenu kwanza.
Hold on Alex, you're coming in. Thank you. Hold on Alex. Now Solomon, you're a young man and I love your spirit, and I want us to understand one another. Understand one another in the sense that let's put the blame where it belongs, other than for us to look for a scapegoat on a matter that is clear. Okay? If there is a need for the export of korosho or export of coconut and all that, and the Minister for Agriculture has refused for that to happen, then you can talk. But if you are blaming the Minister for Agriculture for reviving tea and wheat and the other things, and then left out coconut, mimi sioni mahali naingilia. Mama Selina.
Thank you so much. Nataka kumuuliza Solomon. Tuko na county government, tuko na members of parliament, tuko na county government. Sasa minister, kama kuna shida kwa constituency, watu ya hiyo constituency officials, kwa sababu kila serikali kuna officials ya agriculture mpaka huko chini sub county. Minister kutoka huko juu hawezi jua nini inaendelea kwa Kenya. So wewe ile mtu ungelaumu ni member of parliament ya county yako, ile mtu unastahili kulaumu ni MCA yako, ukikuja mpaka kwa governor, kwa sababu mnatengeneza proposals. Ndio sababu inasemekana county government watakuja kusaidiana na national government. Samani Penat tungelaumu minister kwa sababu haikukuwa na mkubwa hapa chini. Lakini sasa akituambia hivyo, Ministry of Agriculture, county government kwa governor ako na hiyo office. So wanatekeleza ile mambo iko pale, wanasema tuko kama sasa watu ya Machani, unaona mpaka wanaenda maandamano. Unaona mpaka wanatoa kililio sao wakisema tuko na bidhaa lakini simeanguka. Watu ya mahindi unaona wakifanya demonstration. Watu ya maziwa. So kama nyinyi uko Mombasa ama mahali umetoka, viongozi wenyu wamelala kasi, ni wakati mzuri ya kuchakua kutoka county, kutoka MCA mpaka governor, ile atakuwa na mahitaji yenyu. Hassan Joho ni gavana na alikuwa napinga sana national government, lakini wakati walishikana na Uhuru Kenyatta na serikali ya national government, Hassan Joho walikubaliana ile mambo yote ilikuwa hawawezi kufanya, wakakubali mkono ya national government, na ndiye mambo imeendelea. So kabla ujalaumu Munya, who is your cabinet secretary kwa local kwa county, huyo ndiye tunataka utuambie kazi yake ni nini, na utuambie ameandikia barua national government na wakakataa, hapo ndiye tutawalaumu. Otherwise chakuwa kiongozi mzuri kutoka county level, uende kwa governor, uende kwa women rep, uende kwa MP, ndiye sasa wakifika parliament wasilale, wakuwe na matakwa na wajue kazi yetu inaenda aje. Asante Bernard.
Bernard, wacha nimjibu nimuulize juu anasema mambo ya Mount Kenya ndio Peter Munya anasema tu Mount Kenya, Mount Kenya. Watu wamekuwa watu wa Nyandarua akina Gop wamekuwa wakilia sana juu ya waru potatoes wanauza na bei ya chini sana. Na umeona pia ile story ilikuwa imetokea ya is it KF, what was it? Katwe, sikumbuki hiyo nini ilikuwa hashtag. Yeah. Si uliona watu wakisema watu wa Nyandarua wanauza hizo viazi nini pesa rahisi, sijui wana nini, hata wengine wanasema watafanya ukulima ya viazi. Kwani Nyandarua haiko Mount Kenya ama iko wapi? Na tena kama tungesema hivyo, si wenye walijoin UDA wangeenda bunge ama wajaribu kutetea watu wao kina Faith Gitau na wengineo. Si wako UDA ama wako wapi? Wako Azimio. Ama hizo warusi za Mount Kenya, ama Nyandarua haiko Mount Kenya. Sasa tukisema ati ni jua Mount Kenya ameenda tena
Sawa Shiko. Solomon I think is off, but we still need to address some of what he said. There is one thing I will say, but Bantu then Alex. Bantu upo.
Asante sana Bernard. Nipo. Mi naongea kulingamana na vijana, ndio mara nyingi sana mi huwa nasema vijana hawaelewi siasa. Wao wameshazoea kupatiwa mapene kidogo hivi, wakidanganywa hivi, alafu wanaanza malalamiko. Hao wataendelea kulalamika miaka mingi sana inaokuja, wasipokuwa na ubusara wa kujua kuchagua viongozi. Mimi mwenyewe pia natoka Mombasa na naelewa vile mambo yanavyokwenda tangu nilipokuwa young kama yeye. Kijana amechanganyikiwa na ni kijana wa kutoka Tanga. Anaongea vitu bila kuelewa ni kitu gani anaongea. National government haiwezi kujua, kama vile Alex na wenzangu wameeleza, kuwa national government haiwezi kujua mengi isipokuwa ni watu ambao wako huko chini, ni MPs, MCAs. Hao ndo wanaweza kuelewa shida za ile kaunti yao. Ni kweli, hata mama Selina pia ameongea. Ndio unaona watu wazima wako na busara na wako na wisdom wa kuelewa mara moja shida iko wapi. Hawa vijana watafanya makosa tena, warudie tena wafanye makosa ili tuzidi kupata tabu. Kwa hivyo wachunge sana na wajaribu kusikiza watu ambao wameona mambo mengi siku za nyuma, ndio wapate kuelewa. Kwa sababu baba ukiangalia ametoka mbali sana, na baba ana elimu ya kuelewa siasa inakwenda namna gani. Hata huyu Ruto pia yeye mwenyewe pia ni kijana kama huyu kijana huyu mwingine amekuja sasa hivi. Haelewi, anajizungusha na watu ambao hawaelewi siasa inakwenda vipi. Bado wanatafuta wapate mafunzo zaidi, wachukue time, alafu baadaye inaweza mambo yakabadilika. Asante sana bwana Ben.
Okay, thank you. Alex, quickly.
Yeah, thank you, Bernard. And I think I hope the young men could not have gone I don't know what happened to him, but three things come out.
He's on and off, on and off. I think it's just network.
Three things come out of what the young man said. The first thing we realize is his frustration towards the national government, and the second thing is his disappointment of the cash crops that they were very dependent on, probably some years back, and thirdly is confusion of who is in charge and who he should blame. And I will address him by saying that he has a very valid point, and we cannot ignore it. Cashew nuts was a glory to the people of Coast, and the amount of revenue that it brought was a lot. And for the record, just having cashew nut trees, you know, you plant them, you leave them there, and what happens? You just keep harvesting. And it made them lazy because it's not a crop that you have to keep on taking care of. And what they don't know is that markets change, production change. Other countries look and see that, oh, Kenya is getting a lot of revenues. So who took the market for cashew nuts? It was Tanzania. Tanzania took advantage of it. They grew a lot of cashew nuts and they started taking good care of them. And therefore, most of the cashew nuts right now, which are sold in the world, comes from Tanzania. And what happened to the people of the coast? The coastarians continue to have that traditional way of doing, and it's not rocket science to many Kenyans that they are laid back people. They are not really lazy, but they are laid back people who cannot work as hard as the people from Mount Kenya. And I know that's controversial when I say that, but you cannot compare. So the other thing is, 2013, when the government took over, they had a very wrong approach. And we need to acknowledge that. The counties that were pro-ODM or pro-what were completely alienated. And you could see the antagonization between the government and then the opposition, as it were. And you see the alteration, how Marwa treated them, the coast region of whoever that it was, and it was a constant. And the person who took over from that Kiunjuri never did any job. And the buck needs to stop at the president. And that is why the people who are very close to the president told him, you have no option. This guy must go. And he had to go. Today, you see, after that, immediately the crop amendment bill, which he should read, came. And if he doesn't know, let me remind him. All the tea and all the coffee in Kenya is not sold in Kiambu or in Kisii or where it comes from. It is sold and traded in Mombasa. Our revenue is in Mombasa. It's not even uko kwa mashamba. So you should know that. So he must understand how these things trade. So the world market for nuts changed. And the reason it changed is because the kind of nut now we have was no longer what the world needed. They needed to change too. So they remained where they were. And they needed to crossbreed. One of the biggest destructors of the nuts market was a company called Montaso. And we should have, Kenya should be told what Montaso is. Montaso is a company that changed even Kenya Seeds Company. Before you could harvest your maize, plant them, and they grow. Now we have seedless things. We have seedless grapes, seedless oranges, seedless everything. And because they want to monopolize seeds so that you cannot even get the seeds to plant. So what the world is doing is completely refusing the products that you can plant and regrow. they want to commercialize, and they are cutting off Kenya from that. And that is why GMO is coming in Kenya at a very fast rate. Why? Because the world market has changed and we are being penalized for things that we don't know. So the problem also falls back on them. They should go and do agriculture the way they are supposed to do, not continue the traditional way of doing and expecting the different results. Their competitors are Tanzanians. What did Tanzania do? They did something else. They should copy what Tanzanians did, not blame the people in the national government. That is all I can say.
Thank you, Alex. The people staying behind the curtain to Nawafagia, I will not add you if you are behind the curtain because the screen is becoming too dark. I want to say this about what Solomon said. What I could hear from under his tone is that the Mount Kenya people are widespread around the country, and therefore they should what? The decision they make will affect their people who are in the diaspora. Now that is a wrong tone in the first place, because every Kenyan has a right to be anywhere in Kenya, and nobody should be discriminated against by being in Peketoni, yet he has his origin from the mountain. That should not even arise as a reason why your cashew nuts are not being sold or your coconuts are not being sold. So let us be sober, especially as young debaters, to understand that the Kenya we are in is a Kenya for all Kenyans, and no Kenyan is misplaced. Let every Kenyan flex their muscle, pull up your sleeves, go and work. We will only get enough for everyone when everybody does enough that caters for everyone. But if you go to the farm to grow only what feeds you, what is equal to you, and what makes you feel good, that is not enough for the country. So as young people, let's begin to think Kenya and forget thinking regions and thinking my backyard and thinking who has moved to my backyard that is making the price of cabbages go up. Let us, if the price of cabbages go up, let's work out on how to increase the salary, increase productivity so that we match it. Kenya has enough for all Kenyans, and let nobody fill your mind with that, the thinking that the reason why we don't have is because the Kikuyus have moved here, the Somalis have moved here, the Luyas have relocated to here. That is not for now, not forever. So let's sober up, especially as young people. We must be able to accommodate everybody around us and learn from our diversity. Learn from our diversity. You may be originally Costarian, but there's something you can learn from the Mount Kenyans. And there's something you can learn from the Western people, from the Nyanza people. There is that aspect of us cross, wherever, interacting, cross trading, okay? I come to the coast, I carry the Nazi, I bring you the omena from Lake Victoria. Let us enjoy being with one another and not enduring one another. The truth is, those your neighbors will be there. You can't wish them away, pray them away, fight them away. At the end of the day, we'll all end up in one place. Even if we go to the grave, everybody's grave will end up into each other's grave. So relax and understand Kenya is for all Kenyans. That is the new Kenya. Katwe, karibu.
Sorry, Bernard, let me add on what you've said. Venye amesema watu wa Mount Kenya ati sasa sisi wenye tuko Mount Kenya tunafanya wenye, you know that the narrative they're being told that if you don't vote for Fulani and Fulani mtafanya wale Wakikuyu, maybe Wakikuyu wenye wako Lamu ama wenye wako Rift Valley ama mahali kwingine wateseke sababu nyinyi mmeamua kuchagua. I think for me that's what I've understood. That's what maybe what she's tried to say. Sisi tukichagua Fulani, sisi tunafanya watu Fulani maybe wataumia ama watateseka sababu tumechagua. Sasa tukisipochagua mtu Fulani, sasa hao Wakikuyu wenye wako Lamu ama wako Mpeketoni ama wenye wako mahali Rift Valley, the same thing. Tumekuwa tu wenye wakiuziwa uoga, they've been told msipochagua Fulani, this is what is going to happen. So are we going to vote for people like unajua huyo mtu si mzuri but unaogopa are we going to vote for bad leadership yet we expect them to give us good services juu tunauziwa uoga. Sasa tuchague wale wenye tunajua si wazuri juu usipomchagua unajua sasa hauna mtaambiwa sasa nyinyi rudini Mount Kenya, wewe umetoka Mount Kenya na wewe ni Mkikuyu, wewe hufai kuishi mahali, hufai kuishi Rift Valley. Then we end up electing the bad leaders, then we'll be back here trying to say that this should be done. Now ndio sisi ndio tuliwachagua, ndio tuliambiwa, but as for now sisi we have the power as the people, like we have to vote in for good leaders and we have to vote for good leadership, si kuambiwa tusichague fulani, sababu usipomchagua this is what is going to happen to you and to your people. Thank you. That's what I've understood from
Okay,
his
thank you, Shiko. That's very clear, and that is where everybody stands, I believe, in the new Kenya. Nobody should be forced to vote a certain way. We did that debate here, as we were informed by Mandago. Everybody's free to vote anyhow they want. If you must vote for anyone so that you remain in a place, you're voting out of fear, and that slavery, you will never end it as long as you play in the wings of those, in the whips of those that want you to vote that way. So we want these elections to be historical, where everybody's free to vote and they vote freely, so that we have a president that cannot be held hostage. We have leaders who are able to deliver on what they are supposed to deliver without being under undue pressure. And so Wakikuyu, Waluya, Wajaluo, Wakisi, wale mko sehemu zote za nchi hii, mko na uhuru wa kupiga kura vile mnataka. Kama kuna kiongozi anakuambia lazima umpigie kura, la sivyo atawa displace, mreport to the nearest police station, alafu sisi wengine tutashikilia hapo na yeye lazima atashughulikiwa. Hakuna haja ya mtu yeyote kutafuta urais, kutafuta ugavana, kutafuta UMP, kutafuta MCA kwa kutumia damu ya watu. Hiyo hairuhusiwi sasa, hairuhusiwi milele. Huo ndio msimamo. Asante. Bwana Katwe, karibu.
Asante sana Bwana Bernard, and I really want to thank you because you really try to give some pro bono to our UDA members. They are not paying for it, and it's a good thing that we are going to bring back the sanity. I remember when Trump was wanted to take over the United States, he said that I'm going to make America great again. And for this reference, I want to say that we are going to bring back the sanity of elections to this country once and for all. It has to start from you. It has to start from me. Whether you are a Kalenjin, whether you are a Kikuyu, whether you are a Luya, it has to start between me and you. So Solomon has really sparked some very interesting debate, and it's a good thing that he's here. We say that nothing happens without a reason, and by him being here, he has really juggled our minds on how to educate them even further. And I really want to that this Ministry of Agriculture has been like a prison for the government, because the government has really tried to revive this section for the longest time. Because I do remember even his UDA godfather was once the Minister for Agriculture during that time when they were called Minister for Agriculture, and actually he did a very bad job during that time that prompted him to be sacked by the former Prime Minister of the Republic of Kenya. If it weren't that Mwai Kibaki decided to bring him to one thing I want to remember the achievement of Munya, and that is you saw the president. The president only recognized one person during the Sagana 3 on record, and that is Peter Munya alone. He recognized Peter Munya amongst a lot of people there, and this is because Peter Munya has really worked on this docket. However, it had already sunk. Peter Munya has already is almost bringing buoyancy to a point that people are now trying to see what Peter Munya has done, because you can remember the Ahero irrigation scheme that and the Munya scheme that is being fed by the Thiba Dam. The Thiba Dam was supposed to be constructed alongside the Kimorer and Aron. Look at now, Thiba Dam is complete. It is feeding Munya irrigation scheme. Now we are not buying rice from Pakistan. We are buying, the Ministry of Defense is buying actually rice from Munya scheme. So now I'm trying to get this point that you check even the Kenya Meat Commission. The president told us used to slaughter. Is that not an achievement? Look at the KTDA sector that was managed by a lot of cartels in terms of Kama Mimi. I know I come from an area that is widely with the you find that instead of us getting our dues, unapata we get the least dues amongst all the KTDF farmers. Look at the agriculture sector in terms of what we plant in Kisii, the bananas. They've really gotten a lot of market because of the reforms that have been brought by Peter Munya. I wanted to challenge him to understand the difference between the local consumer products and the export products, because the national government only comes in when the national exports are affected. Things like tea, things like what we call, even right now, nothing what we call mchele. The government will come in because it doesn't want the export to be, and that is why you find that things like Korosho that is mentioning, it's like telling us that 1,000 shillings can affect a balance sheet of 20 million. Honestly, that is being unfair to our government. The point is that why are they not going to their national, their county government to question these things? Because we have very interesting MPs from the coast. We have the Nyali MP who makes a lot of noise in public. They do not want to accept that these are just bloggers. They are not even leaders, because how can you make a lot of noise in public, but when it comes to, because the first mandate of an MP is capital legislation. Why will somebody go outside there, make a lot of noise that they've not listened to me? And it is even interesting that you find that these people make a lot of noise and they say that the government, the parliament has voted against them. Yet when it comes to very crucial matters that they have interest in, they will rush to court. Why are they rushing to court? It is very interesting, even right now, that you find that the senator for Nandi was very quick to ask for a special sitting in the Senate to discuss about the change of guard of the deputy president. Yet right now we've been having insecurity in the Kerio Valley for over 3 months. I've not seen this person call for a special sitting in the Senate to discuss the security issue. So it is about the hypocrisy that comes from the other side, saying that just because a bird is flying in Mexico, it is going to bring a tsunami in Kenya. How is it going to bring a tsunami? Yet it is not something that is affecting the national government. People should have this sensitization that there are things that are being affected by the national government. There are things that are being affected by the county government. They should understand which one was involved, which one was not involved. Because in this case, we've not had the county governor speak about education because it's not involved. But when it comes to agriculture, it has been devolved. That is why I'm again posing a challenge to him. Raila has already brought up a point in his manifesto that is saying that every county is going to spearhead, that every county will have one giant product. What is the brigade of UDA doing? They are doing nothing. The only thing they do in their agenda is to say ule mtu akitendawili. Baba is bringing a lot of things in his manifesto to help the common mwananchi. I'm talking about even the governors themselves, because agriculture is a devolved government. Why haven't we seen the Lamu government go outside the country to look for actually the market for the corrosion they are saying? The governors have that mandate to go and look for international markets. They've not done that. So when your markets are so poor, why will you come saying that it is Peter Munya? Yet the person that Peter Munya took over was from Mount Kenya region too. It's not about the Mount Kenya region. It's about a person who is working on that docket. It's about the integrity of that person. It's about the morality of that person. So if Peter Munya has been brought to, as one of the best persons that has worked, is because it's true he has worked. And remember this, choosing a running mate for this, and I'm bringing it to a close, that to the point of today, choosing a running mate from any part of the country will depend on politics. Let us be honest in this. But you see, again, the deputy president has brought another issue here of loyalty. He has brought fear to every presidential aspirant, that now you have to question loyalty of your running mate, because you do not want to see such kind of problems. And I tell you this, that God forbid, if the deputy president was going to be elected in this country, the next day he will do is to rush to the parliament to change the powers of the deputy president, to render him to become a vice president, because he also doesn't want to experience such problems that he has been causing to his boss. The deputy president will be the first one to try and implement the BBI, because one, he knows the BBI was very beneficial. He's telling us that you do not need a document to put in 35% to the counties. Yet, we do not have that clause that is prompting. So now we shall be at the mercy of the parliament to have the 35%, yet we can have a law that dictates the government, the parliament, the budget allocation committee to do the 35% to the counties and not the 15%. Come on, the BBI, even when you check on the Supreme Court case, no petitioner was saying that the BBI was bad. They were only saying that the process was bad. But the BBI was very good to each and everyone. That is why I'm saying the hypocrisy from the other side is very much alarming. The prowess by these people to bring a lot of propaganda, and that is why you see such a kind of a young man. When you look at him, you try and you start pitying him, because he doesn't have the facts. He doesn't have anything to bring on the table. When he was talking about the Mount Kenya say that that William Ruto is bad, nothing is cast on stone. You can marry a wife today and you find that she's a witch. Will you continue being with this witch? Sorry, will you continue being with this witch? There is a lot of echo coming from your side, Bernard. You cannot continue being.
Begin to summarize. Time, eh?
All right. I'm summarizing. So what I wanted to tell, actually, even the panelists here, Solomon is back now that he's back. I wanted to tell him this, that he should go and learn about the mandate of the county government and the mandate of the national government. Do not be mistaken. And if today you find that there's a problem within whatever that you're trying to bring about, kindly try and seek other legal avenues for your voice to be heard. And your voice can only be heard through the ballot by choosing leaders, not because you love them, but because you feel, you know, and they are going to work for you. People have been voting because of emotions. That I don't love Raila. Myself, I've never seen Raila with my eyes, and I don't even know if I can ever love him if we have an engagement. But because I know the track record of what he has done to me, I am going to vote for it. This is not a romance competition. This is not a romance thing that we should be saying that now that I love Ruto, I should vote in Ruto. Oh, that is very wrong to say that. Thank you so much and good night.
Okay, thank you, Katwe, for that. I believe that's clear enough. I hope there's no question. Thank you. Nataka turudi kwa Solomon amalize nini alikatiwa kabla kumaliza. Baadaye ndio tumsikilize nani huyu. Nani amedrop tena? Kulikuwa na Douglas. Sawa, Solomon karibu.
Okay, asante. Nafurahi sana kwa mjadala uko sawa na kwa comments zenu pia ziko sawa, mimi na appreciate. And another thing, nafurahi kwa sababu najua kuna watu walamu wanafuatilia huu mjadala na wamesoma vitu mingi kutoka kwa hiyo mada nimeraise. And I am very happy from my fellow young men and women who are there. Mi tu nikimalizia na juu sina mengi, pia nikapumzike, na swali tu moja ningependa kuuliza, pengine mtanijibu. Leo baba alijoin handshake, mnasema Kenya iko na amani. Tunauliza hivi, kwa hivyo Kenya itakuwa na amani mpaka lini after handshake? Ama after handshake Kenya itakosa kuwa na amani tena? Hapo ndipo tuko, kwa sababu inaonyesha bila baba kuwa ndani ya handshake Kenya hizi kuwa na amani. So ni nani atakayekuja kuweka amani Kenya? Ni mimi, ni wewe, ama mpaka baba ile siku atahama duniani, Mungu akipenda, wakati wake kitakapofika ndio kutakuwa na amani, ama ni vipi? Sababu na believe everybody is a leader, but wakati viongozi wengine wanapoinuka wanakanyagwa chini, kwa sababu kuna viongozi wengine pengine wako pale fulani wanataka kwa bado wana superior. But mimi na believe wewe na mimi tunaweza weka amani Kenya, ili mradi tu niweze kusapotiwa na community. Alamsiki.
Bwana Solomon, unaibua maswali kweli. Basi subiri hapa, majibu yanakuja. Katwe. Half a minute, Katwe, please.
I want to answer him in a very quick way that you remember what the president said after the handshake. He said that we spent almost 3 years from the pre-election period to the post-election period. And that is why when the BBI task force was going around, they said that for us to avoid this, because we lost 1 trillion in 2017 because of elections. So if we were to cut all this down, it doesn't matter who lost, who won, this BBI was going to run even up to 20 years, 30 years to come. So if we are to cut this down, the people, it suggested that let us extend the executive, that even those people that have not been able to win this election, or rather maybe came second or whatever, that we are going to satisfy everybody by the extension of the executive. So it's not about Raila Amolo Odinga, it's about the extension of the executive, that every voice has to be heard in the part of the executive. Why don't we have the judiciary crying? Why don't we have the parliament crying? It's only the executive. So that was what the BBI was going to solve, and it was shut down. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Katwe. Yes, Bantu?
Mimi yangu ni hapa sasa. Mimi nataka kumalizia kijana. Leo unauliza baba alipokuja handshake ikaleta amani, lakini wewe uko na macho. Wewe uko na macho. Si kipofu. Ni bado you are very young. Unaona matokeo yalipotokea baada ya handshake. Haina haja uende mbali sana utafute. Ilipotokea handshake, kila mtu anaelewa amani ilitokea. Kila mtu, nafikiria ni wewe tu ndio ambaye huwezi kuona, jihesabu.
Kwa hivyo ilikuwa tu baba ashibe peke yake.
Wachana na baba.
Subiri Solomon, ndakupatia muda wa kurejelea.
Wachana na baba, wewe unamkashifu baba bure, na huyo rafiki yako hata sahii anatajwa mara 100 huko Hague, huko anatajwa huyo ambaye wewe unakaa nyuma yake.
Bantu, you have made your point. Thank you Bantu. Arun, half a minute.
Yes, asante sana Mr. Panad. Mungu ni mzuri. Nimeanza kupata afueni kwa sababu ya hizi za hapa na pale. Ndugu Solomon, nataka nikuambie hivi. BBI matumuni yake ilikuwa kusuluhisha upuzi ya IBC kutotangaza matokeo vizuri. So ile siku Chebukati ataamua kuacha kudoctor figures, kama ni William Samoei Ruto awa anapata kura vile umempigia kutoka kwa kituo mpaka matangazo inaenda mpaka National Tallying Center, hizi handshake hazitakuwa. Mtu atakuwa anakuja kubeg kazi, tafadhali si unipatie, si eti mkono kwa sababu eti maybe inchi inaharibika. No, kitu ya kwanza IBC ifanye uchaguzi wa huru na haki. The issue of handshake itakuwa ni mkono wao unaendelea na kazi na mwingine anangoja miaka mitano. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Bwana Solomon, kabla urejelee naomba tu kuulize umepiga kura ya mara ngapi?
Sasa nafikiri mara yangu ya 3.
Sorry?
Itakuwa ni mara yangu ya 3.
Hii mara yako ya 3.
Yeah.
Na kila mwaka tumekuwa na handshake? Kila mwaka wa kura?
Na Simona hata wakati kulikuwa hakuna handshake, wakati Raila alikuwa
nakuuliza 2013 ulikuwa hapa?
Nilikuwa.
Kulikuwa na handshake?
Kulikuwa kuna handshake.
Kulikuwa na amani?
Amani ilikuwa 2013 ilikuwa sawa.
Alafu so mbona swali lako linasema handshake ndio inaleta amani?
Unajua mimi na quote president. I'm quoting from the president. I'm quoting from the president. Kama sio handshake hakungekuwa na amani. That's where I'm quoting from.
Bwana Solomon, mimi naona wewe ni kijana shupavu tena mwerevu kabisa, okay?
Nataka nitoe statement yangu moja simple sana.
Subiri kwanza. Mimi nikisema leo saa ngapi? Sasa ni saa ngapi? Leo saa midnight, okay? Nimekutana na Solomon ambaye anatoka sehemu ya Lamu, okay? Katika maongezi yangu na Solomon na conclude kwamba huyu ni kijana anayependa Kenya, okay? So that my conclusion is out of this event. I will not say that watu wote wa Lamu okay, tangu jadi, okay, hawapendi amani, because I've not met you, I'm meeting you now. So the handshake was for 2017. The president was addressing 2017 issues, okay, and he said navigating from 2017 to now, it was impossible without what? The handshake. So he's happy because of that. He was not making a constitution provision or a precedence that we must follow the handshake if we are going to retain peace in the country. I didn't see that from the president's speech, unless wewe unifafanulie.
Sawa, twende pamoja tu. Wacha tupate wengine kidogo time mwingi mjadala, nitafuta maji ya kunywa kisha nirudi.
Bernard, unmute brother.
Sorry, thank you. Bwana Solomon, itasema kama vile Yesu alisema. Yesu alisema huko mbali sana na ufalme. Wewe tulia tu, okay?
Siwezi kuja huko.
Kenya tuko na shida nyingi. Kenya tuko na shida nyingi na hii shida imekaa kwa muda mrefu. Haiwezi kutatuliwa na tukio moja. Okay? Na sisi kama vijana lazima tuamini kwamba tutatatua hatua kwa hatua mpaka tufikie kilele cha haya mambo yote. Tukienda kuyatatua mara moja na yamekuja tangu siku za mababu zetu, hatutaweza kutatua, yatatuweza na yatatumaliza. So kuna mambo ambayo nasema mimi nitatatua, mengine nitapitisha kwa watoto wangu watatue, alafu watoto wao watatue, lakini mwishowe tutafanya nini? Tutayatatua. Kwa hivyo nchi iko na shida, ndiyo, uongozi umekuwa na dosari, uchaguzi umekuwa na dosari, lakini hatuko mahali tulikuwa. The election of 92, 97, 2002 and 2022 is going to be a huge improvement and step forward. So as young people, we need to forge forward with that perspective, other than us having that defeatist mentality of things will never change, leaders will always be what they are, and nothing will change in this country. Sawa sawa Bwana Solomon.
Sawa, nafurahia nimepata point yako. Pia mimi ningeambia vijana as tunaendelea katika hii mambo na election, twende tukisoma hapa, tunasoma hii darasa, tunaenda tukielewa kila wenzetu. Na pia tutakapokuwa tukichagua viongozi, mara hii tuchague kiongozi kulingana na utendakazi wake, kulingana na yale ambayo anazifanyia jamii yake na community kwa pamoja. Na vile vile tuendelee kuwachambua. Juni wengi wanakuja, wachambue kwa zaidi ili tuweze kuchagua the right person. Na kwa watu kama sisi ambaye tuko hapa pwani kidogo, ningeguzia sisi mara mingi tumekuwa tukiambiwa chagua huyu. Uhuru alipokuja the first time wachagueni huyu, tukachagua. 2017 akaja akasema twendeni na Jubilee, tukaenda na Jubilee. Kusema kweli hapa Pwani Jubilee imetesa watu, sisi chama kijatusaidia. Na aliyeshinda si ambaye saizi yako katika kiti, na aliye katika kiti alimeshindwa kutimizia mpaka Uhuru ila alichomwaahidi atamtimizia. Baada ya maendeleo amenyima. Wale aliwa promise atapatia title deed pia hivyo hivyo, sababu Uhuru alimwamini akawafungia, ukapata uporaji umeendelea kuwa mwingi. So tusichague chama kwa sababu tumeambiwa na kiongozi fulani, tuchague kiongozi wa chama fulani. Tuchague kiongozi kulingana na jinsi ambavyo ataweza kufanya nini, kufanyia wananchi kazi, lakini si kwa sababu tuko katika chama fulani. Najua sasa hizi tutakuwa na Azimio na tutakuwa tuko na UDA. Ikiwa mpenzi wako unamwona katika UDA na unaona hawezi kufanya kazi, muache tuende kwa Azimio mchague. Sisi kama hapa sasa hizi Lamu tumeamua tutachagua madoadoa. Suti tumevaa, tukakosa kupiga pasi, ikachanika, tumebaki tukilia, tunatembea na suruali imetoboka nyuma mara mbili. Sasa mara hii tutavaa vest na kinyasa, juku kuna joto. Tutavaa kinyasa yenye imekatika mguu moja na moja ni mrefu. Tutavaa slippers ya blue na yellow ili tuweze kuchagua wale ambao sisi tunawataka. Nafikiri kwangu niko clear kabisa mpaka hapo Bwana Bernard.
Bwana Solomon, I love your style of thinking. Lakini baada ya kuchagua hiyo nusu mguu, nusu nini, nusu baadaye utaonekanaje sokoni?
Unajua muhimu ni kile ambacho ndaweza
kuna kofia ya yellow, shati ya red, suruali ya blue, na mkono ingine ni ya white. Utakuwa Christmas tree ama itakuwa vipi?
Tutakuwa tumetengeneza maua mazuri yenye mimi nakuogopa, wewe unaniogopa. Mimi najua wewe ninakuogopa sababu umetoka upande mwingine, sijui kama unanichunguza. Lakini wakati tumetoka kwa nyumba moja, yai moja tumevunja pamoja, sikuogopi. Unajua nitaiba hapa, ndio unasikia Uhuru akisema deputy president ni mwizi, na yeye deputy president anasema kule kumeibiwa. Si wote wajishike wajifungie basi waende jela wote kwa pamoja. So wakati tunachagua madoadoa, sisi tutakuwa na uwezo wa kulindana. Hawa ni fisi, kaumbwa kadogo, kaumbwa kakubwa, kaumbwa ng'ombe kako pande huu. So utapata mimi nakuogopa, unaniogopa. Kwa hivyo tunafanya kazi jinsi ambavyo inavyostahili. Lakini kusema tunachagua suti tena sisi hapa kwetu Pwani tumesema
Bwana Solomon, I appreciate your stand, okay? And it's a good one. Only that it cannot be a uniform law, okay? It cannot be a uniform law. If it's generally applicable, it's going to end up into problems. You understand that? Ulifanya ile 844 multiple choice questions. Umefikia ile maswali ambayo hujui jibu. Alafu nasema nimeweka B mingi, wacha niweke C. Hapa nimeweka D nyingi, wacha niweke A. Namna hiyo ukifanya karatasi hivyo utafaulu.
Ndio hivyo, lakini sasa unajua si mtihani huu.
So ni lazima watu waachiliwe, wakuwe huru, wadadisi mambo, wachague. Kuna sehemu suti itafanya kazi, kuna sehemu kwingine itakuwa suti, itakuwa mix and match, hiyo ingine itakuwa madoadoa. Lakini tukisema wote tuchague madoadoa, we will end up having the same problem, okay? For example, the tussle between UDA and Jubilee that has gone on for the 5 years. Umeona shida ile imekuwa. Mswada ukikuja watu wa UDA wanaenda hivi, watu wa rais wanaenda hivi, ndio watu wa ODM wanakuja kusaidia rais, ndio mambo yasonge mbele. Okay? So mkichagua hiyo madoadoa kwa MCAs na nini, vivyo hivyo county government zitakuwa hivyo na zitavutana for 5 years, no development. Tena mtaenda kuchagua madoadoa. So lazima kuje hapa ili achukue vizuri. Alex, say something before we hear from Nicholas.
Anaona shida saa moja ako nayo. Ameona shida saa moja ako nayo.
Shida ya saa moja umeiona Bwana Solomon?
Naiona kiasi. Wacha nikwambie kitu kimoja.
Alichaguliwa kwa chama ambacho MCA karibu wote sio kwa hilo chama. Wamemuimpeach hadi baba amekuja kumsaidia ndo kazi iendelee. na hiyo ndo shida mnaitaka nyinyi, na hiyo ndio unahitaji wewe, ndo ujue madoadoa haisaidii katika serikali ya ugatuzi.
Bwana Alex, nitakwambia kitu kimoja. Najua siasa za huko nyanda za juu na za hapa kwetu chini pwani ziko tofauti kidogo. Sisi hapa kwetu pwani tunaamini kitu moja, tunaamini mtu, hatuamini chama. Na ukiangalia kama saizi governor mwenye kwa saizi alikuwa wa Jubilee, senator ni wa Jubilee, women rep ni wa Jubilee. Na I think mnaona vitu kwa zinafanyika huku Lamu County. Hata mnaona mpaka senator wetu jinsi anavyofanya vituko. He is not a performance person. Sababu gani? Tuliambiwa chagua Jubilee. So sisi saizi tumeamua ni utenda kazi na mtu. Kidogo huko nyanda za juu kuna utofauti kidogo, sababu ya vyama, sababu ya huko kidogo ya politics is different from the lower part of the Kenya. So I think ndio tofauti yetu.
Tana River iko pwani, Tana si iko pwani. So nimekupa mfano uko karibu na wewe ndugu yangu. Tana iko pwani na umeona shida imeikumba, na hiyo shida ilikuja kusaidiwa na Raila na wengine, ndio maendeleo yaendelee kule, kwa sababu kuimpeach governor was not the solution. The solution was so that the county can continue working. So ndio maana I am just telling you that what you are asking for is not something very practical.
Okay, thank you thank you Alex. Bwana Solomon, I will leave you with this, okay? Your line of thought is okay. It's good to ventilate. But there is precedence. Precedent meaning the wise decision. Huwezi kulaumu chama kwa tabia mbaya ya viongozi. Okay? Alafu ukiona kama uongozi tuseme wa county unahitaji chama, okay? Wewe unasema utaki vyama, unataka watu. So hawa watu wameingia ndani hawana accountability, okay? Wakati wanaanza kuiba utawapeleka wapi? Kwa mfano, kwa Aisha Juma najua unamjua, okay? Alipoamua kujiunga na UDA, si watu wa ODM walimchukulia hatua mpaka yuko kotini kwa sababu ya hiyo. So hiyo kuwa katika chama inasaidia kuleta nidhamu, lakini ukileta hawa individuals ambao they are accountable to themselves, tena watakuletea kizaza. Ukikumbuka inaitwa Makueni County, the last term ilivunjwa, that's MCA wakaenda nyumbani, Kibwana katawala peke yake miaka 5. Nakumbuka hiyo. Yeah, because of that. So when animosity, when decisions are not made holistically, like you use one problem to solve all problems, what happens is that those all problems don't get solved, they just get embounding on you. So naomba watu wa Lamu na sehemu yote ya pwani mkakuwe na vikao vizuri, mkaelewe haya mambo vizuri, mkaelezewe. Msiambiwe tu sisi hatufuati chama, tunafuata mtu, hatufuati mtu, tunafuata chama. That's too general to make a decision over. If you do that, you will get yourself in the same place and you will have yourself to blame. And this is general to everybody everywhere. It is important that when we are a democratic wherever nation, let democracy have its way. And let us learn to work within the democratic space. Because if somebody breaks the law, he will be taken to court according to the existing law, not our imagined law or our preferred law. Sijui kama inasaidia. Naomba tuachie hapo, tumpatie Nicholas nafasi aongee, Douglas. Alafu wale watu mko nyuma ya curtain tafadhali, naomba. Ni wang'oe ama mtokezee. Ni mtu mmoja tu ameomba ruhusa, ni Shiko. Nicholas, upo?
Nipo.
Haya, moja kwa moja tafadhali.
Ningependa kuongea kuhusu huyu jamaa anaitwa Peter Munya. Mimi mwanzo sijaona kama Peter Munya akona kosa lolote kuwa hata running mate wa kwenda Azimio, lakini kuna kasoro naona. Ukichunguza wale madeputies tumekuwa nao kutoka mwanzo, kutoka Joseph Murumbi, Josephat Karanja, huyu jamaa George Saitoti, ukiangalia wengi wametoka Central. swali langu ni hizi kabila zingine zitapewa uongozi lini? Kwa sababu sasa ukiangalia na ukifanya hesabu ile imefanya na Uhuru alifanya it was a wise decision. Ukiangalia Nyeri wamepata president, walikuwa na Kibaki. Kiambu walikuwa na Josephat Karanja na wamekuwa na Kenyatta mara mbili, wamekuwa na Kenyatta baba na Kenyatta kijana. Murang'a hapo ndipo wametoa Mount Kenya Foundation. The upper east, the upper central, Meru, Tharaka Nithi, Kirinyaga, Embu hawajaipata that position. So according to me, ndio kufikiria Uhuru akichagua Munya alikuwa anajaribu kuduaza kabila hizi zingine, watu wasione Central imechukua uongozi sana kwa muda, wacha tuwapee wale watu wengine. Mwanzo nilikuwa naona kama angepatia mtu kama Waiguru alifanya makosa kwenda upande wa wizi. Karua hajaamua. Karua she's a tough lady, ni vigumu sana kufanya kazi naye, so hawezi kubali kupea Karua. So choice ya Munya, it was the best choice, but the wrong choice to the other tribes, because now what will happen to the other tribes? Regarding Ruto saying that he has accepted the position of the president, it's okay, but now there's something wrong that Uhuru did at the same time. When you are a husband, okay, sorry to say this, na mtu asinibebe kwa ubaya. When you're a husband and you have an issue with your wife, it's you to deal with your wife. Don't go and tell the children. We are the children. We the voters are the children. If you have the issue with your deputy president, he should have gone, dealt with him. Now my question was, now Ruto will not comment about, and you listen to him, he will not talk about what the president said. I'm not supporting Ruto now because now I definitely know he's a thief. And this other side of Azimio, I'm okay with it. I'm okay with Raila, because I know him during the era of Josephat Karanja, when Timothy Njoya, when they were being beaten for the liberation in 1997. Another question is, now we have been forced. Now Uhuru is like forcing us now to vote him, when he was the same person who was saying he would have allowed us to choose to make our own choices. So I feel that the choice of Munya was right. The comments of Ruto were right, but I still feel we don't need a running mate from Central. We need a running mate from another region. Let's try another region. We see what can happen, because we have had a lot of those people. We're talking about, if you can count all of those vice presidents and the deputies, we have everything. Now we need to change, and we need to go and try another place. Let's try another tribe, and we see what will happen. That's my opinion. Nimemaliza Bernard.
Swali. Bernard, unmute.
Thank you Aaron. Thank you Nicholas kwa maoni yako. Labda kwa vile umesema Uhuru ni rais wa Kenya, na ndoa ziko na masuala yake. Kuna masuala ya ndoa tutamalizia huko chumbani, mengine yatafika sitting room, mengine yatahitaji wazee kuketi. So hatuwezi tumia hiyo sheria ikakuwa applicable kila mahali. Na kuna vile kama mwanaume wa nyumba, kuna swala ambalo utamaliza na kutoa macho, ingine kuinua sauti, ingine ni kunyamazia tu. So kuna vile ambavyo unapatia muda mwenzako kurekebika, lakini yeye anaendelea. Anaona kwamba kunyamaza kwako ndio unyonge wako. Afike mahali ambapo umemseti na yeye ajui umemseti, anaanza kupanda kipanda. Sasa afike mahali ambapo atajimaliza mwenyewe. And that's what I think has happened to one deputy president. It is important when you're in a relationship to understand that kuna siku zangu na siku za mwenyewe alafu kuna limits. So there has been a very bad example set by the deputy president against the president. In my opinion, President Uhuru Kenyatta has been very lenient. He's one kind of husband that I think every woman would want, because he has been very patient. For him to come out with an outburst now, after almost 5 years, hiyo ni ngoma. Kwa sababu hata ingekuwa mimi, nakuonyesha mlango hiyo siku. Kwa sababu kama kazi lazima ifanywe, na wewe unaharibu hiyo kazi inafanyika, na kuweka nje kwanza ili tufanye kazi.
Okay, haina shida.
The rotation of deputy presidency ni politics. Politics lazima tu negotiate. Lazima tu negotiate na kila kitu yuko kwa balance. Na huwezi tumia 2017 ku decide 2022, huwezi kutumia 2013 ku decide 2017. Mazingara inabadilika, kwa hivyo lazima kila kitu yuko kwa balance. So tukipata rais kutoka sehemu moja, tupate deputy kutoka sehemu nyingine, alafu tutengeneze serikali ambayo iko balanced. Resources siende kila mahali. Hakuna mtu atakuwa na shida. Shida tu ni wewe unataka urais tena tukupatie udeputy alafu vitu zote upeleke kwenu. Hapo ndio ngoma itapanda. Lakini kama wewe utasimamia wote kama the children of the same father but different wives, but all of them are taken to school, all of them are clothed, all of them are fed, shida itatokea wapi?
Hakuna.
Yes, so
niko na kitu moja ningetaka kusema. Ruto is a serious thief kutoka 1992. So he is not new to Uhuru. Umeenda ukaoa mwanamke akona kasoro na unajua kuna shida. Kutoka 1992, what's new? Nini alikuwa anafunzwa kuhusu Ruto? We know he has been stealing since he was a minister. Now he has stayed with him he marries him akijua kuna shida, and instead of correcting him, he waits for 10 years. Anangoja miaka 10. Sasa that's when anaanza kuambia amezaa watoto, wamepata kazi, wako tu sawa. Na anaanza kuambia watoto baba, anaanza kuambia mama yake watoto mama akona kasoro. Atawarudisha kwa tumbo yake. Hapo ndipo kosa alifanya.
No, wewe bwana Nicholas. Mimi naona wewe ni mtu wa umri wa makamu, okay? So naamini uko na mke na watoto labda, okay?
Ndio niko nao.
Wewe ukiwa mke alafu arudi kwenu, alafu awaambie wa kwenu wakukatae wewe, okay? Ati yeye sasa ndio mzuri, yeye afanywe kiongozi kwenu na wewe utengwe. Will that work?
Ndoa ni ya nani? Ni wewe umeoa bibi ama ni familia yako? Ni wewe mwenye umeoa ama ni wewe ni mwenye familia?
Ndio nakuuliza. Kwa sababu
bibi ni yangu. Mke ni wangu, mimi ndio nafaa kuamua kama nitaka, mimi ndio nitachoose. Sasa nitasema sasa kuna mpaka, nitaset boundaries. Nisema sasa wewe ndio bibi yangu you have boundaries.
You're not understanding my question. My question is you have a wife, okay?
Yes.
You married her, you have a marriage, okay? But instead of her building your relationship with your brothers and your sisters and your other siblings, okay? She goes to market herself to your siblings, akiwaambia kukatae wewe, wamkubali yeye. Will that marriage work?
It can't work.
Yes. So what is the difference between my story and William Ruto?
If now my wife is going beyond, you just set boundaries. You make your stand. You tell her now, these are your limits. You cannot go beyond this point, and you don't wait until that time. You deal with it before it goes too far. Now it has gone too far, and now the wife might, at the end of the day, win in the process. Because now ni sawa tu hiyo, acha tumalizie hiyo hapo. Nilikuwa najaribu kusema
sawa, acha tumalizie hapa. Asante. Labda sijakupata kabisa, lakini tuachie hapo. Haruni?
Yes, asante sana Mr. Bernard. Ningependa kuuliza Shiku na Mr. Kamau. Unajua hii lugha yenye president alitumia, wao ndio wanaielewa kabisa. President kuna mahali aliguzia mambo ya roll 3 billion. Ni nani ambaye alimtaja kuwa maybe huenda alihusika kuhusu those funds which Arol and Kimwa Arel Dam in fact ilipata kufaidi watu wachache? Kuna yeyote kati ya our government officials ambaye alitajwa na president mwenyewe ama iko namna gani? Then kutoka hapo ndio hiyo ni swali watanijibu baadaye. So about topic ya leo, mimi nimefurahi sana kuona kuwa Deputy President ameaccept endorsement ya President Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta kuwa baba, in fact atafanya nini, atamrithi. I know haijakuwa ni rahisi hivyo, reason being yale makombora yenye alipata pale Sagana yalimshtua sana, na in fact mimi nasema kuwa ilikuwa justified kupata hayo makombora because Deputy President ameenda overboard sana, because ameachilia mara mingi sana ya kina Ichungwa, ya kina Ndindi Nyoro, ya kina Gachagua, wamekuwa wakirukia president na maneno mazito mazito, then kutoka hapo so the president vile alimjibu tu hivi, lazima angekuwa humble. Alafu tena jambo lingine, all the lies mingi zenye Deputy President amekuwa akibedel kuhusu eti sijui economy imekuwa mbaya. Mimi nimekuja kushangaa kuwa Ruto in 2013 they inherited economy of 5 trillion na sasa hivi wanaenda kuexit wakiacha economy ikiwa at 13 trillion mark. In fact hiyo ndio by the way mnaona kuwa barabara zinaendelea kujengwa, mahospitali zinaendelea kujengwa, mashule na miundo mingi kadhaa, even though ndio najua hakuna mazuri yanaweza fanyika bila kuwa na maua kidogo ama tushida hapa na pale, but huyu president amejaribu sana. Alafu tena jambo lingine ambalo limefanya the deputy in fact awe humbled ni kwa sababu the fallout manze ya deputy president na Uhuru mwenyewe ndio tulikuja kugundua kuwa handshake ikifanyika, deputy president in fact alikuwa anajua, but the deputy president kwa sababu ya ile siwezi sema anakuanga na kichwa ngumu, but ile ya kusema kuwa no, sisi ndio tuko na serikali, haina haja uende kufanya handshake na Raila, use the state power, au watu wakanyagwe. But the president akakuwa humble, akasema kuwa I have to go for handshake na peace ikaprevail. Hiyo inamaanisha nini? Hata alijengea Chebukati jina. Kama kuna mtu anastahili apongeze president sana ni Chebukati. Because hii nini haya mambo yote ambayo tunapitia, vile mliona niliambia Solomon kuwa in fact usilaumu mambo ya handshake mwenye alifanya ikuje kuwepo ni Chebukati. Kama Chebukati ange allow election iwe pangle, hii handshake haingekuwa, ingekuwa wazi kabisa. Fungua sava tuone, sava imefunguliwa, kila kitu imekuwa sawa. Lakini sasa jamaa amefinya sava mpaka saa hii, hata sijui iko wapi, sijui kama bado iko kwa mawingu ama iko Indian Ocean. So wakati tutakapopata electoral body ambayo inaweka vitu zinakuwa sawa, hatutakuwa tunasikia mambo ya handshake. Ingekuwa unashindwa namna hii, peana mkono na mambo inafanya nini, na mambo inakuwa inaenda mzuri. So hizi vitu zote in fact wakati president in fact ndio nawaambia kuhusu William Samoei Ruto, wakati aliona kuwa president ameenda for handshake, yeye akaona kuwa hiyo handshake ni kana kwamba Raila na watu wake wataletwa ndani ya serikali, wapewe vyeo, maybe watu wake wakuwe dropped kutoka kwa ministries kadhaa, ndio tunaona akapata kujiondoa kinini kisniper tu kiukando, but still is in government. But sasa ile kumuunga mkono the president, akaamua aweze akafanya nini, akamuunga. Ndio unaona kuwa amekuwa defiant kutoka hiyo wakati mpaka sasa hivi. Lakini mimi nashukuru tumekuwa na president, kama kuna president mzuri, oh my god, this president aingie kwa history. Yani mahali kama ningempata, ningemhagi nimwambie you are the president ambaye zaiona. Cause Amina. Mr. Bernard, back to you.
Thank you.
Ametoroka.
Alex, wachana na ancestor.
Lakini Bernard, niko na swali.
Uliza mimi.
Bernard, tuache siasa kando na tuwe hapa tuingishe ukweli kidogo, because truth will set us free. Rais alicheza siasa jana. Unakubaliana na rais kuwa Ruto alijua all the talks za handshake? Do you agree with that? Wacha siasa kando. Lakini nataka tu statement ya rais kuwa alijua, Ruto alijua kila jambo katika handshake. Do you trust what the president said?
I trust, because when the president confronted him at Bomas, he said, he's here, ask him. He did not deny. The only person who has been giving us double speech is the DP. Mara, he did not know. Mara, he saw them greeting each other. Mara, he knew they are coming to take over. Even if we want to defend the DP, we find it very difficult, because he gives us more reasons why we should doubt him than why we should believe him. The president is not a talking type, okay? But when he talks, he looks sincere, okay? And I have every reason to believe him, because he has no reason why he should call his kinsmen in his compound and lie to them.
Ni ukweli alisema, ni ukweli.
Unajua Bernard, don't answer this question in the light of thinking about the DP.
Order, Nicholas and Alex. Yes.
So Bernard, don't answer the question in the light of looking at the DP and his inconsistencies.
Yes.
The question is, do you believe the president when he said that Ruto knew all the negotiation with, because at some point he said walimwambia kaa ngumu. After wakamwambia kaa ngumu, did he continue to talk with them, or some things changed?
Bernard,
yes,
please.
yes, Selina.
Thank you. Wakati waliunda ile kamati 9, president alisema, aliuliza deputy president, wale watu ya PPI wale walikuwa natengeneza mkataba, alimuuliza, wase watatu ni wewe mwenyewe ulinipatia. So wakati hiyo walikuwa najua pamoja, na akampatia watu ya kumwakilisha kama deputy president, Raila akitoa watu yake, na akasema mmoja ilikuwa ni kutoka Samburu, sijui mmoja ni kutoka hapi. Yale deputy president mwenyewe alipeana majina yake. So Alex, ukiuliza hiyo ni swali rais alituambia. Mimi tukitengeneza nilikupatia watu 3. Na rais akatoa ingine, na Raila akatoa yake. So hapa ukisema ati kama ilikuwa ni ukweli ama si ukweli, ile kitu rais alisema, walisema kaa ngumu, alimwambia, unakumbuka walikuwa nasema Raila amejiapisha awekwe treason kwa sababu ni serikali, na wakasema Raila amejiapisha kama people's president. So akusema rais ya Kenya. Alafu Uhuru akasema hawa watu waliniambia nikae ngumu, lakini huku watu yangu wanaumia. So alimwambia uko na serikali, simama imara, wacha watu wauawe ama tuchape Raila, tuendelee kupika tiakas. Na Uhuru mwenyewe wakati Raila alisema, wakakomea Fitco, wakasema Safaricom, wakasema Brookside, na hiyo vitu yote wakati Raila aliambia watu muachane naye. That is the time serikali ilikuwa imekawanyika kabisa, na hivyo ndio Uhuru alisikia uchungu. So kweli Rift Valley ama watu ya deputy president hawakukuwa na uchungu kwa sababu hawana biashara, hawana makioski. Nairobi ilikuwa inachomwa, wakipanda barabara Karia pande hii, West Cross pande hii, Rift Valley ilikuwa ni barabara moja ya kwenda nyumbani, hakuna mtu anakurutisha. So it is true ya kwamba rais alikuwa anasikia uchungu, lakini deputy kwa uwakili yake ama watu yake walijua Raila na Uhuru wakishikana vita Kenya itaisha. Lakini unajua hata mpaka saa hii kitendawili hiyo msee, hiyo ndio ilikuwa language ya kumaliza Raila. Today people are trying kusema Raila kitendawili msee kwa sababu Kenya bila vita imelete shida kwa watu wengine. Watu walitaka tuendelee kukawanyana ndio wapate nafasi ya kuponyoka. Lakini saa hii vile amani imekuja inakuwa ni ngumu. Unaita kitendawili watu wanacheka, unamuita Machina watu wanacheka, lakini samani ingekuwa ngumu sana. Nafikiri ni hayo tu.
Okay, thank you Mama Selina.
Mr. Bernard. Yeah, in fact ningependa kuuliza Alex, does he believe kuwa vile president alituambia kuwa Kenya we are losing 2 billion every day? Hiyo ni statement ilitoka kwa president mwenyewe. Does he believe so? Na kama ana believe so, if the president said Arol and Kimwarel kuna mtu pesa yake yani hiyo 3 billion ziliingia kwa mfuko yake, basi I believe the president huyo mwenye alituambia kuwa we are losing 2 billion daily, nina believe alituambia kuwa deputy president was briefed prior of the handshake manenos. So nina believe kuwa aliambia the deputy president, but deputy president akamwambia hapana, ka ngumu kama gumu, lakini the president akaamua kuchukua mkondo wa peace. Thank you so much.
Sawa. Alex, you have your response. Ama niseme ya kwangu tuende kwa Douglas.
So mimi ninasema hivi, siku ya handshake najua president lazima angemwambia deputy wake, lakini kusema kuwa alijua all the steps that led to that, rais alisema wakati wa siasa umefika, na wakati wa siasa ndio huu. Unajua siasa ni siasa, siasa nzuri, siasa mbaya, haina shida, ni siasa. The president was playing politics. It was not administrative duties. Where he went primarily for politics, and he played good politics. So mahali nasema kuwa alichapa politics nzuri ni ile kusema kuwa alimwambia kila kitu na watu wakakubali, lakini come to think about it, I don't think so. For me personal, hangefanya hivyo. That is my opinion.
It did.
Alex, unacheza hii mambo umetuambia unaenda kuona deputy kwa Washington DC, or are you the same Alex? Raisi hawezi sema uongo.
No, don't usiunganishe hiyo Mama Selina.
Nasema tu
unaunganisha hiyo kwa nini?
Okay.
So order Mama Selina. Thank you.
Kidogo tu Alex. No, kidogo tu. Tuliambiana hapa. Na ninashukuru leo ukiwa upande ile, kwa sababu hata hatuna watu ya UDA wanaweza sema ukweli. Hata mimi nilisema nikipatiwa kudepend deputy president, I can stand here na niseme facts, na vile umesema ni ukweli. Na pia wacha kuwekelea rais, kwa sababu Uhuru achuwangi uongo. Alisema nilimwambia deputy yangu mimi naenda kukutana na Raila. Akasema nilimwambia tribute yangu huyu msee anakuja, wacha mimi nimeenda tukutanie Harambee House. Akapigia simu akamwambia tumekubaliana, toa wase na we unataka na nani akuwakilishe. Tribute akapeana watu yake, rais akapeana watu yake. Raila mwenyewe hakujua ya kwamba Uhuru anamuplay na tribute yake. Kama Uhuru na tribute yake wangenyamaza vile walikubaliana, Raila hapo ndiye angecheswa. Lakini naye tribute kwa akili yake akajua huyu msee hii wanaita ya kitandawili, akiingia ndani na vile anajua vile Raila ako strong, na vile anajua Raila vile anajua kuingia na kuchomoa yote, he was so scared in the beginning ya kwamba nikiruhusu huyu msee akitendawili aingie karibu nimeisha. So he was trying to play politics ya kwamba Raila ni mtu akiingia ile chirafu ile akiweka tu kichwa hivi ukapatia tu hata hiyo shingo mrefu peke yake, mwisho atapomoa hiyo nyumba na kuingia. So kwa deputy president he was so smart, akifikiria kumaliza Raila ama vita iendelee, naye Uhuru watu yake wamemulilia na ameona fax ile imeendelea kwa nchi, na Uhuru sasa na yeye amejua nisipofanya hivi ukweli ya kwamba hakuna mtu ya Central hiyo vita, hakuna leo mtu ya Central kama hiyo maneno haingeisha ya handshake ya ukweli. Kuna watu wangetembea mahali, na Uhuru hata mwenyewe alikuwa anaenda Mombasa. Unakumbuka vile Hassan Joho alikuwa anafanya? Hakukuwa anaenda Kisumu, hakukuwa anaenda Western, ilikuwa tu ana hiyo Nairobi, kuna sehemu hata angetembea. So ukweli ni kwamba tukubaliane Alex, deputy alijua, but he was trying to be smart, vile alikuanga smart kwa wakati ya KANU. Lakini huyu Raila tuamini alishinda Moi. Moi alijaribu, lakini this man is very smart. Kibaki akakuja, wakamsukuma, alisurvive. Sasa Uhuru ndio huyu ni kijana. Unajua saa zingine hata saa hii nilikuwa nasikia akisema Machakos akiutui ati muniwachie Raila. Kama baba yake Moi ilimshinda kutoa Raila, kama Kibaki ile wanaitwa mnaita nini hiyo sasa? Hii wenye watu ya state, hii watu cream, ile Mount Kenya Mafia ile tuliambiwangwa samani. Kama Mount Kenya Mafia walishindwa na Raila, nyinyi sasa nyinyi ndio mnasema ati mtuachie Raila. Si mnaona vile amewamaliza? Alisema hata mlinitoa ODM, hautanifuata Jubilee, alimfuata hakufuata. Alisema Uhuru ni my brother, my cousin, my ndugu. Raila akasema Jaramogi akiwa vice president, mimi nilikuwa nabeba Uhuru, tulikuwa tunakaa State House, nyumba yao ilikuwa hii na yangu ilikuwa hii, na mimi nilikuwa brother ya Uhuru ninamubeba. Saa zingine wakiulizana brother, wanaanzia ile ya Jaramogi na Kenyatta wakikula pamoja, akibeba Uhuru kama ndugu yake mdogo. Tusidanganyane na vitu vingine. Watu wanajaribu kupima, atupimani hapa. Hata leo kama Uhuru angekuwa na iwe ni kura ile ya kura, hebu tuambiwe sasa Alex, kwa sababu wewe ni mtu nimeona unajua na umesoma na unafanya hii statistic ya Kenya. Uniambie kura ya baba ya 2017 ile alipata 6 ama 5. Can we today utuambie hesabu ya baba ile imeondoka mpaka akapaki na Luoland peke yake? Amefunga Western, amefunga Coast, Northeastern karibu yote ni yake. Mahali baba alikuwa na shida ni Central, na ndio hiyo Central imeingia. Ukambani unaona Wakalenjin, wakati Wakale walikuwa wamekataa kuenda viongozi kwenda kwa Raila, Wakalenjin raia walikuwa kwa Raila mpaka wakamuita Aramibe. Deputy president na viongozi ya Rift Valley walikuwa ya mwisho kufuata raia, vile sasa inafanyika kwa Kalonzo. Wakamba wameshaingia huko kwa baba, hata wajali Kalonzo aingie asipoingia walishaenda, wako ndani, wameoga na wamefika ndani. So hapa tukiongea, kwa sababu tunataka kuendelea hata mimi nafurahia hii Mtembei TV isiishe, lazima tulete issues tuseme. Alex, you are very smart, but I want you sahi usikuwe mtu ya Azimio, kwa sababu wewe uko hapo. Hebu niambie, kwa kura ya baba pila Chebukati yake tujue ni gani imereduce, ndio tuone anaongeza gani. Ni ile tu watu ya Central
Unajua
walisema
Mama
baba
Selina,
anataka tu.
Mama Selina, Mama Selina, nataka unisikize. Na kile ambacho ninauliza sio yale ambayo umejibu. Na nataka Bernard pia unisikize. I know the character of William Samoei Ruto. William Samoei Ruto is not a man who can be told that I'm going to speak with Raila Amolo Odinga anyamaze na asilete his forces waanze kupiga kelele. William Samoei Ruto does not have those characteristics at all. We know that. So wakati negotiations zilikuwa zinaendea kati ya rais na I am for the handshake. When I'm asking that, it doesn't mean that I'm not for the handshake. In fact, I have benefited from the handshake. I am a beneficiary of it. And when I'm asking this question, I am not saying that I'm against even Azimio. What I'm only saying is that siasa, rais alipiga hapo nzuri sana na alichapa Ruto 10-0 kwa sababu Ruto is not the kind of person ataambiwa tunaendelea kuongea na Raila na tunataka hii kitu come to an end so that we can do our jobs. Ruto anyamaze. I don't think Ruto is that kind of person. And I'm not saying I'm against the handshake.
There is where you have a say and there is where you have no say. Okay? The negotiation between Baba and Uhuru was such that Ruto was against. Okay? So Uhuru went against Ruto going to meet Baba. Remember what he said? Alimwambia akae ngumu. Secondly, it is William Ruto who was on national television and says before Raila called Uhuru, he called him. So
hao watu wanapiga siasa. That's why I'm saying there is politics there.
Ngoja, kama Ruto amesema Raila alimpigia yeye simu kwanza na yeye akapigia rais akamwambia kwamba Raila amenipigia simu. Unaona hiyo story vile inaenda? So
nyinyi hamwezi nijibu, acha Jared anijibu.
Ngoja, hapana wewe.
Hapana, wewe make up your mind.
It is not making up my mind. It is a fact that
no, there is no fact here. Hatujui kwa nini. We are all thinking about it.
The deputy president was even aware of the handshake before the handshake took place. The only thing I can agree with you is that where the president did not tell the deputy president about their talk with Raila about 2022. That was top secret. But this other thing, ceasefire and all that, that was there. But 2022, they kept on denying. Hii ni handshake too. Aina yote ya 2022.
Thank you for answering my question.
The 2022 part, that was top secret.
Thank you for answering my question. That is all I wanted, that not everything. The president played politics, akasema nilisema kila kitu. President played good politics there, akachapa Ruto 10-0, and Ruto went back to the drawing board. That's why you had him speak what he spoke today. The president is a clever man, is a wise man, and he knows how to throw his salvo. I was waiting for the deputy to respond, but it's a good thing he did not respond about that.
Naomba tusikilize hii kwanza ndio tusikilize nani huyo. Douglas amekuwa kwa hold for long.
Na wale wanaoendesha njama hii, nataka niwaeleze ya kwamba pengine waniue mimi, lakini sitarudi nyuma. Siwezi kurudi nyuma, kwa sababu Kenya ni ya Wakenya wote. Kenya si ya Wakenya wachache. Vitisho, njama hizi zote, kwa sababu ninajua hata yale mambo yanakuja hapa mbele ambayo imepangwa, but I'm ready for it.
Bwana Douglas.
Okay, thank you Mr. Bernard. Leo nimengoja sana. Naona
Thank you for your patience. Sorry, it's hitting.
Don't worry sir, it's okay. Now, ningependa kuanzia pale penye Solomon aliachia, ndo ningie mahali penye Alex ameachia. We need to ask ourselves what happened to us that we are less than 50 tribes, but we cannot be able to control ourselves in matters, elections and leadership. But Tanzania, our neighbor here, John Pombe Magufuli, our late good friend, has been elected from the minority tribe in Tanzania. And there was no chaos. The country was peaceful. So that is what we need to ask ourselves. And Solomon was to be here to know that it's not the handshake. It's not that every time we will be having a handshake. This is a foundation that was laid that will propel this country to greater heights, and it will bring an ending peace in the coming elections. And that is what was the basis of the BBI, that it could cure this disease that was started way back in 1963 between Kadu and the Kanu. For those who read, you all remember where this wedge was dug in between the communities. And that is when the tyranny of numbers started. In fact, the tyranny of numbers has not started in 2017. It started way back in the post-colonial era, when Jomo Kenyatta and Jaramogi Oginga Odinga are in power, and the subsequent leaders who came up. So that is where we need to teach ourselves. And then again, the issue that Alex was raising about the issue of the handshake, Uhuru invoked. There's a man I love reading, Robert Greene. The 33 strategies of war, strategy number 10, and that is what Uhuru invoked in the handshake, the deterrence strategy. You must be, for you to be able to show that you are somebody who can be feared. And in fact, Niccolo Machiavelli says leaders should be feared rather than beloved. And if you cannot be both, and if you cannot be then both, be feared and beloved at the same time. So Uhuru invokes the 10th strategy of war: unpredictability, madness, sudden and bold resolution. He stands out and goes and says, I'm going to meet my brother. Whatever was happening in the background, we don't know. And the deputy was not aware of that, because if he was to be aware of that, he could have invoked again another rule, number 8, where you always use the past things like Mzee wa Kitandawili, Muganga, and such like things. And the handshake could not have happened. It could have been suspended. It could have been blocked at all costs. So Uhuru is a very shrewd politician, I can say, very shrewd leader, and he might not have loved the country. You know, sometimes politics is a matter of interest. He might not have loved the country, but there was an interest he was chasing, and that is to be able to make his legacy be felt even after he exits the political scene. Now, let me come to the topic of today. I want to start from the reverse. DP Rutos accepts Uhuru's endorsement. When I listened to the deputy president accepting that Uhuru has endorsed Raila, it was not a genuine acceptance, because the statement that comes after that is, my competitor is not Uhuru, my competitor is Mutu wa Kitendawili. You see, the same talks they have been using previously, Mutu wa Kitendawili, he never even calls him Raila. It shows a man who is bitter, a man who was not accepted that you can't use the old tricks to win the current games. You must change the strategy. But Deputy President keeps on doing the same mistake, using the old strategies to win new games, and which is going to work against him. And again, he's now missing on strategy number 2, the counterbalance. Is it 2 or 3? Counterbalance. Don't panic when you are in the middle of war. Do not be threatened. Do not even answer them. Just treat them as if they were children. You will be able to balance your mind, because at times when you are heated, when the war is heated, you are bound to get off balance. You're bound to start throwing tantrums and saying things that cannot be able to take you where you want to go. So the DP is missing on that. And he does not want to tell his constituents that, look here, guys, we've lost this one. Let's prepare for the next one. Because if he told them that way, they will not believe in him when he comes next time he wants to stand for president. And that's why anakaa tu ngumu, lakini anajua this thing is gone. And again, now let me come to Oka Azimio edge close to a deal. Ultimately, whether in April, March, February, Oka is going to join Azimio. You listen to Jirongo, his speeches have been consistent. He speaks of mutukane mzee, we need him, he needs us, and such like. You listen to Gideon Moi, the same. The tide, the direction is they're joining Azimio. The only people who are not so sure whether they are joining Azimio or not is Martha Karua and Kalonzo Musyoka. But Kalonzo Musyoka does not have an option, because if he does not join, his people are joining Azimio and he'll be left. And when he'll be left at 68, next election he'll be 73. He will not have a say in Ukambani or in the country, because he could have become indecisive. On Peter Munya's issue, is he fit to be a DP? I think yes, I think no, I don't know. It's either way, because now we are dealing, this election is a unique one. Every region wants to have a stake in this. Unless the BBI goes through, then the arithmetic and then the calculations and then the plans strategy will change, even for the KK alliance. But if things remain constant, I do not think that Munya will be taken as a running mate. I do not. That is my personal opinion. I do not think. But if the BBI passes, then things might change. You might even get that Kalonzo is coming in as the DP, and then the prime minister, because now it will be the control of the government, it could be given to Central and such like things. But Munya is a good leader. Done anything. Look at the tea sector. The tea bonuses, even in our region, were very low. But nowadays, people are enjoying. The tea bonuses have risen. Hata kama haijapanda sana, but they have risen. And again, kuna wakati tulikuwa tunauliza, why is it that Mount Kenya wanapata bonus ambayo iko juu kwa majani chai, na sisi hapa Kisii tunapata bonus iko chini? Somebody was trying to tell us at the quality of their tea is higher than ours. When it goes to auction in Mombasa, they get higher prices than us. But again, those things are now coming. You look at the last time they were paying, the difference between the bonus that was paid in Mount Kenya and what was paid in Kisii, si haijaenda sana, imeachana kidogo. Meaning, this man is really doing, na aliua wale cartels ambao walikuwa. I one time worked in a tea factory, and when I was doing my internship, and I realized wale wakulima si eti ni ile pesa imetoka ng'ambo ndio inawafinya. Kuna cartels hapa katikati. You take your 40 kilos, at the end of the month, you have only 20 kilos. Where did the 20 go? Sio serikali imekula, there are cartels hapa katikati wamekula. But this man has really tried, and given an opportunity, I could back him for the seat of the DP if the arithmetics and the regional balances and the strategies all come to play. That is my submission, Bernard, today. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Douglas. I believe that's clear enough. Hakuna swali, tusonge mbele. Tumsikize Jared.
Thanks, the panelists for today. I want to just say two things to respond on what my brother Douglas has said. Douglas, there is a very big difference between Tanzania and Kenya. One is the attitude. As we started at the path of the country, both Tanzania and Kenya was a capitalist, and Tanzania is a socialist. So we have friends from Tanzania. They never take things materially. Everything is a communal. So there is no reason for fighting for anything. But for us, we were taught that you have to fight for everything, and that's a very quite difference between Tanzania and Kenya. Also, democracy. The democracy we were crying for in Kenya is way advanced than Tanzania. Actually, I was surprised that in some of my friends in Tanzania can give you a very huge chunk of land just to get them to Kenya. So we are day and night between Tanzania and Kenya. So Magufuli might have won, but did he win because he has all the powers to do whatever he wants to do? Check on the opposition in Tanzania. We cannot compare. So that is a very quite difference between that. Also, on the ANSEC, as my brother Alex was saying, I want just to, I do believe that the deputy president might have an idea, but he was not much aware of what was happening. And this is the reason. During that time, Uhuru was actually trying to see how to kill that opposition, to calm down the opposition. So he was negotiating actually with the Mudavadi, Karonzo, and with Tangura, so that they can leave Raila. But he realized that they have no much impact. Then he realized if he can get Raila, then he don't need all these other people. So if it could have been that Ruto knew, he could have gone to Mudavadi and all this, and these things would come out. So look at even Raila himself. He was not with his trusted people like Korengo. He was with Junaid Mohammed. So this was a high creative so that it would come through. There is a discussion you can discuss at high level that, hey, we want to see how to approach the opposition. We want to do this, to hear what is the feeling. But I'm very sure that they were not aware. If they could have been aware, I believe the president was honest, saying that he might have given him a call, few minutes, that hey, we don't be surprised, we're gonna have an answer today, and that one is way too late. I think that is what they meant, that he talked to him last, which even Raila had said that he called his other principals to tell them that there is something going to happen. So it was just informational that this thing is happening, don't be surprised. So I think the president was playing his cards very well for it to be successful. Now, coming to the topics of today, if I start from Peter Munya, Peter Munya has a good groundwork. I do believe now that he's not going for the governorship from Meru, he can actually mobilize numbers from there. But I don't see if there is any chances for him to be a deputy president, to be honest. I do think that still, when I look at, based on what experience, we have to remember what we have seen from deputy president. There is a precedent. I do think that they might come to settle on Peter Kenneth as a person who can play the game, not because he has numbers, and the numbers is just a game. Once they picked up and people will just follow him, because of how he has conducted himself. You have seen their position team to be in that position. That's what I believe, and that's what I think. Coming to Azimio and Oka, I was even actually surprised today to see that Jirongo was talking to Baba, asking him to be the chief guest at his function. How would you call Baba to be chief guest when you have Karonzo, who is your Oka, representing Oka. That could have been Karonzo, who could have been the chief guest. But listening even from there, the pressure was that, hey, let's finish this thing. I do think that these people, they have a deal. They already have a deal. It's only that they're playing with our minds. They are trying. We are in a stage of acceptance. Actually, if you listen to this one guy, I think he's a senator, who was saying, Caroso, if you go to Azimio, you will go by yourself. I think he's running for, it might be from Machakos. I
It's
don't know.
called Professor Macau. No, this is MP for Mavoko. No, it's
Yes.
MP for Mavoko.
Yes.
Patrick,
so the guy,
Patrick Macau.
Yes. So Macau today has changed the tune and said, wherever Raila and Caronzo will agree, we will follow. This was the hardliners, okay? So what I think is that what question has been is that Caronzo at one time he said he will be the most stupid person to support Raila again. But politics it changes every day. There is something which Peter Munya said today, that the reason you are not seeing him at the top of Azimio is because Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta is representing them at the talks. So these talks is between Jubilee and ODM. Those people who feel that there might be a backlash, they will come through Jubilee. And that's where I think Wiper might come through Jubilee, because Wiper already has a corporation working with Jubilee and Peter Munya. So Kalonzo Musyoka is going to say Jubilee is the one which will be negotiating. And the Jubilee now will come and say, we are the one going to give a deputy president from Jubilee, because ODM is bringing the presidential candidate. How they will decide within Jubilee, that's where they will bring Kalonzo and tell him, okay, we can give you, but we might not win. Here it is about winning. You will hear in the coming days. I think all this will be sealed by Saturday or Sunday, whenever they have the major rally. That's when Azimio will be signed with Kalonzo and everybody. What they're gonna start now coming is that Kalonzo will go back and tell his people, we are here because we want to go and make sure the first business is to pass the PPI. Then PPI will expand for others to get some things. Either they will promise him a speaker position, which I think he can do well, or he can get a prime minister position if the PPI will come through. Which I think actually that's also another thing which is pending, which will come and it will be in favor, but it will be too late. But it would have been okay. Then they will plan on when the referendum will be done. So as far as the OCA is concerned, that's a done deal. I think the only person you sometimes doubt is Martha Karua, who was also a person people could have considered to be the deputy. I wish they could have given a woman to be a deputy president. That would be also another historical milestone. But as William Ruto, Martha Karua, you cannot count on her. She can go and lock the board from inside. So you want somebody who will be loyal. So for Martha Karua, it might be difficult for that one. The last point on Ruto acceptance, to be honest, it is a very difficult time to be William Ruto, the deputy president. The good doctor, is having a rot. I don't know how he takes all this. The acceptance is that he knew this is coming, but you know, when you have a crowd, you have to give them hope. What hope do you give them? You have now to start changing the strategy. I heard that they was planning to go for a 10 tour to Europe and UK and the USA. Maybe they have already postponed that because he's also having other personal challenges. Those of us who are watching what's happening at the ICC, it has not been a good week for him. He might be feeling that, hey, anything can happen up there. So, and he doesn't have so much connections outside Kenya. So what you're gonna do, you're gonna see him coming up with some excuse. Then he will send Mudavadi as the errand boy to go around and meet maybe the people in the US or UK. So it's a tough time for William Samoei Ruto. It's a very tough time for now. This week has not been very good, and from now up to maybe Monday, things will not be good for him. And I hope that he will be okay. You know, it's very tough for him to take. We need to keep him in prayers because this is very tough. He has invested a lot, which will be difficult to think about that this is already done. And by Sunday, we might not be talking anything. We might be talking on who is going to be what. So I rest my case there. As I said, it's a very challenge for William Ruto. You know, as a human being, I pity for him. As a human being today, I pity for him. Thank you.
Okay, asante Jared. Kuna swali kwa Jared? Harun ni?
Yeah, even me, I want to concur with Mr. Jared. I pity DP this week.
Mama Selina?
Thank you. Nataka kuuliza Charet atuambie, najua vile amesema, but Mountain wanasema nini tangu jana. Najua itakuwa ngumu kwake, lakini utupatie good news. Mbona unamesea kwa tumbo peke yako?
So you know, there are so many stages of what happens. So first is a denial, then you will have to come to the process to accept. So we will see still some few pockets say, oh, at West tukachaguliwa. Wait when the endorsement will come, and now people will start going. By the time we get to April, there will be nothing in Central. As I said yesterday, and I've said before, Raila is going to get 50% from Central. And if you get 50%, then everything is done. This is just a process to accept. They're going to accept it. There is something which they will be told. And when they will start talking themselves, there's a time they will start be looking at themselves and say, where will we be? You know, the 24-year rule of Moi will come to picture. I'm telling you, it's going to come to the picture. And that's when people start asking themselves, where are we going? I do not trust and believe that people guide readers. It is readers who guide the people. So the question of somebody, Ruto was trying to follow Trump policy in the US, that you can go directly to the people. That US is not Kenya, okay? But also there was something in the US where there was a group which was following Ruto for Trump for some reason, you know, between the white and these other people. Kenya is not that way. He is not from Mount Kenya for those people to follow him. So the truth, when it will come, when their leaders, people are going to start using excuse. We were waiting for Uhuru to tell us. Now he has told us they're going to go back. Check on what is happening in Kirinyaga now. People are moving to Jubilee. Jubilee is going to be a force. So I don't see within few times you will see things coming up, and that's why I'm saying keep so much in what Tatwori says. Maybe the trees need to be cleared. Sometimes Tatwori might say something, but I've come to take some few things from that man, Franz Atwoli. He said once that those who are alive now, those who are closer to Raila, let them get time to get some wisdom from Raila. And I've come to agree, you need to get some wisdom from Raila. Look at how he has classed this Carozo and all and everybody to come to agree. I still think that we need Carozo. Let's not say that Carozo is nobody. We need Carozo to rock the Eastern. We need him. He's still a leader. You know, what happens is, look at those people like the one who was saying in Macau. Those people, they front Carozo for their own survival. And that is the danger, that we don't want to divide the Eastern. So we need Carozo to come in so that it is a done deal. Thank you.
Thank you, Jared. I think that's clear enough. Yes, Alex?
I think the DP has not yet gotten where there is danger for him to travel. There will be a time and a season whereby if the case goes beyond a certain point, the DP should be worried. As of now, remember, even al-Bashir could travel anywhere until they issued the arrest warrant. And remember his case when he went to South Africa, when Zuma hurriedly put him in an helicopter and a military chopper for South Africa with some dignitaries with diplomatic passport, and they shielded him back to Sudan. The deputy president can still travel. And I don't think they are going to accelerate the case just because they want to arrest him. And Hague is not a justice court, as we all know. Hague is a political court. They want to make a political statement that, hey, you can never do this again. But the way the case of Ruto ended was unfortunate. It's because it could not continue, not that he was exonerated. So I don't think it has reached where the deputy cannot travel. He can travel. So he's not in a danger. And he will travel. Yeah, looks like Bernard is gone.
Sorry, I'm here. Sorry. It is my camera that goes on leave sometime. All the same, thank you. The DP traveling, in my opinion, is still okay, but it's always a risk because, like you said, there is a probability of ICC releasing that arrest warrant, but doesn't go public about it. It could be, something that is worked about the diplomatic way. So he needs to check his back very well before traveling. Because when you're mentioned so many times like that, that thing can be drafted when you're in the air. By the time you land, it's out. And then they hand you over, you sign it, they collect you. So it doesn't have a need that they have to bring it to you. It needs to be signed. It needs to take 14 days. It takes effect immediately. So if he has any fears on the same, he needs to take care. The white man land is not black man land. I fear
And
for
don't
him.
forget Kinoti, the Interpol chief. Ule mwenye
Amina,
kuchapa sana.
yes. Yeah.
Don't forget Kinoti, where he is and who has been his adversary.
Kinoti has nothing to do with that. If ICC gives arrest warrant, it has nothing to do with Kinoti. They give an authority through procedures to the country where they are. Because the deputy has not refused that he's not going to be arrested.
Who is arresting authority?
No, Mama Selina. Interpol comes in. Interpol comes in when a person has gone into hiding. The deputy will not be hiding. He is traveling through the laid up procedures. And when he's coming to Washington, D.C., the people that will receive him will be the ambassador. Those are the procedures. The deputy doesn't travel like that. So there are laid down regulations on how the deputy travels. So when there is a problem, there will be communication to the interior security system of America or UK, and they find a way on how to do it. He is not in hiding. So Interpol doesn't come when somebody is not hiding.
But they are telling us skip kwenda Europe. That is what it is in the domain. And anakuja Washington, yes, but story ya kwenda Europe skip.
Oh, I don't know. I haven't seen where they said he's skipping, but I know reservations are being made in Washington. That one I'm 100% sure. Europe, I don't know. But what I was saying is that Kinoti has nothing to do with this by now. When the deputy
refuses, let's do this. Let's leave that there, since we are all speculating. Okay.
Why, if it's speculating, why were you talking about Kinoti? So you were speculating.
I was just giving the probabilities that can come into play. And Interpol is called upon especially to break the story of jurisdiction that should be arrested in a particular locality. That one now it becomes anywhere, to the best of my knowledge. So if it is anywhere, then it doesn't have to be in Kenya, then it will be anywhere you are landing. And if they're anticipating you to land in a particular airport, that's where they wait for you. But I don't think we have reached there yet, but we are not far from there, from where I sit, if we continue going that direction. Douglas, tafadhali haraka kabla tulete hawa nini, kuna watu tumeweka kwa line muda mrefu.
Just 3 seconds before I leave. As you've said, I don't want to jump into the issue of the ICC. It could be probability, but again, there is some fear that is creeping into the KKA alliance after the Sagana 3 meeting. So the man needs to spend a lot of time undoing what the president did and what is being done on the ground. And again, when he goes, he was supposed to go with the Mudavadi. Then when you look at the camp that is left behind, nobody can be able to sustain a 10-day campaign program to undo what the president did and what is going to be done. Remember, it is starting from tomorrow, Friday, Saturday. It will spill over to Sunday, Monday. So for the 10 days period he will be away, nobody will be able to undo the danger and the earthquake that will be felt in the larger Mount Kenya and in other regions. Remember, about more than 10 political parties are going to come together to endorse Azimio. And then you want to tell me you want to be away for 10 days and you've been the main architect of the campaign, you've been having a one-man show. No way, it cannot happen. That is why the man is fearing. Thank you.
But Douglas, we have told you that the DP's case, as far as the mountain is concerned, it's too late. There is nothing he does now or ever that it can change anything. Even if he transfers his Sogoi Mashonate, puts it on top of Mount Kenya, he is too late because he miscalculated. Okay? Ni kama ile time you have that, you remember Matthew paper 2, mathematics paper 2, okay? And then you had this difficult question. And then you did this other question, then you went back to the question, and suddenly a revelation comes, okay? Then the invigilator tells you it is 3 minutes to the end, and you need at least 15 minutes to calculate. So what do you do to save the day? There is nothing you can do to change anything. So DP is going on leave so that at least he can have a welcome back of DP while you are away. Mwaura joined Azimio, and while you are away also, Waiguru was considering to join. So things like those. But as at now, hakuna kitu anaweza fanya ibadilishe chochote. Na akikubali hiyo itamsaidia. Lakini akienda tuna stress ati nimeacha nani nyumbani, anaweza kupata hata attack on his way back. Naomba sasa tumsikilize nani? Tumsikie Penny, alafu Okibo, Joe, Kenywa. Ni hiyo mkururu ama nimeruka? Kenywa alikuja mapema. Lakini vile nimemention ndio hivyo hivyo.
Joe, habari?
Penny, where are you?
Nzuri sana, how are you?
Joe, I'm fine, thank you. But I was talking to Penny. Penny Nyagaka, upo kweli we? Haya, twende kwa Kibo.
Yeah, thank you so much, Mr. Bernard, Alex, nimeona Jared, nimeona Kenya, Mrs. Serena, na wengine nimewasalimia kwa hewa, and I'm glad to join you today. I have a question, after which mtu atanijibu. Is the deputy traveling to America as in a state visit ama ni personal? Another thing, kumeenda aje na Mount Kenya, because I've been away for a while. Sijapata news over the internet. So that's what I had for today. Nita comment baadaye.
Bwana Okipo, unaulizaje? You're not aware of Sagana 3?
I say niko na information about Sagana 3. What I was asking is the president, the deputy president trying to America in an official trip or is a personal trip? Is he coming here as an official representative ama ni vitu zake wanakuja kupita for 10 days?
I think Alex, you've read the presser.
No, the deputy is coming for yeah. You can say it's like official duties. I mean, because first and foremost, he's coming to Washington D.C. He's going to be welcomed by the ambassador, and some of the duties he's going to do, the embassy officials will have to be with him. Remember, the deputy, as the deputy of the Republic of Kenya, when he goes out of the country, whether personal or not, his itinerary is always had by the embassy because he travels under diplomatic passport. So he's going to meet people with William Samoei Ruto Foundation, but he will be doing some official duties. And that is why I was saying that he's well protected in that regard.
Oh, that's the case. Now, me kwangu kuangalia, like,
No, on his official communication, he actually clearly said that he's going for personal. It was a personal trip, not a government trip. It's a personal trip. Yes, because of the status, he might meet the ambassador and all that, but he clearly communicated he's going for personal because nobody will send him for business. He's going to meet people like me, and then we have a chat, and then he will come back. So that is his communication, not me.
In fact, the standard records that the US-UK trip will be a political trip, not an official
one. Of course, even if it's a political trip, the first place he goes is to sign the book in the embassy. You have to remember that.
They go further by saying...
The DP is wise enough to know what will protect him while he's here. So that's why I'm saying his handlers are not stupid. They know the protocol to use. Even if it's personal, he will look like the first place he will go. Yes.
He has been
so that's why I'm saying it's personal, but he will use
you can meet assistant. You can meet.
The order, you guys. Now. Thank you. Everybody mute your mic. Mkuuliza swali moja nyuma nataka kujibu wote at the same time. Tafadhali, let's protect our viewers. They need to understand what's happening. Thank you. The DP is traveling and Okibo is now aware. Please make your submission, Okibo.
Thank you so much. Sasa, what I heard about the Sagana 3. Actually, as the group of things venye ninaziangalia from my side, Lipi aja kubali mapema kwanza saizi kuwa the mountain is not his. Hapo alienda kukaa kwa wenyewe, saa hii wenyewe wamerudi. So whatever he needs to do ni park. Somebody, the owner of the house is back. You need to pack your stuff and leave. He needs to leave the mountain kwa wenyewe, na wenyewe watadecide kwenye wanaenda. And I guess after like 1, 2, 3 weeks, 4, tutapata defectors wengi kutoka the mountain. So it means that is hapo tenye alikuwa he was enjoying like I get 70% of the mountain votes aiza zina reduce bado. It means Baba will get over 60%. That's my prayer and that's the way I think the mountain will vote for the coming general elections. And then another thing, Kenya Kwanza Alliance itself ni watu wamechoka. They don't want to work in different directions, like tuache kwenda pahali pamoja, to separate, wewe ndo fanye kile, wewe ufanye kile. At the same time, ndo maana wanasema umoja ni nguvu. So it means wakiwa pamoja then wako na kanguvu fulani, but hao wengine wako na nguvu, right? Ukiangalia Azimio today wako coast, wengine wako western, wengine wako southern. And another thing that made me, I was surprised yesterday, is that even from his own house, kuna watu wanasema we don't need you here. We need somebody else other than you. So it means he has a long way to go. Hata usiseme kwangu ni shakava. He hasn't covered the South Rift. Tuliona defectors wamekuja Azimio. So he has a long way to go. Acha akuje States ni kuzuri, acha patane na snow iko hapa impige kidogo, atulize hiyo stress akonaza, arudi Kenya, akubali ameshindwa, and that's what he needs to know. Akubali ameshindwa, aende nyumbani pole pole. Maybe tutamconsider after 20 years because we need to change Kenya. For 20 years tutapata Kenya imeenda to another level. Thank you, Mr. Bernard.
Okay, asante bwana Okibo. Mama Selina, iko nini?
Unaulizwa kwa comment uambie mahali Aisha Chuma ako.
Hilo jibu ni mimi ningependa sana kulipata, lakini tuhuma duru za kutoaminika zilisemekana. Alirudi Kilifi, akajaribu kurudi ODM, akakuta ODM ishachukuliwa. So anahanga hapo katikati. So sielewi haswa ako wapi. Labda anajaribu kuingia paa sioni kama wanaweza funga na Kingi. So I think she made political blunder and she's suffering the consequences. Aisha Jumwa atumuoni kwa front line ya UDA, atumuoni kwa Azimio, haonekani popote pale. So inaonekana mambo yake kwisha until further notice. Lakini akirudi kwa baba atasafisha yeye tu. Alafu
kwani kwa baba Alex Bernard, mambo ya kiuno tena, nilikuwa nafikiri maneno ya kiuno iwezi isha. Sasa kwani watu mnatumia kiuno?
Sio hivyo Mama Selina. Baba ni baba wetu sote. Alafu yeye ni mkongwe wa siasa, anaelewa cha kufanya kusaidia. Na one thing that I admire about Raila Odinga is that he's able to help you even when you hurt him, you wounded him, and you betrayed him. And if there is anything that has made him survive all this time, I believe kama kuna siri moja ambayo kila mwanasiasa anapaswa kujifunza kutoka kwake ni hiyo. Kwa sababu angekuwa mtu wa vengeance na kutaka kulipiza, by now hangekuwa. So the reason why he's still strong in his old age ni ability ya kuachilia na kurekebisha watoto polepole kuwarudisha. So naamini kwamba Aisha Juma akipewa nafasi ya pili amejifunza ya kutosha, hawezi kumisbehave tena.
Wamama Malindi waliambia baba, usiingilie mambo ya wamama, utuachie sisi wamama tutengeneze mambo yetu. Nafikiri kuna mama aliongea na akasema, baba, hiyo mambo ya wamama usiingie.
Sawa sawa, basi the Women League will take care of that. Naomba sasa tusikilize hii kwanza ndio tumlete Joe. Tasikiliza kanda mbili au moja, hebu nione. Aha.
Pesa huko Zombe, lakini haikufikia wanabodaboda wangu wako hapa. Wako hapa. Tunataka hiyo pesa ifike hapa. Wanabodaboda wapate pesa yao. Ndio tuanze kuongelelea mambo yako. Namba 2, wamama wangu walienda all the way mpaka Zombe.
Joe endelea cause Bernard ametupwa nje.
Okay. Thank you very much, maybe, on behalf of Bernard.
Samahani. Let me
Hello,
give it a try again. I hope you have not made too much progress.
Zombe, lakini haikufikia wanabodaboda wangu wako hapa. Wako hapa. Tunataka hiyo pesa ifike hapa. Wanabodaboda wapate pesa yao. Ndio tuanze kuongelelea mambo yako. Namba 2, wamama wangu walienda all the way mpaka Zombe. Halafu kwenda huko hawakupata hiyo pesa ulipeana huko. Kwa hivyo tunataka kusema hivi, uachie akina mama pesa yao hapa. Kuna leaders ya akina mama, kana kina mama niko kengana. Nene niambe sile muendie Zombe. Na mwali kwa tambeza ni sawa sawa. Ni mkwenda pesa zenyu. Ni tukwenda pesa zenyu. Kwa unenda kwazo na ya mwisho. Nataka kusema ya mwisho. Mimi Azimio am elected ya mwisho. Chama ni wa Hassan.
Haya, mambo ni kama hayo. Joe, uko wapi?
Okay, habari zenu nyote.
Salama vipi?
I'd like to, niko mzuri sana. Naona siku hizi hapa grade imepanda juu. Naona watu wana debate na mambo mingi sana from a point of knowledge, sio kama ile wakati wa Ndeto ambayo we are arguing over something that does not exist. Kwa sasa naona kama Mama Selina natoa points mzuri, ako na very good memory. She's got a memory of a history of the past, the things that have been happening. Maybe some of us here or at the background wameanza kujua siasa sasa, lakini naona Mama Selina anajua siasa ya zamani tangu zamani wakati wa Moi. And this is very educative, and on behalf of everybody, I thank her for this. I've also noticed that the presentations or the submissions are nowadays mature. Hakuna mambo ya mtu kuulizwa evidence iko wapi. People are talking of things, people know things that are practical and things that people can see and hear. So with that, I don't think I'll have much to say, but going back to what you are talking about, if Ruto knew about the handshake, I am 100% sure he knew about the handshake because the bromance between him and Uhuru by then, and Raila being the threat, they had to share a lot of things. But from the onset, Ruto did not want this to happen. And I think that's when Kenyatta decided that he will just go ahead. And when he did the handshake, and because he didn't want it, Ruto didn't want it, the president decided not to be sharing it with him what they have talked. Because after all, if you don't want me to do something and I go ahead and start doing it, I don't think I need to share with you because you'll sabotage it. I think it's from that point that Ruto was kept in the dark. But as president said, he had already told him. So he knew. And one thing that I've always said up here is that Ruto, when you hear Ruto talking about what the other side is doing or trying to do, those are the things that actually he is. He usually talks about the other people as being evil, and that is him. And what the other people are, is what he says he is. So he knows what he is, and he knows what the other people are. So he can always talk about the other people. When Ruto talks bad and evil and watu ni wachawi, this is him. When he says people are tribalists, this is him. When he says watu wameharibu economy, this is him. So actually when he's talking the evils of the other side, he's actually talking about himself.
Umesahau village party.
Yeah, this is I said March, April. I still stand by it. And it's coming to pass. I said the earliest is March, the latest is April. And you can see, like Selina told us, already the Kipsigis have started going to see Raila. So if you minus the Kipsigis, you take out Turkana, you take out Pokot, you take out Narok, it's going to remain the Nandis. Nandis are in Eldoret. The Marakwets also will go out. And part of Rift Valley, there are also Kikuyus. The Kikuyus are in Molo, Nyahururu, and Laikipia. They're also going to move out. Then we have, we have the Luyas, that's Trans Nzoia.
We have the Kisii Nakuru wako na constituency na wako na member of parliament, the Kisii.
Yeah, I say once the Kisii, the main Kisii goes out, even these other Kisiis in these smaller towns will go out. Then we have the Luyas in Trans Nzoia. They are that Tembe is there. So as I said, and as Alex is reminding me, Ruto is going to remain with a village party. The ones that he was despising, this is what UDA is going to become. On the topic of today, Munya to be appointed the running mate. I don't think so. I don't think so. Like one of the panelists said, I don't think so. Time is right for Munya. Munya is being kept there because Munya is anti-Ruto to the maximum. And he believes Ruto rigged him out. And you remember Ruto, Munya is also very close to Raila. There's a time he defected and went to join Raila and he had to be called back by, I think, Mr. Uhuru. I don't think he's right for the deputy presidency. I think he needs to mark his time for a while. But I think he's going to play a very big role in the next government if Raila takes the government. He's going to play a major role. Already there are things, there are information that the Azimio is forming some sort of a presentation of all regions. And Uhuru is going to be the patron. So I think people like Akina Munya and Matiang'i, they're going to hold brief for the patron because the patron might not be actively inside the government and the functioning of the inside of the government. So definitely they're going to stay there and they're going to play a bigger role. I might not say, at this point, I cannot say who is going to be the deputy to Raila. But I don't see Kalonzo also being a deputy because he's a Johnny come lately. I also don't see Martha Karua playing that role because I think they have a lot of beef. Because Martha Karua stood on Raila's way 2007 when Raila had a very clear win. So I think even Martha herself is nervous about that. Although she has got very good qualities because she's firm, she's got very good quality, but I don't think she can play well with Raila because the things of undermining each other will come in. It might turn out to be the RUTO thing. So I don't think she is a strong candidate, but I don't think she is the right time for her. Maybe no second term. I don't think so because Raila is not going for a second term. But she is, if she comes to Azimio, I think she's also going to play a very big role. On the Sagana issue, I think Uhuru has not told it all. This was just a preface. We are just reading the contents parts of a book. Inside, there are a lot of stories to be told. So this is not all. And that is why I think Ruto is not answering directly, is not reacting directly. More is to come. This was just a platform. Uhuru laying the platform. The Livondo thing, I also think, was part of to prepare the Mount Kenya so that they can have some sort of sympathy for the president and maybe some little hatred for Ruto. So this is just the start. I think there are going to be more, especially starting tomorrow when the NDC of Jubilee and ODM takes place. This is when we'll start see real politics, and this is where Ruto will go back to his village. On Ruto traveling, I think it is not official. Some of these things at the rate of the Vice President, Minister of Foreign Affairs, actually members of the National Council, Advisory Council Committee, some of the things they handle are highly classified. So Ruto, at the moment, I don't think he has access to those classified things. And the things that he could be handling as official are highly classified. So he's not going there officially. He's going on his private things, but he will have, just like in Kenya, he has the security details and people from his office. That one is allowed because that is constitutional. He has a right. Vile tu ile shamba zake pia za kuku zinachungwa. That is a right. But he's not going to handle anything to do with the government of Kenya. He has also got a right to be received by the ambassador in that particular wherever he's going to go. But that ends it. The ambassador also will book for him wherever he's going to stay and his entourage. That's the end of it. But it is not official. The protocols will remain, but it's not official. It's not going to do anything on behalf of the government. At this rate, and after Sagana, I don't think he's going to handle anything official. He may be handling official things within his office, just with it, but not for the entire government. I don't think so. And as for Azimio, Azimio is growing. And I think Baba is now having...
Anza kutamatisha.
Yeah, Baba is now running down the hill. I don't think he has to climb the hill anymore. He doesn't have to struggle because every party now is Azimio. So Baba is like he's declared the 5th president as for now. That is all, Buana Bernard and the panelists. Now, all the listeners at the background, thank you so much. I've been trying to get in of late, but I think this forum has become so competitive. People are not leaving until morning. So I've also been patient. Nasema nitaingia tu siku ile nitapata nafasi yangu. Otherwise, asanteni sana sana.
Sawa, asante Bwana Joe. Kuna time ya wazee, so wewe unafanya timing vizuri. Kuna ile ya mbio alia, but later on the vijana wakienda kulala, wazee wanabaki. So wewe ujoin tu Azimio la wazee mapema, alafu ujue timing yako. So unaanza na usingizi, alafu unakata pap, unakuja kuchangia baadaye. But thank you sir. I hope hakuna swali kwa Mr. Joe. Twende kwa kinywa moja kwa moja. Na watu mko nyuma ya curtain mnanitisha, kina Dan Maina, Magi. Bwana Kenywa upo?
Mi nipo.
Hey, na Rumoro ama Isiolo?
Saizi niko Nairobi. Okay, habari asubuhi kila nyinyi wote.
Salama vipi?
Okay, I'm good. I think my voice is not much good, but you can hear me. Okay, I'm so grateful. I've been away for a couple of days, but I'm back now. I'm in the Nairobi right now, and I've seen things work and things happen for the last few days. And as I've always said, every home as a leader, every community as a leader. And I think people have started noticing this. And I wish Mr. Sam could be around and I could ask a question now today. We argued about the leadership of the region, but he tried to deny. Now you see things are coming up clear. And let me just go straight to the point. Mr. Munya, it's a good person from where I come from. And is a person who stands with what he says. He's a person who doesn't turn back. If he decides it's left, it's left. If you say we are going right, he just go that direction. So he has done a good job since the time he was given the Ministry of Agriculture. I think everybody has been happy. Even me myself, I have coffee, I have tea at my place, and I've seen a little bit big of change. For the first time, I received a kg coffee, a 1 kg of coffee at 95 shillings. And before I used to get with 5 bob. So things have gone up, changing very well, and this guy is doing a good job. So as we wait, let's see how far things are going to place us. About the Oka and Azimio, I think that's a deal that is done already. And as I've been observing it before, I may say that the people who are in Hoka, they couldn't have gone that much to join the Kenya Kwanza. Because you've seen the Kenya Kwanza, the people who are in that camp. You know, like Alonzo is a respected leader. The same as Gideon Moi. Hawana maneno mingi. You can see that group. They are leaders who are very cool and respected. And they mind what they say. So they couldn't have accepted to join that camp. So definitely the only way they could have done is Azimio, because Azimio, it has got all type of leaders. It has elders, it has youths, it has all good leadership. Then for that one is a done deal. We wait by end of the NDC 27, 26, things will be in shape and all will be fine. Ruto ashakubali mambo ya endorsement ya baba, because you cannot compare Ruto, Raila and Ruto. It's like a day and night. And sometimes back I said here on this platform that hakuna mwizi apigangwi na mtu mmoja. Mwizi upigwa na mob. I've been in this town for years and I've seen thieves being stoned. I've never found a thief being stoned by one person. A thief will always be being stoned by a mob. So as we continue, he has noticed that things are turning up against him. And I've been in Isiolo, I've gone to Garbatura, those areas. And I see things, you know, this thing called Azimio. Let people don't joke with Azimio. Azimio, it's not a joke. I was in Isiolo, in a place called El Boran. To me, I didn't know what was happening there, but I find more than 1,000 motorbikes in the gate. And I was trying to ask. There was a contingent of police officers in the gate and inside. The place was guarded by the police and GSU. And I was asking how motorbike and GS and police are doing in the same place. And I thought those people, they don't see each other. Little did I know, I entered the resort and I find there was more than 10,000 people. The Somali region people, they were in there. And it was a meeting talking about the Azimio. It was an Azimio meeting. Then I started asking, sasa kumbe hao watu wa bodaboda huku kwa barabara wanaendanga tu, ni pesa tu ya huyu jamaa wanaenda kuchukua, but deep down they know where the leadership is. And I've noticed that Azimio, it's a big thing. And what people needed in Kenya, especially youth, it's an anti-device. Walikuwa wanataka tu waelezewe the reality, and they have started seeing the reality and they are going back to where they belong. Kwa hivyo Ruto hana bahati, and I think it's good when he is going to the United States. I think Alex will host him very much well, and please Alex, make sure he give you some money before he comes back to Kenya. Kwa hivyo saizi kila kitu iko shwari, and let me just talk something about the Saganadri kindly. You know, yesterday I was in Meru and we had a meeting with the county leadership about the CBC. There's a classroom buildings, constructions. And I had noticed a lot of people before, they were talking about the hustler thing. And yesterday I got very shocked for them saying, you know, we were hanging because we were waiting, Mr. President, to say something. We wanted to understand. And now we have come to understand that this man called Ruto doesn't love peace. That's why he tried to reject the handshake. Because one thing, if you want to stay in leadership, you make people poor, you make them poor. So they will keep on begging on you because you will be the leader who is rich. So in Mount Kenya, people have started changing and they have listened to the leader. And Mr. Bernard, we did no time by date 20, by next week, Monday. Akina Rigathi Gachagua, akina Kimani Ichung'wah, everybody, hautawaona. They will run to hiding. Because in Mount Kenya, the fire is going to start. Because now the campaign machineries will be unleashed starting from next week. Kwa hivyo, everything is okay, and Mr. President said very well and explained to us what happened. And he said what is there and what we have been looking to hear, whether it's true or false. And candidly, we noticed the same thing. Is the truth, and that will remain like that. And you see now Ruto ana bahati tena is now a finished man. In few days it will be the UDA thing will be gone. Kwa hivyo as we continue talking about the politics, we should understand the leadership we just want. Now people know. And you know, yesterday it was the content. Just wait. Now we are going to get the real story inside the book. So let's keep on, let's observe. But in mountain, trust me, things have shifted very fast, me being one of them. And I'll do all my best to let people understand the content of what is happening and the right way we should go, me as a youth. So I thank you very much for the time. I'm going to say something more later when given another time. Thank you. Any question, I'm here to answer.
Mr. Bernard, niko na
Sasa
maswali.
bwana Kenywa, kwa hivyo nikitafuta map ya Isiolo nikuongeleshe.
Kabisa, kabisa.
I'll be on that route on Sunday.
Mr. Bernard,
Right now I'm in Nairobi, but you can confirm it with me anytime.
We will
I
talk.
can,
We'll talk behind the camera.
Okay, fine. Go behind the
But
camera
all
and
the
look
same,
at me.
thank you very much. Dan Maina.
okay, I want to ask Kenywa. I think it's Kenywa.
Yeah.
Number one, Mr. Bernard, I sent your inbox. I sent a video of Mureithi, the one of the members of the PNU party, when he's having an organization in Laikipia. And also, this question goes also to Joe. I don't know which type of Mount Kenya side you're speaking about. I sent you that. I wish you can play that video for us, Mr. Bernard. Ilikuwa wakati ambapo Mureithi speaking to the residents, telling them about how they are going, the PNU Jubilee is coming up to join Azimio. Kindly do that. Number two, Mr. Kenywa, I come and I always say in this function, when Uhuru talked about, it's a simple question I can ask Mr. Kenywa. Do you think Mount Kenya region, does it mean Uhuru speaking yesterday, what number of percentage or what percentage of votes do you think that has added up to the Azimio side? Number three, I ask a question. What new has Uhuru told us, did Uhuru tell us yesterday? What new? That is a question I wanted to answer. What new? Tomorrow, Mr. Bernard, I am now in Nyandarua. I travel to Nyandarua. And Ruto will be coming tomorrow in Nyandarua. I tell you that. Let us wait and see. But kindly, can you answer me those three questions? And I beg, Mr. Bernard, if it's possible, kindly get that video clip. It's only 13 seconds, I think so. Show to Mr. Kenywa. I don't know which country you people are speaking about.
Mr. Dan, I don't know which inbox are you talking about, WhatsApp or because I can't see any video.
I've sent on your Facebook account now. This one.
Oh,
Facebook account. Okay, let me see. But
Kenya,
you can begin to respond.
Thank you, Mr. Dana. Thank you so much for your concern about what you really wanted to understand from where I stand. My point about Mount Kenya, about what Uhuru said in Sagana, it goes this way. You know, people didn't get anything before, any word before from Mr. President. Only things that people used to receive, it's from, I may say it was speculation from the people out there. But Mr. President stood yesterday and talked by himself in front of all Kenyans and said all those things. And by what he said, Mr. President, he has one vote. But trust you me, in Mount Kenya, Mr. President, that one vote comes, he has the people who love him as their leader and people who listen. And in Mount Kenya, we say we are 6 million. Let me tell you, Mr. Maina, Uhuru alone can gain 2 million votes. The people who love Uhuru Kenyatta as their leader and can listen, around 2 million. Then from there, the remaining votes, we scatter them out there. You know, even like Mr. Raila Odinga has been receiving votes from Mount Kenya. So this will not be the first time. So things will change and people got what they wanted to hear. And I have, as I have stated there, I was in a meeting yesterday with the county government members about the construction of the CBC classes. And after the meeting, after we were discussing with most of people, and we are not even 10, we are more than 50, I came to realize that people started changing their mind. And you know where we were? We were at Tharaka Nithi yesterday. And Tharaka Nithi is part of Mount Kenya. So let me tell you, this thing will change and will change for good. And that's what people were just waiting to hear from the president. Hatukuwa tunataka kusikia kutoka kwa watu wenye wako kando kando, tulikuwa tunataka kusikia kwake yeye mwenyewe, na alisema yeye mwenyewe bila kuogopa. Na juu ni kiongozi wetu, tunampenda. We have to listen. You know, we are not the one to tell the leader where to go. He is the leader who is supposed to direct us where to go. Leader wetu ndiye anafaa tuambie tunapita hii njia. Tukipita hiyo njia si mzuri, so tunapita hii njia. That's why you have a leader who goes fast and look, atuambie hii place nimeona si mzuri. So that's the point.
Mr. Kenya, may I ask the last question? Please, Mr. Bernard, the last question.
Yes.
I know you listen carefully. I know you listen carefully when Kibaki said that something that, not Kibaki rather, Uhuru said something that became interesting to me. He said two things. He said, at this time, let us give this thing to this old man. Then we are going to see him. We are going to see the other young boy, that meaning about Ruto, in the next year to come. Now, how can you tell us we give it to Raila? Then you're telling us in future we are going to give it to Ruto. Secondly, as I finish, today there's a quotation from the Mount Kenya leaders like Moses Kuria. Moses Kuria asked a simple question, and he posted also on his Facebook account. Go check his Facebook account. He asked a simple question: Mumetoka kwa meeting ya nyumba kumi? Then he mentioned and said, make sure that all of us, we are giving the votes to one direction. What do you think that right operate, Mr. Kenywa? Thank you. Sijui kama
Okay,
Mr. Bernard amepata hiyo.
let me do it very fast, Mr. Maina. You know about what you have talked about, tupatie huyu mzee alafu huyo kijana. The president said very, very categorically, in future, if this boy changes, if he transform, categorically, if he transform to be a good person in future, if he transform, akusema ati tutampea, alisema he doesn't deny anyone, but for this time we have to put our strength in the right way, on where it's supposed to be. But in future, if Mr. Deputy transform to be a good person, he can be considered. That's the way he said, categorical. I think you could have go back to the statement and you will just get the real information on what Mr. President said yesterday. Thank you.
Thank you, Bwana Kenywa. And to just weigh in on Dan Maina, a short question to you. Is Uhuru Kenyatta still the Mount Kenya's leader? Mr. Maina Dan, unmute.
Yes, sir.
In your opinion, is Uhuru Kenyatta still the Mount Kenya leader, or he has been replaced?
To me, my personal view, he's no longer relevant.
What do you mean relevant? Is either in office or out of office not relevant or irrelevant?
Today, I cannot take Uhuru as the leader of Mount Kenya. That is my personal view.
Or your personal view. But generally, the Mount Kenya community considers Uhuru Kenyatta as their leader.
Dan Maina, then who is the leader of Mount Kenya? Please, just clarify for us. Who is the leader now, apart from Uhuru Kenyatta?
Now, let us not all talk about because of the great appetite that he's holding. Me, I'm looking on a dimension of who is this who can call leaders all together.
Maina, it's not the great office that is holding. We are talking about
no, we're not.
Kenyatta
Mr. Medadamo
became the Mount Kenya leader officially. And since he became a Mount Kenya leader officially, we have never had another one to take over from him. So as at now, he's still the official leader of Mount Kenya. So unless that changed last night.
And if it changed last night, it changed to who? Who is now leading Mount Kenya? Please tell us.
Mr. Bernard.
Yes.
Now, please, yeah, let us look things in a very, very systematic and a pedagogical way. I ask you a simple question. Can I ask you a simple question?
I'm listening.
Who is the leader of the Western region?
Sorry?
Who is the leader of the Western region?
As at now, the current leader of Western region is Oparanya, according to according to the last ruling of Bohungutu by the Luya elders.
You see, was it by all leaders who came together and chose Oparanya?
By the Luya elders. Luya elders.
No.
He was chosen by the lawyer elders in Bohungutu.
The Luya elders are the leaders for Western Kenya.
Bernard,
Yes.
my hand has been up.
I know. Just hold on, please. Let Maina.
It's getting heavy.
Hold on. Patience. Bwana Maina.
Bernard, tusikizane hapa Bernard.
Nasikiliza.
Shida yetu ni kuwa ya kwamba wakati ambapo let us be open enough. The problem with us is when we take a political side, we always tend to think that whatever they do on that side, it's the correct thing. And that's the problem we are having.
Me, I have a problem.
Because, wacha nimalize Bwana Bernard. Shida yetu ni hiyo, kwa sababu fikra zetu ni kuwa yule mtu ambaye tuko upande wake akifanya jambo fulani na wale watu wako upande wake. Now, does it mean the other day the Miwajagi was given the eldership? I don't know of which tribe. Does it make him the elder?
Yes, it does.
Bwana Maina, ningeomba ningeona picha yako ningeanza kukujaji vizuri, lakini nifanye hivi. Mimi siongei kwa sababu na support Azimio ama na support Uhuru Kenyatta. Mimi naongea kuhusu historical facts, okay? Wakati Kibaki alikuwa kiongozi wa Mountain, ilitoka kwa Kibaki ikaenda kwa nani? Kwa Uhuru. Okay? Mzee Michuki akasema ukitaka kuongea na mlima, ongea nasi kupitia nani? Uhuru Kenyatta. Tangu hiyo siku wazee wa mlima hawajatuletea Moses Kuria, hawajatuletea Ndindi Nyoro, hawajatuletea Kashagwa, hawajatuletea mwingine kwamba tuongee na mlima kupitia hawa. So kulingana na historia, kiongozi ambaye bado ako kwa ofisi as a Mount Kenya leader is still Uhuru Kenyatta until otherwise. So ile mkutano alikuwa nayo Sagana haikukuwa mkutano wa rais. Ilikuwa mkutano ya kiongozi wa mlimani akiongelesha watu wa mlima kuhusu njia watakayochukua iwapo uchaguzi unaenda kufanyika, mahali ambapo watafaa katika uamuzi wao ni hapa, sio kule ambao wameambiwa kwamba huko ndio kunafaa. So sijui wewe unapinga kivipi ama unasema Uhuru ameacha ofisi lini?
Bwana Bernard, this is what I said when you asked me about who is the Mount Kenya region. And also remember, last time, Alex, I think you can remember, last time I spoke of a topic of where the reason as to why we go for the RAILA and RUTO thing in the Mount Kenya region. And I discussed and said, I mentioned a point and said, the reason as to why most of us are waiting upon, my friend Kenyu has said that the Mount Kenya region expected, what they really expected is for Uhuru to speak up so that we can change, and that has brought a lot of change to the Mount Kenya region. Is that not? That is what Mr. Kenyu has said. So that is why I've said on my
we need to learn.
On my own
point. You are saying whatever Uhuru did yesterday is inconsequential the mountain is elsewhere, is not where Uhuru is. Is that what you mean?
Mount Kenya is on its own. It is not even on Uhuru's side. It can present to Uhuru now as we speak.
If
Mr.
I had
Bernard,
money,
let me
if
just
I
say
had
something,
good
please.
money, I will bet you on that.
Mr. Bernard, please,
Alex,
kindly, let me just tell Mr. Miner something.
no, ngoja Alex. Tunakuja mambo.
Bernard, saa ingine unasikiza watu vizuri. Jamaa anakuita Bwana Bernard mara nyingi. You must know people are hurting. You must know people are hurting. Anakuita Bwana Bernard, Bwana Bernard. And unajua Shika alisema akona panado na akona rope. Let's be honest, that is not a comical statement I'm making. People are hurting. That's a fact. And secondly, we must take that into consideration because there is something that happened yesterday and it's hitting reality. And whatever my friend is saying, you can almost feel from his tone, you can feel from deep inside that there is a heart. And take note of that. But I wanted Kinyua to tell him one thing. Kinyua, I heard that there was supposed to be only 5,000 people to go to Sagana. What happened? I hear kuna watu walitembea wakakuja kule. Now, we need to speak about that so that my friend can know that a leader was speaking and people decided to walk 30, 40 kilometers. Can you tell him?
You know, on this point.
Kenya kwanza, tafadhali.
Okay.
Sisi wenye tulipewa 5,000 ama wagani?
Hold on, Bwana Dan. I want you to hear from Kenya and then Stony, then you respond.
Okay, you know, there is something I want to say about Dan is trying to say about the 5,000 he was given. Let me teach you that. You seems to be very young in politics. You not yet have not understood about how things are going. You know, Mr. President stated that he had invited 5,000 delegates because you cannot invite the whole of Mount Kenya region. You don't have a place to host them. But he came to find that there were more than 20,000 people who are there. And he said very well, juu mmekuja, mimi nilikuwa nataka watu nimeita 5,000 ndio waende waelezee watu wengine wamebaki huko. Sasa mmekuja nyinyi wote, si hata nyinyi mnafanya kazi. Ile kitu tulikuwa ya hawa watu 5,000, sasa itabidi tushare mpaka hawa watu wengine uninvited wamekuja wapate pia. Because people walked from different places within that region, within those areas, to come and listen to their leader, even if they were not invited, but they had the right to go and listen. So if Miner, you received 5,000, it was good because you were invited. You were very lucky, but you don't have to pretend when you come here on the panel. Don't come to lie to us, the propaganda that Uhuru said yesterday, watu tumekuwa tukidanganywa Mount Kenya hapa ati hii haijafanya. You went there to get that 5,000, but not to listen.
Kenya has hung PK, Stony PK, you have a question for Dan before he responds?
Yes, please. And may I greet the panel? My quick question to Dan Miner, yes. I want to ask Dan Miner. I don't want to go to the road that Kenya has gone about his age in politics. Of course, when we discuss issues or topic, you can tell somebody's experience and exposure. Dan Miner seems to be the 1990s lot that actually they have no idea on Kenyan politics, and then they don't want to listen to people when they talk politics. They are just on euphoria wave, and they are really the confused lot. Excuse me for that. Now, Dan doesn't know that even when Uhuru was pronounced the leader of Mount Kenya in 2013, not everybody supported him. Kuria, for one, never supported Uhuru for his personal issues. Kuria is one of the most rotten leader in Kikuyu who wants to be a kingpin by self-proclaiming himself. So he is bitter about anything Uhuru does. Those things Maina doesn't know. So let me ask him: did he expect does he expect that whenever people are talking about a leader in an area, that all the people should come to the field? Leaders are elected by a section of a community, mainly the majority. We had 20,000 people seated listening to their leader, who they represented all the counties in Mount Kenya. I say it from my ward. I had donated, I was asked to mobilize 20 people from my ward. Those are just too many. A ward that has 26 polling stations. Unaambiwa upeleke watu 20. That is one person from each village. Okay, and whatever they pronounce is good enough for the entire village. Okay, so that's what I wanted Maina to know, and that's how politics is done. Uhuru Kenyatta is still the kingpin of this mountain, whether he likes him or he doesn't like him. Ruto can never be the kingpin of Kikuyus, never on earth. It can never happen. Hata Yesu akirudi leo. Thank you very much.
Bwana Maina, in 1 minute, please.
I'm asking Musikwe Hashon Dan. I think I have an idea what Dan means. I've been in this world for a long time.
It's
and
okay,
one thing,
Mr.
one thing I know is the Kikuyus, they have leaders, and when he's there, he does what he does for them. But once he's out of power of doing what he can do, they don't regard them much as leaders. That's why when Kibaki went out, or even when Matiba was out of the active politics, you can hardly hear the Kikuyus going to see him in his home. The same happened to Kibaki. So their leaders are usually there when they have power and they have something to do for them, for the community. Once you're out, somebody comes up. So I think what that means is soon or later, Uhuru might not have the power to do anything to the community. So I think that's what he means. I don't know whether I've talked on his behalf or I've read his mind right, but that's what I think he meant. But
okay, thank you, Joe. Joe, leave it there. Let Dan respond.
Kenyatta is the leader as president.
Okay, number
that's what
one.
I know.
Yes, Dan.
Mr. Stone, let me first address Mr. Stone. Please use a better language that we can all feel that we are saying something sensible in this case. Number one, the meeting of Uhuru was attended in 3 groups by 3 types of people. Number one group that attended Uhuru's meetings were the people that had been invited. Number 2, these are group that attended because they knew a political leader was having a meeting somewhere. Number 3, in each and every meeting, you will have to have the people, the people from the enemy side wanting to hear what this political leader is going to talk about. That's how our meeting was compromised, and that is our meeting. Those are the people that were engaged in that meeting. And Mr. Joe, when he was speaking about the point that I was trying to bring up, I meant and said now, and then I said this is my personal point of view. As per now, Uhuru does not have a big say unto us. The reason being, what is he going to tell us about what is coming in the future, and yet he is out of that place? And that is why I asked a question and asked Mr. Kinyu a simple question. Nikamuuliza swali rahisi. Nikamuuliza, what new did Uhuru tell us other than what he has been speaking, even if he has not been speaking directly? That is a question I've always asked. What new has he spoken to us? And this 2 days ago, Aden Duale said something. And he said, even if Uhuru promises that he is going to spill the beans, he did nothing. because corruption has been mentioned. Talking about churches has already been mentioned. Him endorsing Raila we already knew about it. Then that is the question I'm asking. What significance was the meeting? Or now, according to the significance
Bwana Maina, I hate to cut you short. Please, let's do this. We are trying so hard to get your point. We are not finding it. We asked you a straightforward question. Is Uhuru Kenyatta still the considered leader of the mountain? You said yes.
I said
okay?
no.
You say what he did has no significance. Then why is it bothering you?
My point of bothering, I came in a comment to reply to what Kenya was saying. And that's why I'm asking. No, let us, Bernard, I have asked you to play a video. We are still not seeing the video on. Let us see the influence he made.
Video. I've looked for it both in my inbox. It's not there. I told you to send me on WhatsApp. I gave my WhatsApp number on the private chat. Ujatuma. But all in all, that could be a section of defiant people. That doesn't make much difference. I've not watched it, but from your description, we are not saying that there is uniform support for Uhuru Kenyatta in the mountain, but his leadership cannot be undermined now. And even the people affected most by that move for yesterday, you are not the only one. The really man involved in this has seen the light, has accepted the endorsement, and he knows that when it goes in this direction, things are not as good as they would have been if the president kept mum or did not endorse the other person. So you come in here and say the mountain will revolt or the majority of the mountain is not with Uhuru Kenyatta. That is a new song that we hope to dance to in case it materializes. But as now, we know that the mountain trusts Uhuru Kenyatta than it trusts William Ruto. It will trust Uhuru Kenyatta over 100 Rutos. It will follow Uhuru Kenyatta over 1,000 of William Rutos, except the mountain has changed or history has changed completely.
Can I ask something, Mr. Bernard?
Quickly, as we move on, please. We need to go to the another person.
I want you to leave you with this question. And this is what, sorry to say this, when Kanini Kega came to the grounds, this is what he told us. And I will tell you blankly, this is what Kanini Kega said. He said he is on the side of Azimio side. In Kikuyu, Alex, najua tanipata, I don't know Alex is going to get me in this one. Alisema hivi in Kikuyu. Nine ciana ciakwa ndirethera irio. What did it mean? It is, he said in the he said that it is, I'm looking for something for my children. That's why you see me on this side. Now, if Kanini Kega is part of these people of the Mount Kenya region who are having the Azimio patriotism and these that we see in him, is this where we are headed to as Mount Kenya? No, let us talk. Is this the Mount Kenya we're headed to? That
the people are looking for something for their children. We know them. And it's not my it's not that. Please, your source of information needs to be rechecked. Number one. Number two, you have an issue that you seem not to get a grip on. Truth be told, what you're saying is propaganda. The reality is we are giving you historical facts. How the mountain votes from 92, 97, 2002, 2007, 2013, 2017. The voting does not happen. It is made to happen through the structured leadership. So if you tell me that leadership has been thrown away and is no longer in existence, then your story will add up. But if that structure of leadership is still in place and the elders are still the elders, Maina, what you have followed is what is fake. I advise you to rethink. Temba.
I've listened to Maina. I hope you can hear me.
Salimia watu kwanza.
Alex, the Minister for Greetings.
Good afternoon, good morning, and good evening from wherever you are. Nice to meet all of you. Now, I've listened to Maina. I want to agree with him that the question is asking what new was said, we discussed yesterday. And I was of the view that there was nothing really new that was said because they were not told what they wanted to hear. What did they want to hear? They wanted to hear the president coming out and saying, in the backdrop of what Livondo had said the other day, for him to come and give them that particular narrative so that they go away with it. They didn't hear that. So they are disappointed a lot. Now, if you read the language and the body language of their team leader, Ruto, for some reason you see the bubble has been busted. His ego is punctured. The way he's speaking is not his characteristic, very strong language. He's showing the case of someone who had been hoping that at least there's a glimmer of hope, that all the things that he's been hearing people say will be rumors, and he will get back and he's going to endorse him. But if you had him in Machakos done, you'd see a wounded person. He would come and say, okay, si ameamua ni ule jamaa mwingine, ni sawa tu. Ameona ule jamaa alimpigia kura mara tatu, huyo ndiye hata msupport, ni sawa tu. You see, that's the language of someone who has completely been defeated. So when you listen to Dan, I would want us to be empathetic with him. He is showing the frustration of the only glimmer of hope they were holding has disappeared. So what are they left with? They're left with one narrative, that this person, even if he supports you, he is not going to mean anything in this election. So what he's saying is a narrative that they're trying to push. And yes, it's good for their psychological safety. It's good for them to keep believing that Uhuru Kenyatta cannot mean anything. It's good for them to believe the way the deputy president said. If you listen to the deputy president, what he was saying is what Dan is saying here, that it doesn't matter. We are now going to go by ourselves. And that is exactly what Dan Maina is saying. Now, what we are telling Dan, which I think he's also refusing to accept, but always it's normal, even when someone dies in psychology, we say, sometimes it's good to engage in ego defense mechanisms. You know, when someone comes and tells you that you go outside and you find that your car has been stolen, it's good for you to deny that it has gone. You even start looking for it in your pocket. It's a good thing because it will kind of give you some sense of, you know, because if you just accept immediately that it is gone, you can get into a serious psychological shock, and some of people have gotten a serious heart attack and have died. If Dan was to accept that this thing is gone today, the likes of Dan would start to be checking into some, you know, mental therapy sessions. So it's good for him to still continue with that narrative. But Dan, I want to submit to you that the president, there's no way, even when Mwai Kibaki won, he was not voted by the central 100%. So it is okay for you to keep holding that. But the person who talked the other day is someone who has a huge, huge following. He might not be 100%. You are right, you guys still have certain people that maybe will be convinced, but there is a huge following that he has. What does Baba need? Baba doesn't need 100% of all of you to vote for him. If that would be the case, that would be good. But he needs the huge support of the serious opinion leaders in Central, which he has managed to garner. So it's okay for you to push that narrative, and we agree and appreciate your view. But it's okay. It's also okay to accept that the person you're talking about has been the president of Kenya for the last 10 years. He has one vote, but that one vote comes with a huge, huge following. It's the earlier you start accepting it, the better. Thank you.
You gave him a free sympathy. That's free therapy. You should be very happy. That's therapy.
I am so happy.
Wewe
I'm
bwana
so
Alex,
happy.
wewe Wacha incitement. Yes,
I'm so
Dan.
happy by them. Them, and you are good in Mr. Stone. Please run from them, but tafadhali. Let's continue, Mr. Bernard.
Okay, thank you. Demba, I think I should do the handing over now. The people have not spoken. Starting with yourself, there is Stony PK, and then there is Julia. The rest are waiting for their second or third, whatever, submission. Mama Selina, you had something to tell Dan or something? You look...
Sijaongea
No,
lakini sawa.
Temba amesema yote, so
Okay.
wacha tu tuwachie hapo, kwa sababu saa zingine ni mzuri ukiona mtu ile unaactu na yeye ndiye utajua level of politically is. So tumemaliza. Temba amesema vizuri.
Asante. Maggie, Nini, please, let's hear Maggie first.
Wacha nicheke kidogo na nicheke Dan. Dan, inakaa wewe unaishi Rwanda na tuko Kenya. Because whatever you're saying are dreams. Kingpin ya Kikuyu saizi ni Uhuru Kenyatta. Mpaka siku zile tutasikia mwingine ametangazwa. Hata akitoka saizi na hatujasikia mwingine ametangazwa, bado ni yeye tu. And again, not only kingpin ya Kikuyus, lakini for the whole country. This is the head of state. Why are you living in the dark, taking us behind, that he doesn't have a voice? Uhuru does have a voice, even if in Kisii now. Akitaka kuenda, watu watakuja huko. Atatangaza tu na watakuja. Kisumu, you've seen it. Whichever way. So you do not be dreaming, but live in reality. But let me tell you something. Now, this is a therapy to you. Whatever you think Kenyatta did not do, alitangaza hadharani. Alitangaza kabisa hadharani kwamba 2013 mpaka 2017 sijui walifanya nini. I remember walijenga 2 roads ngapi? 2 tu. I don't know or how many. But from 2017 mpaka 2018 wakiwa na Raila Odinga wamefanya how many? 75%. Please. Why do you want to lag us behind and yet we want to grow? Ulisema sijui Kanini Kega alisema ati yeye he's fighting for his children. Yes, he's fighting for his children. Kenya akiwa mzuri, surely hatakuwa na wasiwasi watoto wangu wako namna gani, because they will be having jobs, not kupereka wheelbarrows. They will be having a better living. So whoever is fighting, following Baba now and was very happy about what Uhuru Kenyatta said, is that one who is fighting for his children. Maybe you don't have a child, but one day, one time, you will come to realize that, okay, those people were fighting for their children. Sorry, Sana, he's gone, but there's no problem. I think what Kenyatta said was just, I don't know, he spoke like a hero, actually. He's my hero. He didn't care, he didn't mind about anything. He said it, na tena aliongea na hasira sana, because this boy has really lagged him behind. Bernard, kwako.
Okay, thank you, Maggie. Now, Themba, I think you take from there as you bring in Julie and then Njiru. Karibu, Themba.
Okay, asante sana. Umesema Stone PK ashaongea eh?
Stone PK bado
Let's start.
He responded to Maina.
Okay, let's start with Stone PK, then we come to Julia. Stone PK.
Thank you, Themba, and fellow panelists. Good to see you once again. And yeah, the debate is good. Although sometimes tunashukishwa chini sana, but it's okay. We said it's a learning platform. And then first of all, thank Mr. Themba for that very good therapy. I think, Mr. Themba, we are going to donate you to UDA on a very special mission. Shortly, usikae huko sana, you know, because they need that preparation. They need to start to, and we should start a program to give them that therapy because it's gonna be bad. We have an indication, you know, Sagana 3. Today I went around and I went as far as somewhere near Makutano. Makutano is in Muranga. And sincerely speaking, what the people are talking, and for those who don't know, those of you who are in diaspora, of course you've been in Kenya, you belong to Kenya, you've lived here. Siasa huwa inapigwa kule, unaona wakiuza viazi, wakiuza chips, wakibeba matatu, because those are the voters. If you want to test your popularity, those are the people to engage. Send your people, send your agents there. For those of us who have attempted these things, we know. Send your people, utasikia ile discussion watu wanaongea kwa matatu, kwa bar, kwa kila nyama huko. That is when you get the indication. Truly speaking, those are few of those who have been running and hanging around UDA. They are mourning, they are crying. And they are the ones who are selling this narrative that Uhuru did not say anything new yesterday. Truly speaking, he said everything new because all what we've been hearing were hearsays. It had never come from the horse's mouth. There is no one given day Uhuru alisema why they concerned with his DP, and there is no one day Uhuru said that he will not support DP. Hakuna siku amesema. The closest he went was during the launch of BBI in Bomas, where he said, huyu nilimpatia baton akimbia akaanza kukimbia nyuma. That was proverbial. I mean, it was like a metaphor, and people laughed and they laughed it off, but they didn't know he meant it and he was serious. So the central Mulima, those who are rebelling against Uhuru, have been in denial and hoping. They are the ones also who have been sending a narrative that Uhuru anacheza Raila. If you guys remember, there has been that narrative. Ati ngoja tu Uhuru anacheza aka kamziki kimzee kitashtuka. That is what they've been saying. But yesterday he went, alivunja, inaitwa nini kwa Kikuyu tunazamanga kugoidia kanya, alipigisha, you know, hiyo kanya is a calabash. When you pigisha calabash, huwa sasa umemaliza hiyo maneno. That was very disappointing, not only to the few Mount Kenya people, especially the age of Dan Minor, yeah, who actually know nothing about politics, and Uhuru spoke to that. For those of us who listen to Uhuru, he addressed Minor and his age very thoroughly, and then even almost whipped us parents, or those who are bigger brothers of Akina Dan Minor. He said, you will be to blame if these kids go the wrong way. You have allowed them to be cheated. How can Dan, for example, say that Uhuru is nothing and Uhuru is the president of Republic of Kenya? Hiyo peke yake makes him everything. Uhuru, you can never demean a president. Even if a president got into power through a coup or unpopular vote or whatever, once you attain that your sword, you are the president, my friend. You can never demean that. So, one, I wish he was here because he's telling me to learn the language from Themba. For me, I don't give therapy. When if you have gangari na mkono lazima ikatwe, I'll tell you mkono lazima ikatwe so that you survive. Yeah, gangrene is not treated otherwise, and that helps people. Okay, so I'm helping Dan. I wish he was here. That you can never deny mzee wa nyumba, hata akiwa anaendanga analala huko nje, ni mzee wa nyumba. What you do, unasema tu ngoja siku moja ile atatoka, mimi nita take over. And for him, he's very far away from doing that. So I'm just trying to say, It is so painful. People are they are feeling so bad. The likes of Moses Kuria is so hurt that, do you know, they thought that Uhuru, even his 5,000 invitees, will not turn up. They are that naive. As much as we think they are clever, they are that naive. President anaweza kualiko kose kuja. It's only a fool. It's only a fool like the people who are there, the Madira, whatever, those guys, they are regretting why they didn't attend that meeting. Unaitwa na rais ati una snub president meeting. Wewe utakuwa ni kiongozi aina gani? Okay? My governor, somebody who is running for governor and they don't agree with Uhuru, he was in the meeting. Lenny Kibuti. He was in the meeting, seated there, listening to the Mutongori of the nation. Yeah, despite him having his pride because he thinks he has a lot of money and all that kind of a thing. He went for the meeting. So ole wako ulikosa kwenda Sagana from 5,000 to 20,000 plus. Were they going to listen to a goat? No, they are going to listen to the Mudamaki. So Maina and those others who think Uhuru is nobody, wako pole sana. Even if after 9, Uhuru as a former president, he will still be holding high respect in Mlima Kenya. Okay, apart from a few young people who have their own bitterness. Let me come to the topic of today. Munya Munya looks like he might scale the walls very high. And those of us who saw what happened in Sagana, you can tell somebody who is being kind of rewarded or escalated because of performance. Actually, Munya is a performer. You know, he was among the first governors after devolution. And you remember the first governors, most of them were waiting in the dark. They didn't know what to do. Walikuwa wanafanya mjaribu na mchezo because they were the first. There are those who messed and there are those who tried. Munya is among those few that managed to do something that you could go and see in the county. Okay, then fast forward, he was given this ministry when Kiunjuri could not make it. Kiunjuri, by the way, it's another opponent of Uhuru. He has a grudge because Uhuru stopped him from messing deeper and meddling and killing the agriculture industry. He could not manage. You know, truly speaking, competence is important. Okay, not everyone can run a ministry. Even if you have your PhD or whatever you have, it's not the papers that do the job. It's your skills. It's your ability to lock and interact and innovate and deal with those who are the experts. Okay, Kiunjuri failed miserably. Yeah, and unfortunately, sometimes background ya mtu ni important. Kiunjuri is very good at running fleet. He should have been given logistics ministry or something like that because he was running malori na matatu uko kwao nyumbani. So he was misplaced, and that's why agriculture went very, very badly. So for me, if Munya is given whatever to support Baba, I would be okay because he's energetic. He's somebody who doesn't get compromised easily. He's assertive. And it's one guy you will never hear him talking tribal things. He may not be perfect, but if lazima apate, that will be okay. And I hope Baba the Jim itamaliza maneno ya kusema if president is coming from this region, we must get a deputy from this region. I wish we can completely kill that. Tuwe tunaangalia competency as a Kenyan. Okay? Si kusema, Stone PK ndio president. He's from Mbere. Oh, then he must get a deputy from XY place. Those kind of very useless conditions, I wish we can phase them out as soon as possible so that we go for proper experience. You know, unatoa CV, we know ulikuwa PS, what did you do when you were PS, what were the greatest achievements that brought Kenya to, or rather, people-related innovations. So I feel I have no problem. Whoever the DP is, for me, I would feel it's okay, so long as it's somebody that will be a bit more energetic, because as we know, Baba is, he will need a spanner boy. You need a person who can run, and most important, who reads and subscribes to the 10-point manifesto ya Baba, who believes in that and who believes in the people, okay, then that will be, and passionate about Kenya, that will resonate well with Baba. We don't want a runaway DP, you know. So, you know, he gets into the office, then he starts campaigning akiangalia huko 2027. And before I forget, I also want to clarify something where people are saying that Uhuru alisema he will support Ruto sahi, and then 2027 he will support Ruto. Hakuna kitu kama hiyo alisema. He just said he will support Ubaba for now. Okay? Right now hakuna njia ingine. Huyo mwingine akibadilisha tabia tutamwangalia uko mbele. It's not 2027 my friend. Uko mbele. Na kama we ni mtu, we ni una hizo tabia zako ni shida, dhambi zingine haziwezi safishwa, you will not be considered. So that was just a passing statement. Equivalent to kale ka yangu 10 yake 10. Simple. And Uhuru has that kind of style. Kuweka ka statement ka kupass ndiye asiue, because he knew he had really killed his DP. So he was trying to console. Another statement he kept on saying, mimi sina ubaya na mtu. Okay? He hits and then he anapoza kidogo. In my language we say ni kama panya. Panya inauma na inapuliza. Okay? Some leaders are good at that. Others are hard hitting like I would do. Then the other one is this one of Azimio edging the deal with the Kalonzo KK. Yeah, the deal is coming. Today or yesterday they had a function together, and these people are still good, but unfortunately, of course, Kalonzo continues to dilly-dally. Maybe there is a day, there is something he's timing that we don't know. So I just told some friends of mine, let's not even talk about Kalonzo so much. Tunyamaze tu sasa yeye acheze kama yeye. Alright? Manake sasa tukianza hiyo anxiety, we might start saying things that are not good, na huyu dem anaweza kataa kuingia box. So tulisema wacha ajilete tu pole ako njiani. DP accepting that, he was shocked, as I had said earlier. He thought, and he was praying that Uhuru is playing Baba. He still had that remote thinking, because our DP is so brave. If you have seen somebody who can lie on national TV, deny things on national TV, that is a very brave person and dangerous. Okay? So he still can stand and say what Uhuru said yesterday, it'll change. Okay? Those are very, very interesting people. So he was hoping, si alikuwa anaita Uhuru mlevi, he was hoping that Uhuru ataamka akiwa mlevi akuja aseme hiyo maneno yote ilikuwa ni mademon. Mtu wangu ni huyu kijana. Can you believe that he believes he is a kijana? When you're over 50 years, you call yourself kijana, Kenyans. Ati anasema yeye ni kijana. Kijana, 50 years, sincerely, since when did it begin to be? All right? So it's good, he has accepted, although he's finding it very hard. Machakos, of course, he tried to come to terms with it, but we also want to send Temba there, aende ampatie some therapy kidogo, ambiwe tu hata kakikosa haka ka presidency si mwisho wa dunia. The problem with our DP is that things are always do or die. In this world, if you go for do or die, you'll die. Okay? Vitu nataka uchukue rahisi. Kakikataa hiyo presidency, kuja uambie baba, sasa baba, unajua tulianza na wewe ODM, mzee unataka nikuwe nini? Na baba atamsamee, atampatia kiti kubwa sana. Yeah? So I think that is the time he should start preparing to reconcile with Baba, awache kumuita majina, because that's the next president. I love Baba. I know Baba has never thrown anybody under the bus. Yeah? And we don't have necessarily to have an opposition. Okay? We will get him a very good seat. 100 days inside, we will amend the BPI and we can give him a seat. Because it's gone. The deal is done. Thank you very much.
Themba,
Thank you.
may I
Thank
play
you.
this? May I play this video before?
Yes, yes, go ahead.
Corruption can stop any determined leader from delivering on or transforming this country.
Harambee! Harambee!
Resist the devil, and he will flee from you.
Sorry, there's another one I wanted to play for Jirongo. I can't find it, but you can proceed. I'll find it.
Okay, thank you so much. Do you have any responses to what Stone PK has shared? Any question? Stone PK, you have said my mind. You know, in my submission, so I guess I will not have to submit on that one. On one specific point, that is, I really don't. I'm not so keen on who is gonna be Baba's running mate. Strangely speaking, I'm not so keen on who's gonna be Baba's running mate. Whoever it is, I'm sure it will have been a keen worked out formula, and they will arrive at someone who can complement and support Baba to deliver on the promises that they have given as Azimio. So whoever comes in with Baba, that will be a full package. It will be if it is Munya, if it will be Peter Kenneth, if it will be whoever else that's going to come, I'm sure it's going to be someone that has been vetted to the point that they fit what Baba needs to deliver on. Remember, we are still going back to an election with the current constitution. And our problem, like we had discussed before, was that the constitution that we're having right now needs a lot of moral integrity for the deputy president to stick with the president, because the constitution protects the deputy president. We have had a rogue deputy president, but we have not been able to do anything because the constitution assures the position. And so we have a deputy president who is standing on top of a vehicle and saying that he's actually inviting Raila to get out and fight with him, aache kujificha nyuma ya president. Yet himself, he's not resigning from his position as a deputy president to go out and make the ground same for everyone. Because if it was that way now, he ought to have gotten out so that they can have a similar ground. Nobody is hiding on anything. Him is hiding on deputy president position. So he's still enjoying the perks, he's enjoying the protection, he's enjoying the office, but in the same vein, he's standing up and telling the Raila Odinga to get out and not hide behind, the president. Now, who is hiding in the presidency? If that is not, in my view, I mean, what do you call that? You call that, does he think that we are so stupid that we can't see? He's the one who is hiding under the power of presidency. Right now, he's still protected within the presidency. He's still campaigning as a president, but he's a deputy president. How come he's not able to take off that cap so that he comes out and says that now tuko kwa uwanja? But shamelessly, he still stands up and tells people that huyo mtu wa kitendawili aache kujificha nyuma ya rafiki yangu Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. You see now, when they say, when the gods wants to finish you, they make you mad first. So in this case, I think what has happened, our deputy president is suffering from a very serious condition. And one of it that I've seen is narcissism. You know, he believes that he holds that right. The president should have endorsed him because he's the one who voted for him. So I am sure that right now we are still in the problem with the constitution. It's a constitutional problem that we have. That's why we are facing this drama. But the person who will be chosen, who will go with the right honorable, I want to believe that it will be someone who has goodwill, someone who is not going to take advantage of that provision, someone who is not going to sabotage the government and still stay for 5 years and say that I am the one who has done this. You know, in the same vein, he's criticizing the president and then he's claiming nilikuja na president. The question someone wants to ask you, okay, fine. If you are with that president and you are so good, why is he not endorsing you and endorsing someone else and not you? There's a reason. So if I were him, I would have moved out, then gone out to look for my votes now, because this government is not supporting me. Does he have the courage? He doesn't. Does he have the moral conviction? He doesn't. So that is why he's going to still stay on and claim the things that Jubilee has done. So Stone PK, you have said that, and I said, yeah, I wanted on the issue of the deputy president to say, I'm not so worried who will be, but at least I know who will be the president. And that for me is good enough. On the issue of Kalonzo, Jirongo today echoed my have you gotten it, Bernard?
Not for, it is Jirongo, but not for today. It's just a video that can help us understand him.
Okay, let me say something.
Let me just play it and then you make your comment.
Okay, go ahead.
Good evening. You're watching Point Blank here at KTN News, and we are shooting from the Nairobi Serena. If you read a book of philosophy, most of philosophers agree that it's not the size of the wave, but the motion of the ocean that moves the ship. William Samoei Arap Ruto, will he be the 5th president of the Republic of Kenya? Jirongo, if you look at a crystal ball, does he have what it takes?
In my view, it will be the worst accident that would have happened to the Republic of Kenya, because it won't take a year. It will be worse than the countries we laugh at, like Somalia. Because I've mentioned to you, you've looked at the sequence of corrupt events that have taken place in this country. In my view, they're actually slightly beyond corruption. This is criminal deception. Just like I explained to you, the issue of T-shirts. You deliver, repeat, and you're not delivering. It's just the same 1,000. Look at the issue of maize, where somebody is said to have delivered a nurse just from Eldoret Referral Hospital. A young girl is supposed to have delivered 200 lorries of maize in one day, and they paid 178 million. It is not possible to do, even if you tried how hard, to deliver in one store 50 lorries in a day. It's not just practical. So these are just papers which were being moved. The same criminal deception that was used on T-shirts.
Cyrus Jirongo.
Yes.
This is point blank.
Yes, this is point blank. I'm talking to point blank too.
Is Deputy President Ruto corrupt?
In my view, the thread of events are all damn. Look at even his own company, Amaco, and the experience I had with him, because thereafter we tried to do business together. We put together a company called Venture Africa, where I went to CMC and got 12 cars. And I paid the entire monthly payments for a whole year and told him, you work. And by the end of the year, we'll need to pay for the following year. At the end of the year, when I asked him now, the money is due, because I had a friend there called Tony Mzee. The money to CMC is due. How much money do we have to pay CMC? He told me 1 million shillings. And when I tried to find out what was going on, these vehicles have been busy for a whole year, a whole 12 vehicles, carrying tourists, making money on a daily basis. I realized the man had registered another company called Priority. So the vehicles belong to Venture Africa, but the money goes to Priority. Look at things like Aurora Dam we are talking about. Somebody who is corrupt, it is connected to power and bribery, mostly. But this is slightly more than that. This is criminal deception.
I want to ask you mentioned Amaco.
Yes.
The public know that Amaco is the blue chip company that is associated with the deputy president. How can you say he can't run, and yet Amaco is a strong, big company?
Amaco is being wound up at the moment. Amaco has never honored any single claim. If you took a cover from Amaco, you literally had a sticker on your car, but you are not actually insured, because the money is paid and the money is taken out, and therefore it is just a shell. And that's why somebody has gone to court now to wind it up, because it can't honor any payment. And remember, the first 5 years, he had a leeway. So literally all parastatals in this country, insured with Amaco. The amount of money paid to Amaco are in billions of shillings. But that money is not there. He wasn't running an insurance company where I have to pay other insurers so that in the event of a claim and I can't meet it, I'll go to my reinsurers to help me to meet the claim. No claim has been honored at Amaco, and that's why it is being wound up.
Mr. Jirongo, you're not in ODM, you're not in Jubilee. You're a politician who is known in this country. And there has been headlines by the deputy president this week that the BBI process has been hijacked by ODM and so forth. And one of the reasons KTN wanted to talk to you today was there is really a question of integrity being questioned about the deputy president, his views on the BBI or not. If you were to weigh in outside the Jubilee ODM bubble and as a political player in this country from the Western region, what would you say?
First of all, the greatest accolades I can give to His Excellency Uhuru is his decision to remove Raila out of the streets, demonstrations, and ask him, my brother, I have a monster eating this house called corruption. Can you come? We find a way of teaming up and you help me fight it. And essentially created stability for the country. And I can imagine that Uhuru found himself in a corner, that the people he thought, because I think Uhuru's leadership, he wanted to carry on the way Kibaki led, where when you give somebody a job, you let him to work. You don't interfere with that person. Little did he know that the people that had been given work to do, there is somebody else, and they did it very craftily, to call the presidency, that somebody else had just as much power as the president, and that somebody else was making phone calls, making sure that the country is being fleeced from morning up to evening. And that is the problem Uhuru found himself in. You have corruption to fight. There is Raila on the streets demonstrating, and he said, Raila, you hate corruption just as I do. Why don't we work together? And for me, if Raila then has to be given a seat, and he plays the role envisaged by Uhuru, so that we deal with corruption in this country decisively, why not? And if somebody wants to start arguments that, BBI is a way of making Uhuru the next, Raila the next president, it will be competitive. Nobody has denied you an opportunity to compete with Raila. And if Raila is being positioned to be the next president of Kenya, he's a Kenyan. What is wrong with that? Just like any other Kenyan.
So Cyrus, if I were to, for the benefit of Kenyans who are on the fence, they are not
Let's get back in the debate. Thank you very much. I hope that's informative enough.
Thank you, Bernard, for jumping. I know, I mean, you have kind of ignited some memories for certain people who had not listened. I see Ngeno Ronnie on the comment section saying anything bad against your opponent sounds like sweet music. And he's also saying the part that I liked is what he said, that show was mainly to malign Ruto and it failed. If it failed or not, we don't know. But at least one thing we know, that he's not the president's preferred choice for for 9th August. What I wanted to say about Jirongo, though, was in connection with what Son PK had highlighted earlier about us not talking about Kalonzo. Jirongo today at his NDC, he said that Oka need to make up their minds first, because there's a sense in which the people are feeling that they are becoming too slow in their whatever decision they are making. Now, that was a direct jibe at Kalonzo Musyoka. Now, you see, you have invited Kalonzo Musyoka to your NDC, and you guys are Oka. You are a team. So that means what? All of you should be aware of what is going on and why you are taking long to arrive at a decision. But then you invite him, and then you invite Baba, right? And then in that podium, as you are launching your NDC is going on, you're one of the principals in Oka. I want you guys to note that he is one of the principals in Oka. And then he stands up, and in his address, which Baba did not even allude to it. He didn't even talk about how long what he did, he just later invited all of them. But Jirongo says that Oka needs to make up its mind so fast, because there's a sense in which people are feeling that they are taking a lot of time. That was Jirongo's words. I mean, I'm just paraphrasing, which is what we have been saying here. But it says a lot, that there seems to be a way in which the principals, even themselves, Kalonzo is probably being held back by someone else who is not Jirongo, and someone else who is not even Gideon Moi. My hunch tells me this could be one Martha Karua, because it is only Martha Karua who, on another forum, I think in our own NDC, seemed to suggest that she's not very comfortable with the president having endorsed Raila, because she was suggesting that you need to get out of the picture and do not manage your succession. So I think there's a sense in which Kalonzo's feet is being, held by someone else who is not so much within the Oka. Now, the danger in this is this: eventually, if Kalonzo keeps on taking a lot of time, Jirongo, what's his name, Gideon Moi, are going to decide in their NDCs to walk to Azimio, because what Baba said is we are having our NDC, Jubilee is having its NDC tomorrow, ODM is having its NDC the day after, then I think on Saturday or thereabout, they're going to be having a joint, whatever meeting, where they're going to be endorsing Baba as their presidential candidate. And Baba said, I'm inviting Wiper, UDP, KANU to come to that NDC, together with other parties. Now, one thing is likely to happen. Once the parties have come and have endorsed the Azimio presidential candidate, the door for the Azimio party will have been closed. So from there onwards, Kalonzo will probably not even have a bargaining point. That's why I still insist, unlike Stone PK, who thinks that he should continuously be treated with a kid's glove. Kalonzo, just like Jirongo said, should make up his mind. And he said that I've listened to Azimio, and I see we have the similar discussion. What he's not aware is that he's not discussing on the same level with Baba. It is not on the same level. Baba is way ahead. So even when he's coming with Oka, he's thinking that they're going to be having an Oka, Oka Azimio kind of a discussion. No. It's going to be bring your party. They're coming as a party. Wiper, KANU and UDP. You are coming there. You're not coming as OKA together. So you are coming, all these parties are together, but Baba is at the top, Uko. So he cannot claim anything that Jubilee can't claim. In fact, the main people are Jubilee and ODM. The rest are coming in with whatever it is you have, and you say, okay, this is the arrangement. So I don't think I want to go with what Stone PK is saying, that we should not scatter the discussions. I think I still insist, and I will stand by that. Probably as we keep discussing, we will have a different view, but Kalonzo should man up and stop delaying the process. I want to bring in Julia to bring her views. Julia, karibu.
Thank you, Mr. Themba. Good evening, everyone. Mr. Themba is still trying to spoil my mood by talking about Kalonzo. So I don't want to go there. I just want to talk about, when I came in, I found, first I found a talk about RUTO and ICC. I don't want to go there so much. And then I found someone, I think he was Mr. Thuo. I'm trying to remember the name. He was asking a question whether we think whether the Kiku's changed their minds after yesterday's meeting by the president. And according to what he was saying, he doesn't think so. He thinks that the president did not say anything new and that he did not influence any changes of views in Kikuyu land. So I want to talk about Kikuyu votes by saying first, I am born in Murang'a County and brought up in Nyandarua County, so I'm among those Kikuyus who have been discussed. I'm one of them who is being discussed about how are our views after yesterday's speech by the president. So looking at the Mount Kenya region, I think we have three groups of people in Mount Kenya region. We have people who have good, reasonable reasons not to vote for Ruto. And those people, if they vote for Raila, they'll be voting against Ruto. Previously, people have campaigned against Baba, and so people have voted maybe for Uhuru or for Kibaki or for who to vote against Raila. But this time in Mount Kenya, there are people who will be voting against Ruto. Now, that group of people did not need the president to go to Sagana. They already made up their minds. Now, they have good, reasonable reasons. And this group of Kikuyus, they don't appear like they are many, but eventually their votes may be more because they are the age that that produces votes. They are the people who you not seen in political rallies. I mean, you won't see them in campaigns. They didn't even go to Sagana. I'm surprised the speaker who was speaking went to Sagana. So, and then after going to Sagana, he said he didn't hear anything. Now, you didn't have to go to Sagana to hear what the president was saying. You needed just to watch TV. So, if he went to Sagana and he came back and said he didn't hear anything, I am sorry to conclude that he went to get some money like they get from Ruto. So, if he's saying he went to Sagana and he didn't hear anything, he was not going to hear anything. He was going to get some money. Those Kikuyus who translate into votes don't go to such meetings to hear. If they want to hear what the president is saying, they'll pay attention to news or they watch it online. So those Kikuyus have made up their minds. And that is a generation of Kikuyus that are the people that Uhuru was addressing, that you parents talk to the young people and talk to them. This group of Kikuyus, they know where they're coming from. They have the history of this country. Now, where I'm saying they have good reasonable reasons, some of them are aware of what happened in 2007 and even before, and they have not forgotten. They may forgive, but they may not forget. they may never forget. They may forgive because forgiving is good, but they may never forget. They are also aware of corruption scandals. They are not young. They can trace the history of the economy of this country. When I went to school, when I was in primary school, I went to school when tulikunywa maziwa ya Nyayo. Sasa mimi nimekunywa maziwa ya Nyayo, and I went to high school. I went to Karima Girls High School, and I can remember my mama was paying school fee, I think 6,000 Kenya shillings per annum, and she was not struggling to pay. She was a junior civil servant, and she could pay that fee. Today, even high school teachers really strain to pay for their children's fee in secondary school. So I'm that Kikuyu that can trace my history. I can trace where I was brought up. I used to visit my grandfather in Muranga, and he was having coffee. And at the end of the year, he used to get a lot of money, and he used to hold parties for us from coffee. So I can trace the economy from there. And when I matured, I think as I went to high school and I shortly began working, Kibaki became president. I was already working when Kibaki became president. I understand what was happening to the economy. And I can remember people saying there was little money circulating in the economy. And because now I understood well, Kibaki had sealed lots of corruption loopholes. That was what Kibaki had done. So I can trace that. Now I understand what happened when Ruto and Uhuru came in. Now, so I have a record of what has happened to this country, and I know what needs to be done. So when you give money in political rallies, that does not excite me. I belong to that generation. I do not get excited. When you say that you're going to bring money down to the people, I know where people get money. I understand that people get money either from SACCOs or from the banks. I know the president does not give instructions to SACCOs and banks to do this. It's a process. Those are policies that are passed. We do not need even the change of government to have SACCOs and the rest rolling their interest rates. So I understand that. When I hear someone saying pesa mufukoni, I understand you cannot give me 50,000 to start a business and it gets anywhere. I understand that. Understand something about having too much money chasing very few goods in the economy. I understand the concept of inflation. So that generation of Kikuus understand that. Another thing, that generation I'm talking about, they have worked all their life. They have had to sweat even to have a home complete. They have not benefited from corruption. They don't even believe in corruption. Now, that group of Kikuyus, whatever happens, whether Uhuru talks to them or doesn't talk to them, have made up their mind. They have nothing to do with corrupt people. They have nothing to do with people who cannot be trusted with peace for this country. They have nothing to do with people who are suspects of crimes against humanity. They understand that clearly. Now, the second group that I think the president was addressing is the neutral Kikuus who have not made up, they don't know where they are. So that is why he's talked in Kikuyu, and he asked what people from Embu, do you understand what I'm saying? Do you understand what I'm saying? Because he wanted to penetrate their hearts. He wanted to get into their hearts. He wanted to identify with them. He wanted to tell them, I'm one of you. I understand where you are coming from. And I know what's our problem. I know where we are going. Now, the third generation is the one, I think, where the speaker is coming from. Those are people now who seems to think that, one, those are people who can sit on national TV and say, what is wrong with electing a corrupt person? After all, everybody is corrupt. We are not corrupt. We are not tripping from corruption. Who is this saying that everyone is corrupt? We are not corrupt. And we're not planning to rip from corruption soon. So those are people who can sit on national television and say that you are saying this person is corrupt. Why haven't you taken him to court? Okay, if he's been mentioned for corruption, why are you even risking having him as our leader?
Now, I was very sad when people were discussing about deputy president coming to the US, why he can't go to Europe. I was asking myself, can I imagine having a president who cannot fly out of the country? I was trying to ask myself that. And I was thinking that will be a very bad situation for the country. So that group of Kikus do not understand. They were born, they found corruption. They think that if you steal money from a parastatal, or they think that maybe if you give money from Equity and you do not pay, it's okay. They think it's okay. They think it's okay to steal, it's okay to lie, it's okay to bribe, it's okay. That is what they think. So they are really kind of surprised when we are condemning this corruption and they can't get it. So we, just like the president said, that we should educate them, we should talk to them, we should tell them it's not okay. We should tell them we are not all corrupt. These are the people who will tell you that if you go to the immigration in your house, you need to talk to kidogo. Tell them we don't do that. I renew my passport from here. I renew my passport from here. I renew my passport. I just went to eCitizen and I went for my biometric in Washington. I didn't give anybody money. My daughter renewed her passport in your house. She didn't give anybody money. When I was working with TSC, I never paid anybody money to get promotion. I think I got several promotions. So it is not every Kenyan that believes in corruption. We got to tell these people that is not the way, it is not okay. So that group of people, they are the ones who are now arguing that why are you pointing finger? Okay, they are saying there's COVID millionaires. If they are COVID millionaires, that is wrong. They should have been arrested too. So we are not justifying COVID millionaires. We are saying two wrongs cannot make a right. We are saying we cannot jump from the frying pan into the fire. We cannot do that. So we have three groups of Kikus. We have those who have made up their mind, whether the president persuades them or does not persuade them, they are not going to vote for Ruto because they have good, reasonable reasons not to vote for him. There are those on the who are neutral, who the president was addressing yesterday. And there are those who do not understand where we are coming from and why we are suffering, the way we are suffering. That is why they can talk about lower prices. Lower prices, you're telling us lower prices when you are the cause of these high prices. You see, they do not understand where we are coming from. So we need to educate them. Now, my two questions to these people, that group of people, like the speaker who was there and anybody who is in UDA. Now, after giving you this analysis, do you think that Ruto will get the votes President Uhuru got from Mount Kenya? That is question number one. Question number two. Why was Ruto, this Mr. Njiro talked about this yesterday, and I want to agree with him. He said he believes in curses, and me, I believe in blessings. So Mr. Njiro believes that people can be cursed, and me, I believe that if you don't get blessings from your elders, I think you are doing so badly. Now, I want these supporters of UDA to ask themselves, why did late President Moi reject Ruto? He's one of his kind. Why? Why did he reject? People are asking what happened between President Uhuru and Ruto. Now, I think they should also ask what happened between late President Moi and William Samoei Ruto. What happened? What was the cause of their conflict? Why he didn't give him blessings? Why? Second question, why has this been repeated again? Why is Ruto not having Uhuru's blessings? Why? That there are very good reasons for that. So if they can ask themselves those two questions, then now they will understand why Baba is going to win the landslide. Because one, Ruto cannot get the votes Uhuru got. Secondly, Ruto lacks the blessings even of those who are gone. Thank you, Mr. Demba. I hope I want to rest my case there.
Thank you so much, Julia. I don't know if there's any question to what Julia has shared. Any question, any comments? All right, we seem not to have questions and comments. I don't know if or the rest wanangojea nini ya pili.
I have a comment.
Yes, Ton PK.
Sorry, Themba, I have a comment. I raised my hand, but I could not see it on the camera. Maybe. Thank you, Themba, and thank you, Mwalimu Julia. I wish Mwalimu Julia gave us her sentiment when this young man was around. There is a gentleman, I've forgotten his name. I wish this young guy.
His name is Dan.
Dan, yes. I really wish that they could listen to such wise guidance from realism, because this Mlima, and that's why the president almost cried. I could see he almost shed tears, not because of he thinks he's suffering. The president is not suffering, but he's so empathetic with the young ones from Lima, and they are behaving it's like the way you see your children playing with fire and they'll be burnt, but they are there. If you listen to Mwalimu Julia and you are that age, I think you should be able to kind of see the reality. Yeah, you are being duped with the wheelbarrows and some non-existent theories. Pesa mfukoni, very rubbish kind of rhetorics and slogans. Yeah, and these kids, our kids, they are university graduates, by the way. Most of them, they have gone up to college level or whatever. You expect them to even stand, stop, think, and reason. They are the ones who are even shutting us down when we try to talk to them. Yeah. So, Mwalimu Julia, I think you should be coming a little bit earlier when we have these Mount Kenya youngsters who actually they don't know kule wanaenda. They have no hope in life, yet they don't know that hope can be installed, and they don't know that future is always created by those who are older than yourself. Yeah, they are where they are because people did some things for them to be where they are, and the president articulated this. You cannot go there jumping and saying you don't care about yesterday. So, Mwalimu, we have a job to do. I don't know when you'll come to vote. I wish you could come a little bit earlier, like next month. Then we have you in these rallies in Mulima there, because that's another strategy that Azimio is taking. They are inviting people, people even from diaspora. If you hear there is a meeting, kuje pale unapewa tu dakika mbili unaongea. We are now moving away from baba. We want substance, 2 minutes na unaambia watu kitu na wanasikia, like what you are telling us. Baba also invited one lady who is a Kikuyu, who has worked in his office since those days, since 90 something. She comes from Muranga. When she stood on the podium, explained to the Kikuyus, demystified the issue that Baba was a tribalist. She said, I've been with Baba more than 30 years, as 25 years, as his personal, whatever, when he was a prime, before he even got prime seat. She sits at ODM as a political advisor for Baba. She said this in Muranga, and people are like, oh my God, he has been with this Kikuyu lady for all this time, and the way we have been demonizing him. So I believe people do some things out of ignorance. I would invite you, I wish you could come here before tuende rally 2-3. Kwanza wewe ni mwalimu, wewe unaweza ongelesha multitude. Yeah, thank you very much mwalimu. Themba ameenda. Alex, wewe ndio utachukua usukani bwana.
Niko hapa.
Hapana, ni wewe. Unajua siasa mzuri bwana.
No, relax. I'm here.
We don't see you bwana.
Relax.
Mr. Themba, may I say something?
Sasa Alex, where are you? I want to see your face.
I'm here.
Mr. Themba, may I say something?
Themba is muting me by force.
No, I allow you, Julia, to say something. Themba will allow me to allow you.
I forgot to mention about Peter Munya. I think I'm okay. I'm also like PK and Mr. Themba. It really doesn't matter to me who becomes running mate. and I'm no longer in the school of it's our time. I don't even know whose time it is, because I don't even know where I belong, so that I start saying it's my time, or it's our time, or it's our chance. And so if Peter Munya is a good combination with Baba, if he complements, I mean, if he can support, Baba needs support, a strong support. I find Peter Munya very energetic and aggressive. And the 2 years he has worked in the Ministry of Agriculture, I see him as a performer. So I'm okay. If Baba thinks they can work with Peter Munya, that's fine. If it's Peter Kenneth, that's fine. I'm moving this thing that after Baba, Peter Kenneth, or who then presidents back to Mount Kenya, I want to agree with PK that it's high time we stop this thing. It's our time. Let even people from West Pokot become president, or even Northeastern, or even Coast Province. I mean, if someone is qualified, let them take. I mean, let's support them. I think it's high time. After Baba, we should just kill this thing. It's our time. Let's have people who are qualified. So whether Peter Munya, Peter Kenneth, whoever will work with Baba, well and good. That's my comment about Peter Munya.
Thank you so much, Julia, for that that comment. Because for me, I am of that view too. We need to start strengthening counties so that the most attractive seat ought to be the governor seat, so that we have more development happening at the county level. When you have counties that are so attractive and counties that are performing so well, we lose the appetite for the national seat, and we have an appetite for the governor's seat. And when you have an appetite for the governor's seat, development will move across the nation, and you'll have Kenya growing richer, because you have counties competing against each other on which county is more developed than the other. I think that's the direction of leadership we want to go, not this obsession with the presidency. I know what is happening. We are moving from the previous constitution where we had a very powerful president, and without you becoming a president, your place and your area cannot have any development. Right now we have devolved government, where it is your county governor who can determine if you can be if you can develop or not. I want to give Wayara.
Yeah, thank you, everybody. Temba, Alex, Stumpy K, Julia, Maura is there. Who else am I missing? It's glad to see you, all of you. Selena, I think you're somewhere there too. I was actually sitting down here and thinking of the disconnect that exists between the youth, the 20-something years and maybe up to 28 years. Why is there a disconnect? And what is it that the country need to do to be able to bring these people to understand that nationhood, that a nation has to have, the youth have to have an aspiration that conform with the nationhood. There's a disconnect, and we need to really start tracing back where this particular disconnect occurred that has made the youth to completely not even know who they are or what part they're supposed to play in the nation building. I think this is a big concern. When we were growing up young in our youth days, there was nothing that was more important to us than nationhood, where people will put their life on the line because you believe in something, and you've come to believe that the nation is greater than you as an individual. Collectively, you become a greater force that which anybody can be able to contend with. But the youth of today seem to have missed that particular part. Like, what really happened? Can we be able to trace back and find out where all these things went wrong? Where this particular youth where did the problem really occur? Is it the parents did not nurture them properly, or is
Wayara,
it that yes?
The question you're asking, I would also want you to expand it to the concept. What were the youths of your time fighting for?
When I say the youth, I believe those who are during our time, the awareness was unbelievable. I mean, maybe because we grew under a regime that we thought was autocratic and dictatorial, and so once somebody was in a position where you became aware of what your rights were, and then you identify that this is not what it is. What you are being presented with is not what you are aspiring to. Then somebody doesn't have to tell you that this is wrong, and then so you start asking yourself, what role can I play? How can I be able to change? As an individual, you start with yourself. You ask yourself that particular question: how do I change the situation around me? And so the next question you're saying is, how can I be able to connect myself with the next person so that this particular person, I also want to hear what their contention is, what their problem is, and vis-a-vis what everybody's facing. So how do we connect ourselves and create ourselves to be a larger force? Or you're creating this a critical mass, because that is actually the entire thing. You have these particular small little units that end up creating a critical mass towards an objective, because you are now being inspired. Each and every person seems to be thinking the same way, with the same goal. And what you simply need is, how do you attain that critical mass that ends up becoming a force, a movement that creates, seek something. You're faced with this particular brutal force that you know for sure that if you take it head on, you won't be able to survive. But so you have to create options. You have to devise ways in which you can be able to fight it. So you fight it with your mind, because you don't fight it physically, but with your mind. And then by fighting with your mind is you start conscientizing other people, what the problem is. So that is how our youth, tell me if I may answer that question. That is how the youth of our time looked at everything. And it didn't just start with us, because we simply also saw what had happened during the independence days, where people like Tom Mboya, Martin Shikuku, all those particular people who came on board, even when as young as they were, what inspired them to fight the colonialists? They were just young people. Where did they get that nationhood, inspiration? Where did they get the inspiration to think nationalistic, not just within their own surrounding, but they went outside the box. They look at Kenya as a part of this larger nation of Africa. And so they had to play their own role. They had to play a part. But the youth of today, something is amiss. That's my problem. Something is amiss. I mean, you talk about millions and millions and millions who think in the same way. I mean, what happened? Who bewitched them to a point where they have gone to school? Yes, we agree that they have gone to school. But then what happened? Why can't they be able to think outside? Okay, here's an example.
Wayara,
Yes.
You see, you did every generation prepares the next generation for what comes up. So when we are blaming the youth, then again the other thing that needs to come up is, what is it that your generation and the rest didn't do to that generation? That is number one. Number two, every generation is inspired by a different thing that they are fighting for. There were those who fought for independence. That there are those who fought for for democratic space in the 80s and 90s. Now, those who are coming in the 2000s and stuff, the fight is different. The fight right now, we have economic fight, which in itself it has taken different kind of perspective. It is hard to unite people on economic fights because what is happening, the same as we are saying, we are going back and telling the youth, you work smart, you get yourself off economic yoke. So it's not about us, it's about me. So the selfishness that has come in has removed us, because immediately the government came into place, we had entrepreneurs who made lots of money. And there came youths who said that the only thing that you'll be poor if you are lazy. So when you connect poverty with laziness, it's hard to unite people to fight the idea that probably the governance levels have exposed us to the poverty that we have. So the things they fight for at different generations require different tactics. It might not mean that they'll all come and look at it. They probably, not all youths are as desperate as we think. There are some who are already making money. There are some who don't even care. They know that I'll still make my money whichever government comes. So it is as opposed to the 80s, where you knew that if you don't fight for independence, or I mean earlier, 70s, 60s independence, then later the governance space and democratic space, because you could see there are people who were disappearing, people were being killed, people had to run away. So there was that kind of sense of, if you don't do anything now, nothing will happen. Now, what is it that they are fighting for in this generation? You see, it's not the same governance, it's not democratic space. What is it? So that thing is not there. So it's not that we cannot entirely blame the youth and say that they are not seeing things the way there's no independence to fight for. Probably there's no more democratic space to fight for. There's something, an economic, liberation that they are now fighting for. But now they haven't connected it with the leadership. So economic liberation for them is about having money. So I can get tenders, who I know is one who's going to help me. You are lazy if you don't have money. So that's how it is. I mean, what do you have to say to that comment, Wayara?
Temba, I agree entirely with what you have said, that the fight is an economical liberation. That's one. But you see, even with economical liberation, even with economical liberation, it's also it's processed, or it's done or pursued within a particular confine where everything is regulated. See, everything is regulated in the sense that when I talk about regulation, here is laws are created. People are able to look back and see where they have come from. See, when you understand where you have come from, and then you respect all those particular institutions that have made it possible for you to be here. You don't dismantle them, because now you are seeking something different. Because even political space that was being pursued during our time also had economical aspiration in them. Because you see, when you talk about creating a space for you to be able to create a mobility forward. And how do you create a mobility forward? By being economically empowered. Because even that particular democratic space that people are fighting for, economical empowerment was one of them, was within that particular category of the fight. So it was not like that aspect was absent. It was inside. So what I'm trying to say, what you have just described here is, you're saying these things have to be separated in the sense that during that particular time when people were fighting for space was a different thing compared to what people are doing today. No, even developed countries, if you look at the developed countries, all these things that we are going through today, they went through them. Even as they develop economically, they were developing economically within a system that has already been established. You don't go out of that particular system, because what you're saying is, because now you're fighting for something different, or another dimension, then you go out of that particular system. No, the system is encompassing all that you're fighting for, all that you are seeking for. It's encompassed within the system. So what you simply do here is you strengthen the system by your awareness Now you are aware that this system has provided for you an opportunity to be able to seek economical empowerment. Okay, you don't ignore it. You don't take it for granted, or you don't disabuse it, because you're saying now you're looking at a different thing. Now, when we talk about when I'm talking about the disconnect that exists today, it's like something has happened. If the youth of today will tell you that they don't care about history, they'll tell you they don't care about history. So it's like what they're saying here is them, they just came from Mars and they were just dropped on this particular earth, and suddenly they started growing without attributing their growth to anything else. That is my concern. Like the disconnect is so apparent and it's scary. My question was, can we be able to trace back and find out where did we go wrong? And who is responsible for this particular disconnect? Is it the parents? Is it the system? Is it lack of jobs that has created this particular apathy that exists within the youth, to a point where they don't even care about whether they don't differentiate right from wrong, as long as it fattens their stomach? Because if a youth will go out there, a youth who understands that the reason why he's not having a job is because somebody has stolen his money. I mean, when you talk about stolen his money, means the tax that he's paying, somebody has already stolen it. This same youth goes to this particular person who has stolen his money, who has made him not have the job that he's supposed to be getting or is seeking, and worshiping the person. The same youth, he worship the person who has made him not have what he seeks for, what he aspires for. He looks at this particular person who has stolen from him as a hero. He's worshiping him. And he's saying that he will do anything to be like this particular person. I mean, that is the disconnect I'm talking about. That's the disconnect I'm talking about, where somebody steals from you and he turns around and you worship him. You're saying, yeah, I want to be like you, but he's stealing money from you. He's the one who's actually impoverishing you. That is my problem. That's the disconnect I'm talking about. Themba.
Yeah. Bwana Themba, if I might contribute to what Mr. Wanyora is saying, as much as I totally agree with you, Mr. Themba, that the challenges are different from generation to generation. Sorry, I'm behind because maybe you said I should wear properly. I'm in a vest. What Wanyora is saying is that lack of patriotism. Patriotism, as much as it was in 1960s, it should be the same as today. It should be even more tomorrow. So what Mr. Wanyora is saying is that lack of patriotism, the patriotism, we don't have it anymore. That is what is happening. Because we don't need to be fighting for these challenges of today and then we throw patriotism away. No, we should not. You see, I saw an incident, I don't know whether it's today or the day before yesterday, where as a female student setting a school on fire, killing fellow students. These are your colleagues. This is not right. I don't think it's right. This is something that we could not have in the past years. And this is what I think Mr. Wanyora is saying. The lack of patriotism has gone away from today's youth. If you ask the youth the name of Harambee Stars that are playing maybe in African Cup today, they'll not tell you. If you ask the youth, the people that represented us in Tokyo, last Olympics, they will not tell you. That is what is lacking. During our time, we could name the whole squad.
Joe.
Yeah.
Have you forgotten Changuli? When did Changuli happen?
I can't remember exactly, but I remember the incident. But what I'm saying, what actually I'm trying to drive in, out is the patriotism.
What I'm trying to bring you is societal deviance or societal issues are not so much. They cannot miss simply because the society does not have patriotism. Some of those deviants are there, and they are part and parcel of this. So they say the societies produce its own deviants. So when you find such kind of thing, it is a society that produces them. But the concept that you're trying to push on, which is what I think also Wayara is trying to address. I've gotten him well. Is saying there should be a thread that is holding across the societal systems. Not like what Wayara is getting frustrated is one interesting thing that you're likely to find in what Wayara is saying is, I mean, it boils down to the same thing. The concept of when some of you grew up in the 80s, when you grew up, you went up to Form 6, or you had a diploma, you'd get a job. Okay, so some of them were headhunted, to go and work. We are dealing with a society later that is more educated, but less opportunities. Now it raises different. That's what I'm saying. That as the societies keep evolving, different challenges emerge. Those days where Wayara is getting so frustrated that why is the youth getting this person who is stealing and giving you? It's the same reason as to why people would go for Moi's maize and then still vote for Moi. The concept of acquisition of power in African countries and Kenya specifically has something to do with how I'm able to manipulate your conscience. And the youth of today, when someone is giving you money is a source of like an income. I don't have money. Now, let me ask you, whom are you going to listen to? Someone who is going to give you empty rhetoric, or someone who is going to at least give you money that you can spend for that day? Now, that is where they are. Because we must appreciate where the youth is, the one that is making decision that is based on their immediate need, not based on their long-term gain. So when you talk, you're talking like someone who decides that, okay, fine, I'm going to fight for this independence, not necessarily because I'm going to gain. I might die here, but long run there'll be independence. But this youth is
Temba, you are assuming, you are making an assumption that all these things you are talking about, what the youth aspire, or the conditions that create the demand for them exist now. They also existed during our time. They were there. I mean, they were there. I mean, if somebody brought me money at that particular time and told me, "Hey, here is 1 million shillings. You go spend it," rather than listen to this particular person. Those things existed even during our time. It does not change. The dynamics don't change at all. They are always going to be there. What I was saying here is, where did this disconnect? I mean, Joe is describing as patriotism. Patriotism is a big label. I'm trying to synthesize this thing to the minute part. Where we're saying, where each and every individual carries their own responsibility. There is that particular part. There are so many people, even during our time, that were not patriotic. They did not even see the point of why somebody will be standing out there and opposing Moi. They were the ones who were actually killing us. The same people. Why were they not patriotic? To them, whatever that was being given to them was meant more than what these crazy, students or activists are activating for, or they're agitating for. They were not patriotic, but they were there. They existed. See, so even now, I'm talking about this particular moment during this particular time, because this disconnect is alarming. The disconnect. That's why when I came over from outside and I was listening to somebody who was talking about Uhuru Kenyatta, Sagana 3 did not really, there was nothing at Sagana 3. And then I was listening and I said to myself, oh, this psychology, this guy is in pain. He's actually in pain. He wanted somebody to be able to tell him, to explain to him, how can he massage that particular pain? That is what was actually troubling him. You know, Stormy PK was quite, you know, didn't really make the matters better for him, because Stormy K was actually amputating the entire leg instead of putting bandage, you know, on that particular leg. But the guy was in pain, because how does he's been believing this lie of Kenya Kwanza to an extent where he has believed it. His entirety now can be identified with this particular movement. And suddenly, here is Uhuru Kenyatta coming and dismantles this particular religion that these guys they've been zombified. And then suddenly now, what is he going to do with himself? How is he going to explain to his friends that all these things that he's been spinning around about Kenya Kwanza or Ruto just dies like that? How can he? So he was in pain. It's actually, they are still in pain, even to this particular moment. They want somebody to be able to assuage that particular pain for them. At least so they can go to bed. They can go to bed better. Now, let me just come to the topic of today, because I have not contributed. I was off topic.
Mayara, you go off topic for 10 minutes. Anyway, go on.
I know, I'm sorry. Peter Munya, I said this thing last year. I mean, when Azimio started, that it's not about an individual, but I'm talking about strategical choice. You see, right now, the way people are seeing this thing is like Azimio has already bagged it. So it does not matter where the DP comes from, you know, the deputy president comes from. You know, it's an assumption people are making. But assuming that this becomes a tight race, where every vote counts, you know, Azimio needs to pick whoever that they're going to pick on a strategical, looking at a strategical point of view, not just any. Peter Munya will actually be the best pick for me as an individual. As strategically, he's aggressive, he's firm, and he's a straightforward shooter. Whatever he says he's doing. And we are talking about a person who knows how to go out there, and he's a go-getter. So in all of that particular region, if Peter Munya is picked, it will be under his own watch. You know, I'm serious about this, because that's where Ruto is banking on. Ruto is thinking of getting as many votes as he can from the other side, Meru, Embu, and Tarakaniti. But if somebody can be able to close all that part because of their aggression, the way they campaign, that locks him out completely. So you're talking about him coming out with almost minimal 20% from Mount Kenya, because you lock the entire the Mount Kenya East, and the Mount Kenya West is locked. You know, Uhuru Kenyatta's influence, the governors who are supporting Azimio, Ruto is done. He's done with. But right now, he's still banking on that particular Tarakaniti, Embu, and Meru votes, which accounts for so much. And then plus the Kalenjin vote, the Rift Valley votes, a bit of the coast, if he gets some, West, you know. So he's thinking of pulling a miracle out of all this. So I'm saying that Peter Munya is a good pick. Oka, we talked about it yesterday, about Kalonzo. As usual, Kalonzo is dilly-dallying, you know, pulling his legs. I don't know what he really wants, but I'm seeing a situation where Gideon Moi and Cyrus Jirongo are simply going to walk out of Oka and join Azimio, because the more you continue doing this, then they're just going to do that, you know. But one thing that caught my eye when I came in here, I saw a Jubilee adverts, where the Ruto is being quoted as saying that corruption can never stop development. And then Jubilee turned all that into something so beautiful. With a child, Ruto is trying to give money to a particular child, and the child is refusing to accept the money. And they're saying he's talking about the devil or something like that. That is beautiful, So that is really what we call rebranding. If Jubilee is going to do that, this man is done. It's done completely, and I'm beginning to feel very sorry for him, because it seems like everybody's beating down on him. Or maybe tomorrow I should probably just turn to become a UDA supporter, because this is bad. Alex is beating down on him. Stompy K is beating down on him. Alex is even doing more damage to this guy than more than anybody else. So
now, Wayara,
yes.
I want to tell you for free. After NDC, Azimio NDC,
yes,
from next week we'll just be discussing Azimio. We'll not be discussing UDA. But thank you, Wayara. I think we can get back to you maybe later. Any question, any comment, Alex?
No, I like the input of Wayara. He makes me think deeper. So thank you mzee, and unakaa hapa wakati wazee wako, usikuje mapema kama mimi. Mimi nasikiza hii wisdom. Thank you.
Njiru.
Okay. Thank you for the discussion. Nianzie na salamu Zemba, Alex, Okibo, Ton, Zeana, Wayara, and Joe. Maybe first of all, let me begin by responding to Wayara. Wayara, I think we cannot say that other established democracies have also undergone the things maybe which we are undergoing now. Maybe in your next submission, or maybe in your conclusion, you can try to look at the Asian giants. People like Chinese, who in the last 70 years, they have just become economic powers without having necessarily to undergo what the Western countries had to undergo. To me, I think African nations, and more so Kenya, we try to follow the Western system because we think our culture and our way of thinking would be more aligned to them. Maybe because they are led on some Christianity modalities like us. So that's why we want to align with the Western culture, and we would like to see if we can be able to follow the faiths which they followed. But a race to success doesn't have a formula. It's being organized, having the right people in place, and the amount of time. If somebody took 100 years to do something, you can take 15. So let's not stick to this methodology of saying that the US took 200 years to develop their democracy. Kenya is 50 years old. We still need another 150. No, there is a possibility of Kenya becoming a democracy with a shorter time. It's all about the people we have. So that's just a clarification I wanted to do. The next thing which I wanted to talk about here, let me begin by talking about endorsement. I'm wondering, when will RUTO endorsement start? I'm not seeing any political party coming on board and saying they want to endorse Mr. William Ruto. So maybe people from UDA here, I need them to explain to me, is UDA so big that they don't need any endorsement from people, or what is their methodology? Because the Kenyan politics in 2022 and dating back to 2002, Kenyan politics has all been about coalitions and the parties coming together. You can realize how PNU brought many parties together, how TNA, and it was a coalition of many parties. So I want to see the methodology which UDA is using towards coalescing with other parties. Because without coalitions, you cannot go anywhere. Because, majority of our parties are regional, and people have to come together based on their background. And so far, we can see Mr. Raila Odinga has gotten over 15 endorsements, and many parties coming from all walks of life, different culture, different people are trying to assemble to him. And every week we are seeing new endorsement coming for Raila Odinga, which is a psychological and a perceptional good look for him. So I want to hear somebody from UDA telling us how their endorsements are working, because since they got this endorsement from Wetangula and the other and Musage Mudavandi, we have not seen anything else coming to them. They are just receiving endorsements from individuals. And personally, I cannot trust endorsement from individuals. I would like to see endorsement from system, from established political parties, people coming as a group. So let me talk of Munya. So this is my take about Munya. One thing which is making, and maybe if for those people who looked at the president yesterday, the president did a very special accolade to him. I don't, and some of us who are a little bit do a bit of an analysis. Whatever Mr. Uhuru did yesterday, I'm not trying to speak for him. That was an endorsement. So you don't need to ask for any. The fact that he told him to stand, and he talked about him. He talked about his record. That was an endorsement. You know, you need to read in between the gap. That was another endorsement. So why do I say maybe Munya stands a better chance for now? Although still we will also try to see how other people will come. Number one, Mr. Munya has a vehicle. Today you saw he has a political party which is propelling him, and within his political party, he can be able to fight a big war. The other thing is that his prospects are also rising. Guys, you have to remember that Mr. Munya was born in 1969, so he is a young guy. So at the moment, he is around 53 years. So, and you can see his experience, which dates back to 2007 when he first became an MP. So he is a guy who came into government at a very young age, and he has displayed a lot of experience, and he has loyalty, to the extent that even when the president told him that this time around you should not vie, see what you can still be able to help the government to achieve, he was, at least that one is submission. So I can see submission from him. The fact that he can listen from his senior and he can change his structure. Because Munya wanted to vie for governorship, which he already had, so his prospects were very high. He was to make Kiraitu to run for his money. The other thing is Mr. Munya will be able to change the prospects in the Meru region. Why? Because he will be able to checkmate Kiraitu Murungi. We are not sure if Kiraitu will be in Azimio or in UDA, but the fact that we will have a strong person in Meru who can even spray his influence in other regions will be able to keep at check people like Kiraitu Murungi, who still seem to be like in Azimio and they are not in Azimio. They want to still be seen close to the president, yet they don't want to come out strong and declare where they are standing. So, to me, I think Munya stands. And when I compare them, the only problem I have with Peter Kenneth is Peter Kenneth doesn't have a will. Peter Kenneth is just talking. I don't see his political party. I don't see his machinery. People presume that he is coming with Mount Kenya Foundation, but I'm not seeing that power within. I'm just seeing somebody in an incubator. I'm just seeing somebody in incubation. I'm not seeing somebody who has propulsion power. So somebody will still need to convince me more. Yeah, there are so many opinion polls which are being done, and people are saying that Peter Kenneth is bringing a lot of perception and he is having support. But there is still something I'm not seeing in him. Maybe in the next 1 or 2 months, he could prove it, but so far I'm not seeing that proof. Now, the last thing is I want to respond to those people who are talking about whatever the president did yesterday, it did not have impact. I want to talk on this because I also talk with the people who are on the deputy president side. I have so many friends in Nandi. I have so many friends in Eldoret. And today I have spoken with the people in Nandi. So I want to speak. I want to bring the reaction of people from majority of my friends who are in Nandi, what they told me. I don't want even to speak from people from Mount Kenya. This is what one of my friend and an influential person in Nandi told me today. He told me they have accepted they are in opposition. That is somebody from Nandi. That was his reaction today. He didn't give me much of the explanation, but he told me from the way they are looking things, the president looked so much optimistic to them, but they are seeing things falling apart. And that is the correct indication of the things from the deputy president supporters. They are seeing things are falling apart. Somebody might want to criticize that, but that is what is happening. From Mount Kenya, majority of the people who I speak with them, they are silent, but they are still saying whatever president said has weight. So to me, what I can say is that whatever president said yesterday influenced a multitude. It might not be a very big percentage because he is not the person who is in the ballot, but his influence will make the difference which is needed. We know Mr. Odinga has been getting close to 45% of the votes, the ones which has always been reported to us. But I can tell anyone who is listening to me here, the influence which the president brought yesterday will create that difference of 8 to 10%, which is needed to tilt this election comfortably. That one was done yesterday, even without the president doing any single rally, without even doing any other campaign. He did his job yesterday. Lastly, let me comment about Jirongo, that thing about Jirongo, that video which you have played about Jirongo. And you know, let me tell you, even wise people say, if you want to know a testimony about somebody, talk to his friend. Jirongo used to be a friend of the deputy president. And I'm a bit worried that there are so many friends about deputy president who are speaking so many negative things about him. Whether true or false, but this information is too much about him. You can see the way Jirongo is speaking about scandals without even having to think. He is giving a storyline of what deputy president has been doing with his company and doing a lot of special interest. By the way, let me tell you, it is not only corruption, but it is evil to do business with the government. That is something. Those are the things which even in developed democracies, they even make people get impeached. They make even people get out of power. The fact that the deputy president has stakes in Amakor, and Amakor is doing business with the government, that amount to special interest, and the special interest is impeachable and can block somebody from getting into office. You cannot get into office and you are doing business with the government. You should be outside, do business with the private sectors and other people, but you should be off the government. So when I listen to Jirongo, I'm seeing somebody who is telling us the character of somebody who has been in the circles of the government for over 30 years. And we don't need to agree with Jirongo on everything. But also, we also need to agree on Jirongo on the specifics. I don't think that Jirongo hates the deputy president too much to the extent that this is the only story he can be able to talk about it. And some of the things Jirongo is saying, they also align with what is available in the public domain, what is available in the Google, and what is available from other people. Remember that Jirongo is not the only person who possesses information about bad things which the deputy president has done. So in conclusion, what I would like to say is that the deputy president has assassinated his own character, and he cannot be able to defend himself on morality. He can only defend himself in terms of giving people promises. But when we analyze him in terms of, and let me tell you, morality defines everything. Forget about promises. Anyone can give a promise. Even me, I can give a promise. I can stand in front of people and tell people, if you give me this, I will do this. That one is very simple. It's just rhetoric. But when it comes to morality, that is what creates a difference. And we have to evaluate this gentleman who always calls himself a young man, which I doubt, just like Stone PK amesema hapa. We have to evaluate this guy in terms of morality and what he did when he had an opportunity. Deputy President has been given opportunities severally, and the only way he was able to respond to us was by balkanizing us, was by tribalizing us, was by doing all the evil things which a human being can do. And I don't think any trustworthy, maybe you could have been born, unaweza kuwa ulizaliwa jana. Maybe I can speak to who are born in early 2000. I want to tell you, gentlemen and ladies, you cannot trust the Kenyan Deputy President with this government. There are so many things. He has so many scandals. He is tribal, and there are so many things which can be written about him. And when it comes to morality, yes, I know we have so many leaders who are short of morality, but I can tell you his morality is questionable beyond reasonable doubt. He has been proven inside the court and outside the court that his character is questionable. And I believe Kenyans should rally around and vote for another person who is at least trying to portray inclusion, who is trying to portray change from status quo, and who is trying to possess character of moving away from the norm. And I think Raila Odinga possesses that character. So I would like to call any other Kenyan, please, let's vote for change. Let's vote for something which makes a difference. And our children will have a country which they will love, and we can do great things with Mr. Raila Odinga. I don't know much about him, but at least I trust him based on the things which he has done and what he did when he was given an opportunity. And you can see PNU has come on him. When you see people that is Moi Kibaki, when you see this other parties coming, you can see at least some few people are trusting him. I even saw Jimmy Kibaki yesterday, his party, New Democrats. They are even saying they will follow what Uhuru said yesterday. Yet people from UDA are saying that whatever the president said was nothing. About Kenya, they made their decision yesterday after president spoke. So president influenced a multitude. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jiru, for that. Hey, Ziana, today you have light. There's someone who has a question. Yes, Alex.
It's me. Yeah, Mr. Njiru, thank you so much. I've listened to Kamau today. I've listened to Stone PK. I've listened to Njiru. I've listened to Shiko. I've listened to people from Mount Kenya. And the one particular and singular thing I wanted to listen from them, they are not saying. And I want to bring it out now since they have refused to talk about it. And this is my question.
Alex, come out of the shadows. Come on.
So yeah, so for Uhuru, it was not all about Ruto. It was about the people who thought he's going to retire and leave the vacuum so that they can have a play. People like Kuria, people like Kiunjuri, people like Waria, people like Kiraitu Murungi, and now they have found that the man is staying. Don't you think they are nursing their wounds more than anybody else? And what is their plan after this? Because that is what they were expecting. And if you hear people like Martha Karua, they are so bitter. Martha Karua has been saying throughout, wacha malize yaka aende nyumbani. You have heard Kuria say this all the time. And that is what they were hoping for. But it's not happening. It looks like Uhuru is staying. He's still the kingpin, as you have reiterated here, Mr. Stone. What is next for these people? Are they part of your leadership, or mumekataa maneno yenu? Na muongee, because I think that was the real earthquake for me.
Let me respond to you. You know, we cannot talk about people who are not following the system. You know, Bwana Alex, you know, even getting power, there is a protocol and a procedure which you use. And we know Uhuru inaugurated, and he was made a Kikuyu elder, and there was a procedure which was done to make him a leader. And there are so many things which have happened, and all these other people who might have been given some small consecrations, that one, they were being made spokespeople, but no one has been consecrated as a leader for Mount Kenya. And for you to be consecrated as a leader of Mount Kenya, there is a system and a protocol. And these people, they have deliberately refused to follow that protocol. And the protocol is simple. You have to be below Uhuru. Until Uhuru declares that he is retiring and or maybe resigning from his current position, you cannot just get that position outside him. That is why here we cannot come and start speaking about shift of power from Mr. Uhuru Kenyatta to another person. They have to follow the procedure, and they are not following it. And they will fall apart. No one will be able to take that mantle because it was given to him, and for that mantle to get away, a procedure has to be followed. And no one is following it. They will just speak empty rhetoric. It will not happen from the street. There is a procedure, and the way the community has to come together and support support another person after Uhuru. The best thing they can do, they have to follow the line.
Temba, can I add to what Njiru has said, just briefly?
Okay, Stone, as you add,
yes.
Mr. Kuria said he's not seeking a political seat. Kiunjuri from governor to an MP. And Waria, I don't know where he's going. Don't you think these are the most frustrated fellas, and they might go and unite with Ruto now because what they were hoping for is completely has been denied to them by your people, by them going like 20,000 people and still saying Uhuru is your kingpin.
Thank you, Alex.
Including Martha Karua.
Alex, let me give you a brief on. Let me add to Njiru has really elaborately approached it, but there is 1 or 2 points I want to add. Number one, all of you must have seen some coronation that went around on JB Muturi. Ask yourself what happened. Okay, I'm alluding to what Njiru has just said. There is a system of creating and anointing leadership, and from the mountain. It's not just done. You jump from your bedroom, you buy a few wazés, the wazés that have fallen on the side. They are called the tumbocrats. You fill their stomach kidogo in a small hotel somewhere, and then you buy them the brown dresses and ile nguo ile nini ya mbuzi ya kondoo, and they cut the muthigi there, and they go and pronounce you. This thing is done in a systematic manner. Na ina wenyewe, it has those people who do that. That aside, so that's why the Muturi issue died. It died. One, the idea was good initially, but he jumped in a mountain. Wanasemanga kuruka mbele ya drum. Kuruga mbele ya darama. Darama is the drum that you jump before the music is played. So because they were thinking of succession. They started discussing about succession. Then some people jumped to go and present themselves. Akina Martha Karua, spokesperson. How do you go talking about being the spokesperson before you relegate whoever has been on the throne? Okay, there is no way. That's why we're having election for the 9th, and whoever will be elected is the one that Uhuru will go and give the sword. Okay, you don't start carrying yourself around as if you are the one carrying the sword. Na bado hujakuwa, the one who is holding the sword is still there. I come quickly to Akina Kiunjuri's. They did the same. In fact, this is their wild dreams. Okay, they are as confused as the generation we are talking about. Unfortunately, they are a little bit older, but their thinking and behavior is of those very young people that have lost, direction. Despite Kiunjuri speaking a lot of proverbs, he has that 1,000 Kikuyu proverbs which he reads every day, just for them to pretend to endear himself to the elders. By you quoting proverbs and those mashairis and those sayings, doesn't mean that you are now full mountain. You can be a leader. Okay, those are just plays. Hizo ni comedy wanafanya. Otherwise, they would have been coronated at a specific time. But again, it's not them. There is the candidacy, yeah, and there is the procedure. There is the structure. Who are the candidates? Who can be the candidates to be, kind of the leaders of Mount Kenya? It's not the theories. It's not the political science theories that people put. There is the traditional way of doing it, and people. There are parameters that constitute to who becomes a kingpin. It's not because that wewe sijui you are a professor or sijui ulifanya nini. No. There is, like for example right now, and that's why they are so worried. The mountain does not see the need to replace their kingpin, their spokesperson, who is Uhuru. Why do you want the mountain to remove him and they have not seen the need to remove him? Okay? The fact that you are a spokesman doesn't mean you must be the president. The fact that your presidency has ended, hiyo ni kazi ulikuwa umepewa, ika-coincide na you being the spokesperson of the mountain. But if they still feel they need you, you will be in that position. At one time, Jenga Karume was, okay, and he was not in that highest post of leadership. I think at one time he was just the chairman of the entire Gema community, and he was the kingpin before he handed it over to, I think, Kibaki or something like that. So basically, these others are called Uto to Denge, the two small he-goats, feeling, like they are already grown to that age of going to mount the goats, and they start jumping and trying to mount their mothers. Sorry to have used that example. So those are lost. Yeah, to then get the two he-goats, the two small ones, the way they jump, trying to learn how to do things. Yeah. In fact, if you critically look at the way, what do we call him? The way the TSP guy, came into politics and he started shaping himself. It's just like the way this gentleman of Mungiki started coming in. You could be having your clique or cashier of people somewhere, yeah, and then you start thinking you're popular. No, you can't be popular just because you have a small group of hooligans or a small group of touts, yeah, in your own area, and then you start thinking you can.
That's why we are saying the casualty of Sagana should not be focused only on Ruto. I am seeing a situation whereby the casualty of Sagana, because remember Sagana 2, the only thing we saw from Sagana 2 that was more evident was Uhuru Kenyatta said, you cannot start dividing your father's properties when your father is not dead. You remember that? He said that in Sagana 2. And we did not know that it was proverbial. What?
Proceed, Alex.
Yeah, and we did not know that was proverbial. But after yesterday, it has come to my knowledge that the casualty for Sagana 3 is more on the leaders who played with the succession of Uhuru without knowledge that the chicken will come home to roost, not even to Ruto himself particularly. But I'm seeing a situation whereby many people are going to go to a political dustbin. Somebody like Kiunjuri, I don't think he can win even his parliamentary seat without the help of Uhuru. Nani has chickened out, Kuria has chickened out, and all these Gachagua, Ichungwa, and all these people. Don't you think Sagana 3 has a casualty more on the Mount Kenya people who took the succession thing more seriously than even the Rift people?
Let me begin this way. Just forget about those casualties you are talking about. They are insignificant on the mountain, Alex. They are insignificant. They were not going to take the mountain anywhere. Yeah. Actually, the aim was to hit Mr. Arap Ruto. These others were maybe by stand. Kipiga bomb hapo, the ones on the side wanapigwa. Akina Ichungwa, akina all those. Remember, it's only Mulima where actually almost 85% of people or leaders never get re-elected. Okay, so you have to be careful how you play your game. You'll be surprised, even people like what we call the Gachagua. You will be shocked when most of those people never get back their seats. Yeah, and by the way, the mountain has not been having any problem just because they've been shouting themselves hoarse and all that. That's why they were trying to see their window of opportunity through Ruto. You know, that's why they've been praying very hard. But you know, unfortunately, it's backfired. They are insignificant. Sorry to use that term. Among the mountains. Who talks about Gachagua? Nobody. Yeah. Thank you.
I can add something. Let me add something. You know, one thing, our watu wote tunaongea story yao. You know, like Kiunjuri was given an opportunity.
Zero. Just a minute.
Yes, I just wanted to.
No, just a minute. Stone PK. Njiru akimaliza upatie Maggie. I'll be back in 10 minutes.
Okay, thanks.
Okay. So I wanted to add something about our akina Kiunjuri, akina Kuria, akina Madakarua. You see, there is a problem here. Some of the people we are talking about here, they are not performers. You can see Kiunjuri, you know the things which happened when he was a minister of agriculture, nini, there is so much crap which happened there. Then, alafu sasa kitu ingine, these guys rushed. You know, the way munasikia president, venye president alisema, na kuna mtu amesema hapa, when the president said that ni kama Ruto alianzia kukimbia the wrong direction. As the president was running, as the deputy president was running in the wrong direction, he was not the only one running in the wrong direction. He was running with a multitude in the wrong direction. And some of the people who were running with the president and with the deputy president and being in a hurry in succession before the real people who make decisions in Mount Kenya, because every community has people who show them direction. Tusianzie kuzika vichwa zetu. There are people who see things in a specific way and they can guide others. Ni kama vile unaonanga hata mbuzi zikuwa zinaenda pahali ama kondoo. Kuna ile kondoo moja inakuanga pale mbele and the others try to follow. So let's not pretend that, or even elephants have a leader. So this concept that people want to say that the flock can guide itself, can just go unanimously, guide yenyewe, it's not true. You need a specific form of direction. So ile kitu najaribu kusema, these guys, they didn't study what happens in Mount Kenya region, and instead they used the wrong direction. And you can remember, this is not the first time when Madakarua is becoming a casualty. Remember, Madakarua resigned from Kibaki government so that he can campaign to become a president. She over-campaigned, so I resigned to, I think she resigned around 2009 hapo. So that Kasem, I want to quit Kibaki government so that I start my early campaigns to become the president. And you know, and Madakarua thought that because she used to be a constitutional minister, she thought that she had a lot of influence, and maybe because she was also involved in the 2007 circus, now she thought that she will be able to sway people. You know, now, up to now, Madakarua has not been able to redeem herself and to recoup the glory which the Kibaki government had given her. And that is the same thing which is happening here. Madakarua will suffer a second time because of not following a procedure. You will be some of you people here who are doing your studies. There are usually some procedures. Let's say that you want to get your master's and your doctorate. You need to follow the guidance of a certain committee. Lazima waku advise. And some of the people hata unasikianga saa zingine hata amenyimwa degree. Some of them, it is not about bias. Wengine ni wamekataa kufuata procedures which are set. Unasikia mtu akisema mimi nitafanya hivi, sio lazima nifanye hivi. There is always blessings in following a set up procedure. And whatever Uhuru did, he communicated as a certain procedure. Thank you.
Okay, Njiru, lastly, what I'm looking at is a situation whereby you saw Madakarua statement, very bitter, Muturi also giving us signals that he is not happy that the guy has retained his power. Kiunjuri still very bitter. Moses Kuria still very bitter. And I'm seeing a situation whereby because they are throwing tantrums, they are going to support DP Ruto even when they know that DP Ruto is not going to win. Don't you think that your casualties are even more than even the Rift, because the Rift at some point realized that they will, the support for the president was just a bubble.
Alex, that we have no problem. You know, even the entire mountain, there are those people who are going to support Ruto. So they are okay to join, but they cannot disrupt the system of the mountain on how they establish and elect and appoint their leader. So they are okay to go. And in fact, can I begin by telling you Muturi is insignificant? That is number one. He comes from where I come from. Okay. All of those other guys, they will go as individuals, not with any following. Thank you. Come in, Field, and then Maggie. Wayara, Mr. Wayara, I think you want to say something. Thanks.
Yeah, I just wanted to reiterate what you just said. You know, I know Alex actually is making a point, you know, but also is trying to give the impression that these people are going to create some wave if they go and join Ruto. I think
No. I am not insinuating that. I use the word they are throwing tantrums, and that is why you can see. I didn't say they will never, but we have seen them throw tantrums.
Yeah, that's true. They are throwing tantrums. See, all these things that they had been doing or they were doing before, they were anticipating that the Mutamaki himself was going to go away. So they were positioning themselves to take over, to be the kingpin or the spokesperson, as you know, as some of them had already placed themselves to be called, because they wanted to take over. They thought that the president was going to go away. I think the person they should blame is not even Uhuru Kenyatta. They should blame William Ruto, because Ruto is the one who went to the mountain, crowed like that he was a kingpin, and these people just allowed him to continue doing this and then abusing the president, and nobody came to the rescue of the president. Even some of these particular onchos, the big onchos of Mount Kenya, they were moving with Ruto. Kiunjuri was a Ruto supporter. This guy, what is his name? The guy who just came from Dubai, Moses Kuria. Moses Kuria was a Ruto supporter. He's one of the co-founders of UDA, as a matter of fact. The speaker himself is a double face, you know, just like the way Stoby PK said, you know, that particular coronation, and that he thought that he was being inaugurated to become the spoke. Somebody lied to him. I think Ruto must have more or less like whispered some words into his ears, thinking that by doing that, then that they will be uprooting the president, the Mutamaki himself, from his influence, even on the other side of the mountain. So, not knowing that the continuous abuse that the president was taking from Ruto is what made the president change his mind. I think he was going home. He wanted to actually retire peacefully, but there was no way he was going to go home under that kind of cloud, you know, where his government has been abused, he has been accused of having done nothing, and yet he was doing all these things for the mountain, and the guys were still lying. They were lying to the whole world that he was doing nothing, you know, so he couldn't take it. And so he realized that he cannot just go and retire with all this insult, with the cloud hanging over his head. So he made up his mind that no, he's not retiring. He's revamping PNU. He's going to make his party become much more stronger than what these people anticipated it will be. So the person they should blame is not even the president changing his mind. You know, they should blame themselves for having been cheerleaders to Ruto while Ruto was busy abusing the president, mocking the president, undressing him even in his own backyard, as if Uhuru Kenyatta never had any influence at all. So that is my take.
Okay, thank you, Ayara. Yeah, I think that is it. And lastly, of course, before Maggie be ready. Lastly, of course, nobody ever said that once Uhuru term ends as president of the Republic of Kenya, his term as the Kikuyu kingpin has ended. Kikuyu pin is not tagged to the presidency of the nation. Mudhamaki, only that it coincides that, he could go maybe because of, like Kibaki left, and he left Kabisa, probably because of his age. And I think this guy also hinted to you. People don't listen very well to Mr. Atuoli. Yeah, Maggie, please come in. It's your chance. Thank you for your patience. Maggie Odengo. Maggie.
I don't think she's there.
All right. Maybe when she comes in, she'll raise her hand. Maggie, yeah, she's there. Come in. Uwanja ni wako.
Habari zenu wanasiasa wa Kenya.
Tuko sawa.
Mnanisikia kweli?
Si wewe ni mwanasiasa.
Yeah. We can hear you. Yes.
Ile kitu nilisikia vile mnasema na mnafanya nini na nini na nini. Iko kitu Atuoli alituambia. Alikuwa anaongea kwa show ya huyu kwa Citizen, huyu naitwa nani huyu Kikuyu. Na alisema put it in the bank. Ruto's name is not going to be in the ballot. The way I see things, his name might not even be in the ballot because
Jeff
Koinange. His name, I don't see it going to be in the ballot. Think about it keenly. The way things are going right now, put it in the bank again. Put it in the bank because wenye walikuwa wanangoja kwa fence, people like Kinjuri, the so-called, those who are waiting for the president maybe to put them in a upper position to be popular. I don't see who Ruto. Ruto's name is going to be in the ballot because the president said it all. He said it all. Who is going? Even I think if we follow the rules and the laws, somebody has been given opportunity. He spoiled it by himself. He did this, and these words were coming from the head of state. Not anybody, but the head of state. Do you think even the IEBC people, they are going to allow Ruto to contest? I don't know. Anyway, I don't know. With Kenya, anything can happen, but I don't see it happening. If it is, let's say it was this country, America, or the UK, do you think that kind of a person, his name would even be in the ballot or anywhere, or just be allowed to campaign? No way. No way. The president clarified everything for Kenyans. It's only that we Kenyans, we are still. Sometimes we behave as if we are blind. We don't see things, and we behave like we are dumb. We hear and it passes through the other ear. But the president even told him, this time, wacha uweze kujaribu, tuachie mzee. Wewe tunaweza kukusupport later ukichange. That is to mean he has to change, he has to withdraw from all his wrongs, and he has to apologize to the country. Na aanze mwendo mpya. So Ruto, I don't think he's even going to be in the battle, in the whatever. His name is not going to be in those papers, ballot papers. Yeah, the trend that we have taken. Okay, some people are saying, oh, it's still too early to say something. It is still too early to do what, but the time has now come. We don't have any other. Maybe if Kalonzo is going to start his, we are still going to have the 2-horse races, but Ruto is not going to be in the ballot paper. Take it back, Mr. Ten.
I tend to differ with you on that.
Okay.
Ma'am, I don't think in a country like Kenya, we can just be reckless in going the way you have said. I know for sure Ruto's name will be in the ballot. But one thing I'm 100% sure is, even if he wins, they might not give him the power. But his name will be in the ballot. That one I know.
Okay, PK.
Okay. One moment. These are individual opinion. We cannot be sure who will be on the ballot because there are many days to come. Mungu ndiye anajua, ndugu zangu, lakini tuna hope wote watakuwa kwa ballot. Asante. Selina?
Yeah, asante sana PK. Naona mumechangia sana kuhusu fallout. Mumesema Martha Karua, mumesema Kiunjuri, mumesema Moses Kuria. Nataka nirudi pale wakati ya 2017, wakati kina Kapando wa Kapando, wakati mtu kama huyu former gavana ya Kiambu, alafu kuna watu wengi wa Central walitolewa mpaka Njoroge, mpaka Maina Kamanda, Kabogo. Na kumbukeni wakati ya PPI, Kabogo wakati walishindwa, wakaform group walikuwa wanajiita aspirants, wale walikuwa wameanguka na walikuwa na support. Na atataka kulete nguvu wakati ya PPI, hata wana shout wakati Raila na Uhuru walikuwa naongea, kwa sababu alikuwa natafuta space. So nilikuwa nataka kumwambia Alex ya kwamba wale watu wamefanya kazi na watu ya Central. Martha Karua alisimamia Kibaki mpaka akachukua kura na she was really honored, lakini siku ile aliresign, watu wakamwambia hata kama ilikuwa the truth, that was the last day niliona watu ya Central wana change, kwamba hii watu ingine wote watatoka kinali Swaome na hii group ingine.
Maggie, please mute your mic.
So these are the people wawezi kujali Central wakishaamua hata uwe nani. Kama mtu kama Kapoko na pesa yake, imekuwa ngumu hata yeye kuingia serikali, hata ameform. Ile kitu nilikuwa nafikiria walikuwa wamefurahia vile mnasema, hawakuchua msimamo ya Uhuru, lakini wangesikia vile Murathe alikuwa anawaambia, na wakasema Murathe ni mlevi, na Murathe alikuwa anawaambia Uhuru bado ni kijana, hakuna mahali anaenda. Wache nikuche kwa sababu ya vijana, na ni vijana yetu yote kwa kila mahali. Kasi ilikosa, vijana wengi. Samani nilisikia kuna mtu alikuwa anasema alikuwa anataka kukombea enzi ile ya samani. Vijana walikuwa na heshima. Vijana alikuwa akiona mtu rika ya baba yake ama mtu mkubwa kwake, walikuwa na heshima. Vijana yetu ya saa, hata wewe kwanza msasi, wacha ule mtu, wacha hiyo mtu ya nje, wewe mwenyewe mwenye umesaa mtoto yako, unakuta anakuchipia. Na samani sisi hatungechipu wasasi, lakini vijana ya saa, alafu pombe, kitu moja watu wataki kuamini ni ukweli, Hawa vijana wamekataa kuoa, hawataki responsibility, kasi yao ni kukunywa na kwenda kwa barabara. So lose generation kubwa sana yenye wasasi wangetaka kujua what will happen. Unakuta watu wengi sana. Mumeona wamama wakiandamana kwa barabara wakisema wanaume wameshindwa na kasi yao, wamewacha responsibility yao. Kwanza tujiulize, hii generation walikuja wakaweka suruali wakafungia hapo chini ya mkuu. Those people, hii watoto yetu lazima to work hard kama wasasi. Moja, wanaume na ukiangalia hii wanaume, wale watu vijana hii yote, nafikiri wale watu kama PK, utaniambia kwa hii group ya hii wanaume yote hawana kazi pamoja na wasichana. Ni wangapi wako na familia? Ni wangapi wako na responsibility? So wakiletewa hiyo 20, hiyo 200, hiyo 100, hiyo ndio wanafuata waweze kukunywa, wengine wanalala kwa mtaro. So Kenya lazima tuone kama ni vile kabisa baba anasema anachukua, ndiye tuanze mambo ya production, tuone tumelete industries, ndiye hii watu waweze kufanya kazi. Hiyo ni watu hawajali, wanataka ya leo, wanasema nini, nipe yangu. Hii viongozi wakifika badala ya kuuliza kitu anakuambia lete yangu niende. Hata hakuna development, hata hakuna kitu anauliza kuhusu constituency. So member of parliament akiteremuka nyumbani weekend amefunja pesa 50 kwa gari. Wanaume wakikimbilia gari badala ya kuuliza kitu ya kufanya, wanasema nipe yangu niende. So mwanasiasa anajua nikisunguka constituency kupatia hii vijana pesa hiyo yote, hata kama ni 100,000 na asiruti for another 3 months, hii watu hawana hasara, hawalimi, hawafanyi kazi nyumbani. Kila kitu imeharibika kwa nchi yetu. As we are talking of politics, tujue hao vijana yetu tutawafanya namna gani. Ya pili, sisi wasasi ndiye tuko na hiyo shida. Wakati kama Temba akipata mtoto yangu barabarani, akimwambia mtoto umefanya makosa, mtoto anakimbia nyumbani anasema nimechapwa. Patale akuambia mtoto ulifanya nini, tukaanza kwenda kupigia kelele kwanza walimu. Tukanyang'anya walimu responsibility yao. Tukanyang'anya watu ya vijiji responsibility yao ya kuchunga watoto yetu. Ikafika mpaka nyumbani kwako sasa wewe baba, mtoto anakuambia toka, mimi nataka kuona kipindi yangu. Ama mtoto anamwambia mama, toka, mimi nataka kuona TV. Na unakuta wasasi waongei. Mtoto anayeseweka TV vitu yenye hata we mwenyewe unaona ni ngumu. Ukiona aibu toka, kama uoni aibu akae. Alafu watoto wamekunywa pombe. Unakuta wasasi hawaulizi. Mtu ya jirani akiongea umepiga kelele. Nafikiri ni hayo tu nilikuwa nataka kusema. Tutafanya nini turutishe generation watu heshimu. Sasa ukimuuliza kitu ajui, ndio unaona wengi wanakuja wanatusumbua. Unajaribu kumwambia kitu ajui hata ile unasema juu kama heshimu msasi yake. Niliona Kimani Ichung'wah leo kwa parliament akimwambia Munya, you are not my father. Akimushout, hiyo ni member of parliament. Ukweli ya kwamba ukiangalia rika ya Ichung'wah na Munya is like a father. Lakini sikia vile member of parliament anamwambia Munya, stupid, you are not my father. Kama MP kijana anasema hivyo kwa parliament, ule kijana ako kwa street atasema nini? Ni hayo tu nilitaka kusema. Nilikuwa nataka kusikia, si kutaka kuongea. Mpaka nikasema hapana, wacha niseme hii tu.
Temba, you listening?
Asante. I have not handed over to Temba. I'm still on duty.
No, I wanted Temba to respond to that. That's what I was talking about.
I want to give it to him because before I give it to him, I want to tell Mama Selina, Bwana Wayara or Amerez, and you heard about it. This is a serious issue, which indeed, let me tell you this: when Baba comes to Embu, I know we were drafting some of the things we want in the manifesto. In Embu, we decided not to come up with what everybody else is coming. And I know one of the big point that took like 2 hours before people agreed, on what will be presented to Baba, what we feel should be embedded in the government of Baba, was trying to bring back, the parent, the generation that is gone. Because according to the speakers, they said we have lost a generation. Actually, they were counting 2 generations. They were saying 2 generations. The 18 to 30. I think there is a way they calculated the years, and it came to two generations to reach to where we are. One of the generation is very young. They will be maturing in the next 5 to 10 years. So they said this has to be a collective responsibility, but structured in the governance, from the government to the parent and to the schools. And it was so intensive because they said the rain started beating us when, first of all, the government lost the ball in terms of job creation, in terms of school. We interfered with our education system so fast that it brought confusion. Then the point number 2 was that the parents, because of lack of income, stable income, because there are no jobs, somebody clears university first degree, the parent feels like now I should get a relief. The boy is still, or the girl is still at home. Anakuuliza, my dad, you took me to school, nilikuwa naenda kusoma. So that pressure was heaped to the parent. The parent loses hope because this guy has matured. He's in the house. He's quarreling you because he thinks he went to school because you told him to go to school. Now he's asking you, where is the job? Okay, so parents have been bombarded so much that most of them dropped the guard. The community, the same. So our people, or our proposal was that, number 1, the government should do a deliberate action to rejuvenate the nation, create jobs and create hope. Yeah. Anyway, Tramba, I don't know what you have in that, but it's a huge discussion, which if we don't intervene urgently, it is an urgent issue according to the people who are with at Embu University. And they said it needs a rapid approach to be able to reverse the situation, at least to save the generation. Thank you, Themba. I think I'll hand it over to you now. Julia has not spoken, and Njiro has spoken. Yeah, Julia. Also, Alex has not spoken. He's just been giving some remarks and suggestions. Thank you.
Can I ask a question as you hand over to Themba? Please, Themba, can I ask a question?
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, maybe I want to ask you your opinion, because it is something which I've looked like. I'm not trying to fight it, but I'm just asking you your opinion because I know you're in those sectors. Is it possible for a good stakeholders meeting to be done, or maybe people to do an analysis of like, for example, I don't want to localize this thing, but I know it is happening, especially in many places. You see, like in many places, because of this hopelessness and these many things happen, like, I know there are some communities which have introduced like farming of mira, for example, then mira or mogoka, and you see, and some also they come and also combine with the other items like beer and other things. Don't you think that there is a good thing for us to have a good stakeholders check of how we can still farm this thing and still control people or misusing them, because I know they have contributed in some places people dropping out of school. Do you think there is a problem, especially on those things? Just a question.
Thank you. I'm able to answer that because, one, I come from the region where we are growing, and they are growing those things, Mogoka and Mira. when there was a time I was working with the UN and at the NGO before I went to UN, and it was in West Africa. We gave it that kind of approach. There was a lot of drug abuse, and there was this issue of the youth going into the forest to dig diamond and all this. So, they could go there, get some little things, and they had, they had a lot of money, And when you have a lot of money, what happens? You get misused and all that. So what we did, we decided to involve, because you cannot stop that. But we engaged some NGOs who organized with the stakeholders, because the stakeholders included even the bars and these people selling drugs and all that. Of course, under the pretext that they are cook shops. They used to call them cook shops, but we knew exactly what they are involved in. So there was an NGO that was asked to implement a program of mentorship. And they started, various activities that engaged these youth. And they were told, fine, if you go and you mine your whatever it is, you sell, you get your money, there is a way you should come, save your money this way. Those who had not gone to school, they were told there are classes you can do part-time and all that. So it is true, like in the Mira region, we need stakeholders organized together by a very organized format, maybe NGOs or community-based organizations that will directly create programs and dialogue, to show them that you don't have to drop school from class 4 just because you feel that baba yako alikuwa na miraa or amekugawia 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, they are called what, trees, which you harvest every morning and evening. Okay, they can continue to help the parents get the money, go to school. Okay, if there are those who have been, there are those who dropped out of school for some time, we can start those other extra classes, evening classes, as a continuous program, not one-off. Because the more they are growing Mira, then those organizational programs should be there to run hand in hand with the community so that they help. I think that's the best approach so far.
Okay,
thank you.
Just one thing.
Okay,
a moment. Let me it's just a small follow-up, then I will stop. Just a small follow-up in 30 seconds. Bwana Stone, do you think it could be important for Kenya to start thinking of methodologies of controlling the age of the people who enter into specific certain of businesses? Because you realize that in whichever place which has an economic thing, even like people who grow rice, or maybe people who grow rice, or whichever cash crop people grow, don't you think there is, because like that's what I usually see like in some advanced countries, don't you see that it could be good for Kenya to come up with an age in which you can do business? Because these ideas of kids of 12 years and 14 years owning Mira farms, or maybe...
Maura, that is more than 30 seconds, bro.
Okay, that was a...
I get you, but now anybody below the age of adult, that's child labor, and there is a law to that. What we need is enforcement of that law. That how can a 12-year-old go to the market with gunias of Mira and start selling? That is illegal. What we are not doing is that we are not enforcing the law. Thank you, Jiro. Selina, and then I hand it over to Banathemba. Selina.
Okay, thank you so much. Nafikiri ile kitu tunataka kufanya as Kenya, tukitaka kusaidia our generation, turuti pale shule, tuanzie hii watoto wadogo, wale watu wako wadogo, chenye wako, kwa sababu sahii hata mashule sitaanza kukua empty kwa sababu hakuna watoto. Discipline irudi, tukirutisha discipline kwa shule, na pia wasasi wate control ya watoto, kwa sababu watoto wengi sana wanalelewa na mamate. Watoto wengi sana, mama akiwa nyumbani pale, kazi yake ni kushika simu na kufanya mambo yake. Baba anashika simu, anafanya mambo yake. Unakuta mtoto ya 5 years, 10 years amepatiwa simu. Sisi turuti chini kama Kenya, turutishe, tuko na nyumba 10. Ile nyumba 10 walikuwa wamecreate, ingetusaidia sana ya kwamba hao watu ya nyumba 10 tuone watoto wetu, wale vijana wako hapo na wasichana, badala ya kukunywa pombe. Ile kasi ya vijana vile Uhuru alikuwa amepeana wakati ile ya lockdown, kulikuwa kasi kwa vijana na walikuwa nafanya vijana yote, uwe umesoma hujasoma, lakini ulikuwa naona wanafanya hiyo kasi na walikuwa nakasiwa kitambo walipwe. Unaona wakati hiyo ilisaidia kidogo. So tukirudi kama jamii, kwa sababu hii shida iko kila kabila. Sasa mumesema Meru, kuna sehemu zingine Kenya iko mambo mingi, lakini watu wasasi hawana kitu ya kufanyia watoto. So tunajaribu kuomba ya kwamba hata wakati tunapoongea hii mambo ya siasa, na tukimaliza siasa after election, wale watu wako karibu, kwa sababu tunajua Mungu anaenda kubariki baba. Hiyo ministry imesemekana ya youth, watu wajitokeze wakuwe serious. Kijana wanaweza kunywa kwa sababu wamekunywa already, lakini waende kasi, ikuwe na limit. Alafu sasa hii nyumba 10 tuhakikisha ya kwamba tutasaidia watu yetu waje. Hata tukiongea viongozi watapotea, ama tutachakua watu hakuna kitu wanajua. So mimi yangu ningesema, as tukitengeneza nchi, tutengeneze na hii generation imepotea. Kwanza, wasichana wajaolewa. Hakuna mtu anataka kuolewa na mtu mwenye kijana nye afanyi kazi. So unakuta wasichana wengi, mtu anaamua kupata mtoto 1, 2, akuja alee watoto yake. Mimi kama msasi, nikiona msichana amekuwa na mtoto, nina encourage alee hiyo mtoto, badala hata aolewe juu hata anaolewa na nani. So unakuta sana watoto wanaume ndio wamepotea. Usipoamuka kama msasi kushikilia kijana yako boma, regardless of the weakness they have, simama kama msasi, shika hiyo boma, at least wakuwe na watoto na waishi. So nafikiri sisi Kenya, na hii rika ya sisi afadhali tumefika huko juu, ni afadhali. Hii rika kidogo hii, hamutakuwa na generation, na hiyo ndio tunalia sana. Nafikiri ni hiyo tu, tujaribu kuleta hiyo topic siku ingine na tuambiwe exactly. Mimi nimeona wamama wengi sana wanaenda kwa barabara. Unakuta wengine wanasema mpaka fathers in law wanaenda kulala na wanawake ndio wapate watoto, kwa sababu kijana amepotea. Nasikia akirudi nyumbani hiyo pombe, kijana anaingia chini ya kitanda. Kwanza tupoteze hizi mapombe. Kama kuna pombe ya kukunywa, ikuwe na mapombe ile itakuwa si cheap, pombe mzuri, si yenye inaua watu macho. So sisi Kenya ama viongozi wamekuwa kuchangia kupoteza vijana. Nafikiri ni hayo tu.
Mama Selina. Yeah. Umesema tutoke kwa simu tuache kuingia Mtembei?
Kwa sababu nyumbani mama anaingia kutoka kazi, anakuja kaa chini, anashika simu yake. Baba anaingia anashika simu yake. Hata wamama wamewacha responsibility yao. Wasichana, watu ya wafanyikazi ndio wanalisha mabwana sao. Na zamani mama angetoka kazi, akuja aweke manguo kando, afanye kazi ya jikoni, alishe bwana yake. Hilo wamama yote, hata viongozi kama kina Margaret Thatcher, hilo wamama wamekuwa na maofisi kubwa kubwa. Unaona mama anatoka kwake kazi, anajua ako na boma, anakuja analisha bwana yake, anapatia chakula. Hiyo kitu iliisha. Kama wewe ukuje uchipikie, wacha sisi yenye tuko Amerika tutahurumia. Lakini unakuta hiyo style imetoka hapa mpaka imefika Kenya, mpaka imefika huko nyumbani. Baba anang'ang'ana kwenda jikoni na mama iko anasema amechoka. So tusipopendua hiyo vitu na nyinyi ndio mmekubali kukaliwa. Wewe ni baba, unastahili kuketi ulishwe, ujue watoto wamefanya homework. Ni msichana ya kasi anakulelea mtoto, ni houseboy anakulelea mtoto. Akifika shule hakuna mtu anachunga hiyo mtoto. Akikuwa mkubwa atakuwa responsible aje kama wewe msasi uchui mtoto yako anakaa aje Monday through Sunday? Auchui mtoto ni mfanyikazi. Watoto walikula, wamevaa uniform. That is what they ask.
Selina.
Yo.
Selina, hapo unajua kitambo wanawake wengi wao hawakukuwa wanafanya kazi. Sasa hivi nikueleze, umetoka kazi, mume wako ametoka kazi, wote, labda hata wewe umetoka kwa kufanya ile kazi ilikuwa ngumu zaidi. Wacha hata unaingia pale nyumbani, utasema ya kwamba ati wewe umeingia pale umeanza tena kazi ya kupika, na wewe uko na tena na kazi zingine, kwa sababu hizi mtandao naye watu wanafanya kazi usiku na mchana, kwa sababu unaweza kuwa bado uko na tena kazi nyingine, unafanya kazi nyingine tena, kwa sababu hata huko Kenya siku hizi wako na kazi wanafanya kwenye mtandao.
Mam, turudi nyumbani, mke ya nyumbani. Mama alikuwa anaamka asubuhi saa 11. Anaenda anakama maziwa. Anakuja anapika chai. Anakuja anaosha vyombo. Anakuja anaenda shamba. Anakuja saa 6 anapika chakula. Saa 7 anakama maziwa. Saa 10 anatafuta chakula. Saa 11 anaanza kulete ng'ombe nyumbani. Saa 2 amelisha watoto. Saa 3 anashika kasi ya bwana, kwa sababu kuna kasi yake inamungoja. Hakuna siku mwanamke alilalamika nimefanya. Ni hii wakati wa sasa tumekubali kusema ukifanya hii nifanye hii. Nimesema hivi, ukiwa uko na kasi ya mtandao ama uko na kasi mingi, chukua nafasi kidogo kujua bwana yako anakula nini, watoto yako wamekula nini, nyumba yako imekaa namna gani, na urudi ukae chini. Lakini ukisema tumefanya kazi, sisi ndiye tumefanya, jamii wamepotea. Wamama tuchukue responsibility yetu kwanza, ndiye jamii isimame. Watu walikuwa nasema nyumba ni mama. Hata bwana akiwa tajiri namna gani na ana mke nyumbani, hiyo nyumba haikuwa inaitwa nyumba. So sisi wamama tuache kupingana na tufuate ati bwana akikuja aende jikoni, aenda tumefanya mambo yenye Mungu hakutupatia. So kwanza
Salina,
kitambo tulaumu wanaume, tutilaumu kwanza.
Mabwana wa siku hizi yeye anakungojea wewe unaenda kazi, wewe mwenyewe unaenda kazi, unarudi tena uanze kuingia, na yeye alikuwa amekaa nyumbani anaenda kwenye pombe.
Ndio nasema mam, wanaume wengi, mama wengi wamesaa watoto, wamenunua manyumba yao, wamekuwa na kasi yao, na unakuta ndio ninaweza kuwa na mali, nikuwe na kasi, lakini kuna kitu nikiwa na watoto, kuna nafasi ya baba. Kuna nafasi ya baba kuongelesha kijana yangu. Nina nafasi kama mama kuongelesha watoto yangu, lakini hii wanaume tulikuwa tunawategemea. Ndio mimi kama ninafanya kazi na huyo bwana yako afanyi kazi, umempatia madharau, unamwambia ninakulisha, unamwambia una faida kwa nyumba yangu. So tukubali kwanza responsibility yetu vile Mungu aliumba wa mama. Ndiye nyumba isimame, ndio watoto wasimame, ndio baba asimame. Lazima sisi wa mama turudi ile yetu ya zamani ya mama yako, ya shosho yako, ile alifanya kazi na boma yake ikasimama. So as tukiendelea, kwanza sisi wa mama tutengeneze maboma zetu. Ni hayo tu.
PK, nichukue sasa.
Themba, it's your turn now.
Come on, Themba, let me talk.
You can't come making noise for me and I give you a chance to talk. I won't.
Julie hasn't spoken.
Julie has spoken. Now, each generation, this is what George Orwell says. Each generation imagines itself to be more intelligent than the one that went before it and wiser than the one that comes after it. George Orwell says that each generation imagines itself to be more intelligent than the one that went before it and wiser than the one that comes after it. Now, the comment I want to make, I know, especially for the first comment about generations, you realize it's a complaint. If you could look at the young people of the 80s and the 70s, those who came before them complained about them, watoto wa siku hizi. And that's a normal trend that continues in every generation. And as I said, you prepare the next generation. The children who are growing up right now were taken care of by the parents that we are talking about right now. They're the ones who are probably too busy to give them the guidance. And then, like they say, you cannot poison the fountain and then expect clean water in the rivers. The fountain was already poisoned. When they came out, who took care of them? And that is something that happens a lot. You know, we see that generation, and then now we start blaming them for what we are seeing. I come from the perspective that it is not all bad, because each generation has all those kind of, as I said, societies produce its own deviants. And of course, there are those kind of deviants who always will be coming up as we move on. What are the people that you have created? Are all youths bad? Are all youths, you know, like we blanket it that vijana wa siku hizi, they are not responsible, you know, they don't know the future, they don't take they are not, they lack vision. When we are so pessimistic about a generation, then we are likely to judge them and condemn them badly, and we are not likely to trust them to have a future that is promising. But if we try to understand them from their perspective, then we are likely to guide them within what we want them to achieve eventually. I don't come from a pessimistic base school of thinking like Wayara and Selina they are trying to come from. For me, I come from an optimistic point of view, where in each generation, you know, people like who are able to discover stuff, like Albert Einstein, and the rest. In their time, they were thought to be insane. Sometimes the youth, as they come up, sometimes it requires the next generation to understand the world the way they understand it. As Selina is talking, wait, Wayara, I have not even landed my point. You have started raising your hand.
No,
Calm down. Let me land my point. I'm a very optimistic person. I know the youths may not necessarily see the world the way some of the generations ahead view it, but they have their way of viewing that particular world. They are facing different challenges, and their dynamics are different. So it's us to understand them from that perspective. What are the ways we can help them shape that future? So that they may not necessarily live it the way we want it, but at least they will live it to the fullest when they start experiencing it. Their challenges are different from what you might have experienced when you're growing up. Like what Selina is talking about in view of appreciations of the role of a woman in the family, the relationship between the two. As you keep looking at societies across the board, you find some of the things change. Like you find probably some societies were generally agrarian. You know, there was so much. There was lots of land. The industries then were a lot of farming, like what she said. But later you realize the source of livelihood and how people start getting whatever they're getting differs and changes. We are moving into new ways of doing stuff. So I think, other than being so pessimistic about the youth and imagining that all they need is to be controlled, what I think they need is a more of how do we understand them, and from that create a future where they are exploring their full potential, but positively. That is probably what I want to think of. And the youths are not all of them are bad. There are some that might not have found that direction. But there's also another large majority that also have a direction, have come out of that. It's just like we can say, not all like we are telling some people, not all the people who got old are wise. There are also some very not necessarily wise people who became old, and you can see from how they are. This assumption that only old people go. I mean, all wise people are the ones who got old. The ones who got old are the people who are not necessarily wise who got old. Even foolish people got old. So it is something we need to look at. What is it that can be done other than looking at them as just a bad generation, but looking at where did the other generation go wrong that could have contributed in certain things, and how are the ways that we can mold these ones to experience their potential in the way that they can, live the best and achieve most out of what they have, other than just fixing them into what we think they should be. And that becomes the divergence, the disconnect between how the older generation communicate with others. We think that we just need to tell them, and that becomes a problem. So communication breaks down because we think we are good and we are the best, and then they don't understand and they don't know. We need to tell them. So when you go like tell them, without necessarily going into understanding where they're coming from, then now there is no listening, And when you see when two people are holding that kind of view, it becomes hard for you to mold the other, because everybody feels that also, as we know. So I would urge the generation that is up there that has, they're also looking at you and they're seeing probably there are things you could have done better, So I'm imagining not all young people are bad and not all old people are wise. So there should be a way in which these two people can find a communication, a way of trying to understand each other. So that for me is what I would say as generally, someone who looks across the divide. I do not necessarily attach being old to wisdom. Yeah, I've met very old people who are not necessarily wise, and yes, Wayara.
Yeah, I think you misunderstood my point, where I based my argument. My argument was based on that young man. I don't know what was his name. The one who was questioning that Uhuru had no impact on Sagana. I don't have any fight against the youth, because the youth are not just Kenyans. The youth it's an encompassing world where you find youth there, but we have to look at it in a political context, where we were, our conversation emanated from. The problem we have, that was my focus. My focus was what is happening within the political arena, but as we see it, as it displays before our eyes,
But Wayara, even as you say, that young man came here, but we also have a number of young people who have come here who have actually been like someone like I think Shiko and others who have come here, young people who are actually talking very progressively. So sometimes, we can ophelize by looking at one person coming and expressing his view, because of for whatever reason he has had to. But when we apply ourselves to that, we make the situation look like there are no. And that reminds me of the Bible when I think Elijah, who went hiding in the forest. I mean, and telling God that he's not going because there are no any other prophets. Then he was told that there are more than 1,200 prophets. Yes. So, yeah. So sometimes you can look at one and paint a very grim picture. On the other hand, there are so many young people who are very progressive, who are not necessarily tied to the tribal, profiling that is done by politicians, who are very progressive and cannot allow their conscience to be sold. But yet, in that, there are few of them who, like in every society, just like in the 80s, when some were fighting for multi-party democracy, where there were some who are fighting for single-party rule because they were gaining. So there will always be in any society a people who will either betray the cause and others who will be standing for the full cause. I am not so much into looking at it from the prism of when you listen to one person here, then we think that everybody has already, gone to that. I agree with you, Wayara. There are those young people who, for the reason like you say, some of them have been put into situation where they are by the system. You know that because of the corruption, they have not been able to get jobs because of how the system has been set, and some of them have been forced to follow this handout mentality that the deputy president has been giving them. So to them, that has been a source of livelihood. What do you expect of such a person? But yet, there are others who have stood firm and have actually not sold their conscience to anything, and they are ready to listen. And there are many.
Temba, you have to agree that the disconnect goes beyond just the youth. It goes beyond the youth. It even goes to churches. You see, when it goes to churches, when Uhuru Kenyatta made that particular point about this merchant of deceit, bringing in the money from stolen property, and they bring it to church. You see, when we talk about church, we just tend to be believing that church means a building. No, church is not a building. Church is a body, the people. That's the church. So when the church itself cheers up, they cheer the person who has brought loot, which has been looted. And they leave that particular church believing that they have actually worshipped, they are Christians. Yet they are accessory to theft. They become accessories to stealing, to thieving. You see? So the disconnect is not just amongst the youth, even amongst us who go to churches. And then when this money comes to us as a church, we are cheering this particular individual as enriching us. Yet that is sin, because we become accessory to stealing, and it does not glorify God. So what I'm saying is, this thing is deeper than just the youth. There's a disconnect between. I don't know whether it's a. I don't know. I can't understand it. I can't explain it, because you as a faithful person, a man of faith or a woman of faith who go to church, and somebody comes in and bring in loot, which has been looted, and then you guys people are clapping. The church is clapping because the church is human beings, and they leave that particular place of worship, believing that they have actually worshipped God, that they have glorified God. All that they have been doing means nothing before God. It's just demonic, because it's sin. And then we pass this particular thing to our children, because our children are seeing it. Because if we cannot stay true to who we are, then how do we expect our children to stay true to what they're supposed to be? See, that is where the disconnect is. Because even us as parents are practicing it, and the children are learning it from us. So nothing is sacred anymore. The church is not a sacred place. Church is where people do business. People open churches nowadays as enterprises, and they see that, But that is the same place you're saying that you should go and honor God and worship God. Which God are they worshiping when this particular God who allows peddling of money to be merchants to be
Temba, Temba,
Wayara,
hii Amerika wakati
Wayara,
watoto wanapelekwa kurekebishwa.
Mama Selina, wait. Wayara.
Yes.
You know, a church hospital. Yesterday, you even spoke about it as if people who go to church are supposed to be righteous. You don't go to the hospital because you're healthy. You have to know that a church is a place that carries all manner of people. And you cannot be righteous, then go to church. In fact, you go to church so that you can be transformed. So your criticism about the church, and it started yesterday, it's a little bit far-fetched. The church, even Ruto is allowed to go to church, in as much as he's too corrupt. And that is what only I wanted to say, that the church is not for the righteous.
But you see, Alex, when you say that even he's too corrupt, he's allowed to go to church, you're making a mockery of God. You're making a
mockery of God. The Bible says.
I'll explain why. Let me just explain.
The Bible says, the Bible says, the wheat and the tare. Look, Wayara, in the parable, the Bible says the wheat and the tare must grow together, and the only person who will separate them is God Himself. So you cannot say that somebody is sinful, somebody is not sinful.
What I'm trying to say, Alex, what I'm trying to say here is there's nobody, we are all sinners before God.
Yeah.
But it's what you call sanctification. We walk towards that particular place where God wants us to be.
Wayara.
Yes.
I want to ask you a question that, of course, now we are going a little, into religious perspective. Now, when Jesus came, and then there was this guy Zacchaeus. Zacchaeus was one of the most corrupt people.
It wasn't really corrupt people. It was just a tax collector.
He was corrupt.
No. Go look and see how about Zacchaeus.
I know what you're talking about.
Almost everybody.
I know what you're talking about.
So let me ask a question. Let me ask a question. Now, what did Jesus do first? Did he tell him to give back the money, or what did he do first? What was the first thing he did?
Jesus went to Karen and ate with him.
I didn't say that Jesus came for the righteous people. You see,
No. I want you to look at the steps. The steps were, come down. Today I'm going to visit you. You see?
So he went to Karen. Just put it so that you can understand. Christ went to Karen.
So the guy, you see, you don't necessarily have to be clean to go to Jesus.
No. Jesus came for sinners. See, he came to this.
No, wait. Try to understand what. Try to get what the point you are trying to. Wait, Maggie. Try to get the point where we are saying, where I think Alex and I are coming from. Yeah.
Just continue. I'm listening.
He wasn't necessarily cleaned before Jesus could visit him.
Yes.
All right. So Jesus went and ate with him. And after that eating is when he decided to do the other things. You see? So it wasn't necessarily, I mean, what the point you're trying to make, and this is, for as far as religious, whatever thinking is concerned, in church, you don't necessarily find clean people. Just like when you go to a Kenyan garage, you don't find good cars. All those ones are waiting to be made.
You're missing the point. You're missing the point.
Okay, let me make it, and then now you can clarify if we didn't get it right. So what you're saying is the churches are not necessarily places to find clean people. And the churches are a reflection, they're just a microcosm of the society. So the churches are a reflection of what the society is. Now, when you say that, okay, we need only to check proceeds of corruption, then do we also need to check proceeds of other things where money is coming from? For example, there are things that we may not necessarily know. The people who give tithe, we don't know where they're getting the money from. We need to check also the proceeds, because the fact that it cannot be said does not necessarily mean it is clean money.
Okay, have you finished?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. You say that churches are not for righteous people, for clean people. That is correct. About your, see, the thing is, when people go to church, we don't go to church there just for the sake of appearance. We go to church so that we gain glory. It's glory to glory. You become a better person. You get transformed. It's a transformation. You don't just go there for appearance sake. That this is because you are a sinner, you should be going to church. No, it's transformational. When you go to church, once you find Christ, you move from where the point you are before to the other point, because it's a walk. Sanctification is a journey. You get better and better and better to the place where you are consider yourself as a faithful servant, a faithful follower of Jesus Christ, according to the gospel. In other words, in order for us to be able to make it, we have to, you see, the gospel, the Christianity has got the author. It has an author, and we have to do it according to what the author stated to be. It's not for man to be able to translate it in his own understanding. No, it's already been off. It's there. We just follow the guideline that has already been specified. We are not supposed to alter even a comma on it, but we do that because we are human beings. We want something which support our position. So we keep on playing and diddling. Church is there for not just for sinners. It's also there for people who are touched by what they hear, by the gospel, and they aim to be better. So you as an individual, when you go to church today, you're not supposed to be going there tomorrow the way you were before, because something has changed your heart. You have been moved closer to God. God is a holy God. So in other words, whatever that you do is supposed to be to mirror one of those God's reflection. You mirror it, you mirror that particular reflection of God. You become a better person. You can't just be static and then you call yourself a Christian. No. Even Paul says it. You see, you cannot be giving a person who has got teeth milk constantly. You also allow them to chew meat. They have to chew meat. They have to grow in what they believe. So it's not just for the sake of us going to church for the,
Wayara,
yeah.
Is doing good a show that you're a Christian? Or you can also do good without being a Christian? Yeah?
Doing good is not a show of a Christianity. Doing good it has got nothing to do with Christianity. But doing good when the your spirit inspired. See, there's a difference. There's a difference between spirit inspired good, walking. You walk as a Christian, inspired by the Spirit. So now it's the Spirit that is moving you towards that particular place where God wants you to be, that is making you do good things. Spirit, not worldview. Because if you're doing it as a worldview, you're failed. You have already been saved by the redemption of Christ. Christ has already redeemed you. So it's not you who is going to do the walking to redeem yourself. It has already been done. But the Spirit-inspired walk.
That is the older generation. It is not of this young generation.
Now I understand, but we can have this debate another time so that we can appreciate it more. Now I want to bring in Jakindube, who is also here. Jakindube, Abarigan.
Sorry, guys.
No, it's okay. You're good, Wayara. Maybe Jakindube seems not to be there. We want to start taking our closing so that we have already done it. The Facebook guys have already been thrown out. That was good discussion, Wayara. At least you have understood certain perspectives, which is also okay. Some people think I'm wrong, and Raphael Musioka thinks that all the people who get old are wise. Eh?
He's very right.
Alex, you agree?
I agree. I agree with him.
I totally disagree with that.
You know,
that,
wisdom is contagious.
I disagree with that.
You know, just like rain inanyeshea wezi, inanyeshea wabaya na wazuri. Just like pia age, you can grow old. It doesn't necessarily mean that you have wisdom. Now I want to start taking our closing remarks, and so that we can end. Tumetupwa Facebook tayari, but now we are still on YouTube. Around 121 people still viewing us. Thank you so much for staying on. I will start with, I know Alex has been talking a lot. I'll start
Julia.
with, let me start with Julia. Also was here earlier, but she came back. But I'll start with that, taking her closing remarks. Then we come to Meg, and then of course Alex, then Wayara, then Ziana. Julia, tafadhali.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Themba. The debate on churches are very controversial, so I don't want to indulge in that. It depends on one's faith and all that. But for the society, our Kenyan society, the rain began beating us many years ago. I think maybe even after independence and all that, like we began going down the drain to corruption, one thing led to another, until now our youngsters have come and have found a corrupt society, and they think that's the way to go. So we have a responsibility to change this trend in whichever means we can. If it's through the church, let the men of God do the right thing. If it's through the school, let's introduce a curriculum that can teach maybe citizenship, things like why we should do right, why it's wrong to be corrupt, why it's wrong to corrupt somebody, why it's wrong to bribe somebody. I think we need to put systems in place that can correct this trend. About family, that was debated. Also, that is very debatable. The roles of who does what in the house now, I think, is very controversial, especially because of the economic trends and all that, societal issues, culture. The culture is changing. All I think I need to say, all is not lost. Like Mr. Demba is saying, one good thing with the young generation, they don't have a thing of tribe as much as we do. My children were born in Kisumu, and they barely speak Kikuyu.
Where in Kisumu? Where?
They were born, in fact, they were born in this hospital called Jararam Hospital.
Yeah, next to
Hii
Riyadh.
hospitali ya Muindi inaitwa
Yeah,
Jararam.
next to Riyadh.
That's where my two kids were born. And I was living in Maseno school, so they interacted with Luos, so they can barely speak Kikuyu, and kama wamekasirika sana wanaitangana majina ya Waluya ama ya, when they were young, they used to call each other kaparahus, and I used to wonder, what is kaparahu? And I had to ask my friends, ini nini? Then my friends are like, I think kaparahu in Luo means play mantis or something. So my children do not have a thing of tribe in them. It doesn't shout. They don't even understand what ukianza kusema huyu ni Mjaluo ama hiyo lugha hawaelewi kabisa, and now they are young adults. So that's a good thing with this generation. They don't, that thing of tribe doesn't ring in them, and we should take advantage of that and have a community that is united in our country. We should take advantage of that. The other thing, we should appreciate their culture. They are very modern, like they are techno-modern. So we cannot insist to do things the way we used to do with them. They are an internet generation. So they search jobs online, they work online. They are very fast. I found my son drove my car when he was 15, and I was very mad with him. And it's only that his friends snitched on him, because they told me tulibebwa na gari yako na nani na mtoto wako. So those are the kinds of kids we have. So, and that was in Kenya, not here. So he decided, he's a high school kid. He sees the kids there all the time and he decides, okay, I'm gonna have to drive this car today. So what I'm saying, this generation has good things about them. They are very fast. They do stuff. They are kind of informed. They are so informed, not kind of informed. We just need to provide directions to them. Even the thing of what they are watching on TV, we need to give them directions. We cannot prevent them. We cannot coerce them. We just need to give them a talk. Like, you can choose to be watching this, that's, you're destroying yourself. So we need to give them guidance. And I think as a country, maybe when these stakeholders meetings, where that will be done, probably after Baba takes over, there needs to be brainstorm of what policies to put forward, what strategies we need to do, structures to put, so that we guide our generations. Now, to wind up, I found when I came back, I found someone talking about Mother Karua and the speaker and Mwangi Kujuri. For your information, I went with Mwangi Kujuri to the same college. He was my student leader. He was the chairman in my university. He was in Maseno University. So I know Mwangi Kujuri. So I mean, those years of Mwangi Kujuri. So they're trying to assert themselves in Central, but there's something about being a kingpin. Sometimes, I don't know, maybe being a Christian, I seem to believe in blessing so much. There's a level of anointing, I want to say, that comes from God when it comes to being a kingpin. Not everybody will be kingpin. There's that favor, special favor. If you can look at Kikuyu land, I think Kibaki got that favor. But we also had Kenneth Matiba. Kenneth Matiba could have been Kikuyu's kingpin. He was respected, and Kenneth Matiba was actually was cutting across communities. Then we had the Jomo Kenyatta. Then we come to someone like Kenneth Matiba. Then we have even Rubia was respected, though because he was at the same time with Kenneth Matiba. Maybe he didn't rise beyond Kenneth Matiba. Then we have Kibaki. Then after Kibaki, we are having President Uhuru. Before Kibaki, Uhuru could not have appeared like a kingpin. You see how that worked. But after he became president, now he became kingpin of the Kikuyu land or Mount Kenya region. But now my point is, okay, besides the blessings, all leaders, what has made disadvantage the likes of Mother Karua and the speaker and Mwangi Kujuri, even if I go beyond Mount Kenya, someone like Kalonzo appears like a kingpin, but what disadvantage such people is because of their stand. You know, they are neither here nor there. That's I think the biggest challenge they are having. So you cannot trust them. You cannot trust that you're going to work with them. Today, Mother Karua is very strong, supporting Kibaki. The next time she has resigned. You see? So even if she believes Kibaki was wrong, I think that thing of resigning affected her negatively. Now, Mwangi Kujuri, you don't know whether he's in the side of Ruto. You don't know exactly where he is, so he cannot get far being Kiku's kingpin. Now, the speaker was thinking that criticizing the government makes you a kingpin. That's a mistake he's making. It is not every day you criticize the government that become a hero. It is not every day, especially if you are criticizing President Uhuru and you are criticizing in his backyard. It's like going to Nyanza to criticize Baba if he's the president. You'll be a big fool to be doing that. That's what the speaker is doing. So I think Uhuru is going to be the Kikuyu's kingpin for quite some time. And I don't see another person for long unless the next running mate behaves well. If we have a running mate from Mount Kenya and he's principled, you got to be principled. Even if you don't like your boss, you got to be principled. You got to support them. You got to prove that you are loyal to that person. You got to be loyal. Come rain, come sunshine. You got to prove yourself worth it. That's what these people lack. So even if you ask me about Mother Karua, I don't know what she stands for. I can't trust her. Then to wind up on Mother Karua, I'm sorry to say this. I'm not being I'm not being so traditional. I almost want to buy what Selena was saying, though I don't buy everything because of the thing of responsibilities. But I think if you are a female leader, whether in America or in Africa, I think people want to see a mother in you. If people want to see that they can trust you, they can depend on you. People expect to see a lot of decorum if you're a female leader. People don't want to see a person who becomes a man when it comes to leadership. All of us, God gave us responsibilities. That is why kama uko na bwana, mimi sisemi ati wewe ndio unapikia bwana yako na unamwoshia nguo na mafanya nini. But I'm trying to say that if you are in the house, you'll appreciate that he's the head of the house, and you'll allow him to play his role as the head of the house. So if you are a female politician in Kenya, I think the female politician who will succeed in that country is the one who recognizes that people expect to see a mother figure in her, not a fighter. If you are the kind of a leader that will get confrontational, I think there is a thing that everywhere people don't want to see when it comes to a female leader. They're looking for something different, something like our Chief Justice character. That's the kind of a character that would really win people's hearts if she was going to be a politician. Okay, because that's what Mother Karua is lacking. So she has vied for governor, she has been fighting, she's a good fighter, she fights for justice and all that. But what goes wrong? Why she doesn't become popular? Because people are looking for something beyond her fighting. People are looking for a mother from her because she's a female leader. That's what's happening with Mother Karua. So she may not become the central Kenya's kingpin. I think she's far from that. And I still feel that Uhuru Kenyatta is going to be for quite a long time be the central Kenya kingpin. Thank you, Mr. Demba.
Thank you so much, Julia, for your very well put out submissions. And thank you. We see you. You're still here. We want to hear that more later today. Thank you for that. Maggie, your closing remarks.
Asante sana Bwana Temba, unanisikia?
Uko sawa? Uko sawa Maggie?
Okay. Asante sana. Sina la kusema mingi sana. I think everything. Today was the listener or maybe I'm still learning, but I'm learning too slowly. Lakini iko area ingine ilinishangaza sana kutoka Selina about the generation of today. The generation of today, I don't know whether they have to be like what you are thinking. I don't know whether it is our mistakes as mothers. And mothers, we have to go to work. We must leave our children with those maids. Whatever they are being taught by the maids, surely we don't know. So mtoto akiwa sasa amepata njia zake ambaye haionekani mazuri sana, we don't blame the parents. We only blame the generation, because the generation of today, mothers has to go to work. So, but still, I don't think everything is lost. Things will just be okay. Na tena kupatia mtoto too much pia inaleta hiyo mambo ya drop out from school. Mtoto anaanza kuwa haywire because we giving them. Some parents are giving too much. Unapata mtoto ako standard 4 na ashanunuliwa mobile phone. What for? Unaharibu mtoto na ujui unamharibu. So hii idea ya sijui wa mama, they are not responsible, they be what, mpaka responsibilities zao wamesahau. I don't think it is there. We do a lot for the family and even for those children, but lakini ile kitu inaharibu watoto sana ni kupampa mtoto na so many things. Sijui hata I remember nilienda shule na slippers pata for a long time. That is what my parents could afford, and my father was a teacher, by the way, and that is what he could afford. Lakini saizi unapata mtoto anavaa viatu, ameanza standard 1 na anavaa viatu ya 2,500 Kenya shillings. What do you expect of that child? Hata akifika tu standard 4, si atasema hiyo kule unanipeleka sasa siwezi, na ata drop out. Actually umempatia simu ambaye hata ajui bei yake ni gani, ushampatia. Unampatia nini? Kama hao wenye wanapeleka magari, ashawekwa kwa steering, anapeleka gari. Please, we are the ones who are spoiling this generation. Sasa akiona sasa hawezi, anaingilia pia sasa anaenda na peer pressure. So hiyo peer pressure pia ndio inaharibu sana. Na nikienda kwa siasa sasa, just as I said before, I think there is a boy who was ambaye alikuwa anasema maneno zingine mzuri, sio mbaya, lakini according to everybody it wasn't good. Kenyatta bado atakuwa kingpin ya Wakikuyu for a long time, because even if you look at it right now as we are speaking, whom can take hiyo legacy ya Kenyatta? Uliona Kibaki aliona hata hakuna mtu angemwachia, akaona tu huyu mwenye mui aliniletea, pengine anaweza kuchukua. Alihojiwa enyewe na alichukua. Kenyatta naye akaona surely hii kitu, hata kama tunataka sana hawa vijana wote, iwe ni nani, hakuna mtu anaweza kupeleka hii nchi mbele. Kwa hivyo utaona sio not only Kenyatta atakuwa kingpin ya Wakikuyu, lakini atakuwa kingpin ya Kenya yote, by the way, because whatever ameona na amefanya, he has left a legacy which so many have not left. Kenyatta babake didn't leave it. Moi did not. Kibaki pia did not. Now Uhuru has started. Kwa hivyo kingpin iwe kama sisi, mimi ni Mjaluo, sisi Wajaluo hatuna mtu ambaye tunaweza kusema sasa tuchukweni huyu badala ya Raila. We still don't have it. Hata akienda na afanye hizo 5 years yake alafu atoke, bado atakuwa yeye ndiye bado atakuwa anaongea kwa Wajaluo na wanasikia. You will not that one I'm speaking the truth. Kwa hivyo wenye wanasema I don't know what okay, mwenye atakuwa sasa deputy wa Raila, hiyo sasa tuwache hapo, ndio tunawachia Mungu I think, na ndio tuombe, because kila mtu anataka, and deputy president can be anybody anyway, because atakuwa anafanya under authority of somebody. So Mungu ndiye atatuletea yule anaweza kusaidia Raila Amolo Odinga. Hii kazi sasa wananchi wanampatia, na tuombe Mungu atupatie yule atasaidia yeye na apeleke nchi where tunataka. Tusibet ati itakuwa ni Peter Kenneth, itakuwa ni Munya, itakuwa ni nini. Hiyo ni Mungu sasa ndiye anatuletea, because mwenye atachagua ni yule tutachukua. Thank you very much Bwana Temba.
Asante sana Maggie kwa hayo maneno mazuri sana. Wayara, closing remarks.
You want to give it to somebody for just 2-3 minutes?
Oh, sure. Let me start with Selina, then I come to Njiru, then Alex. Selina.
Then you can come to me, okay.
Okay, asante Temba. Tukienda mambo ya youth, vile my sister amesema Chuli, watoto wale wamesaliwa katika tunaita towns ama tunaita hub countries. Kuna mtu tuseme for example amesaliwa Nyeri ama Ndarakwa, mpaka sasa hajai toka hapo, alienda shule hapo, ako hapo. Kuna mtu anaweza kuwa amesaliwa Kericho, hata ukiuliza part of hata Kericho hajui. Hawa ndio vijana tunakuwa wanatakikana kusaidiwa, lakini hii watoto wengine wamekaa na makabila hawa hata ni ngumu. Mimi nilikuwa nakaa Nakuru 207 na mimi nilikuwa showground, mahali wa Kikuyu wote walikuwa wanakuja, na the first thing walikuja walipata nyumba yangu na ilikuwa ngumu sana. Sasa watoto yangu wanaongea Kikuyu, hilipiti kitambo waelewane, waseme mama yao ni Mkale lakini baba yao ni Kikuyu tu, wanaongea fluent. So wakati waliingia nyumba yangu, pati mzuri nilikuwa mtu ya PNU, but ilikuwa very difficult. Kwa hiyo nyumba nilikuwa na watoto wa Jaluo, niko na wa Kikuyu, niko na Waluya na Wakalenjin, lakini hii watoto ya sahi yenye wamesaliwa town kwanza hawana hizo accent ya mahali wametoka. Na ndiye nakubaliana na Chuli ya kwamba watoto wenye wamekaa kama sahi, nyumba yangu niko na makabila karibu yote ya Kenya, na mimi napenda juu wengi ni wachukuu yangu. Lakini ile vijana tunajaribu kusaidia ni wale wamesaliwa reserve, wakiletewa information na kwa sababu hawajai toka ni ngumu sana kubadilisha, kwa sababu ametoka hapo, amemaliza shule labda standard 4 mpaka 7, akuendelea secondary, akapaki hapo reserve. Sasa hawa ndiye tunataka kusema tutawasaidia aje wainuke, waweze hata kutoka, wafike center ingine, na ni watu wengi sana. Ingine nikisema kwa hii discipline ya watoto hapa Amerika, naona wasasi unapeleka mtoto yako kwa bus, na kama we msasi hauko kwa barabara kungojea mtoto yako mahali anatropiwa, hiyo mtoto hawezi shukishwa. Mimi nimeona discipline nyingine, watoto wakianza kukosana na wasasi, wanapelekwa kwa social services, wanapelekwa kwa centers, wanarekebishwa, wanarudishwa nyumbani. Hiyo ndio imesaidia nchi kama hii. Na sisi Kenya tulikataa watoto kuchapwa shule, ulikataa kusikia information ya jirani akikwambia nimeona mtoto yako kwa njiani amefanya, unamwambia siku kutuma unichungie mtoto. Patu my sister amesema anaona kama hawezi laumu msasi, analaumu mtoto, lakini ukilea mtoto yako vizuri na umwambie hatari ya huko nje, na ukiona mtoto yako anataka kushikana na watu marafiki wabaya, wewe kama msasi unarekebisha mtoto yako, kumwonyesha kwa nini hutaki hiyo mtoto atembee na huyo mtoto, ni kwa sababu gani. So sisi kwanza ndiye tunachukua nafasi ya kurekebisha watoto wetu kabla hatujawalaumu na kuwaonyesha. Ninataka kurudi kidogo, wakati Mombasa watoto walikuwa wamepotea sana na hiyo mambo ya madawa, na ninakumbuka Hassan Ali Joe alikuja mpaka Amerika kwa sababu walikuwa na discuss ni nini itasaidia watoto. Wakati watoto Waislamu walikuwa napelekwa sana Somali kwa sababu ya na sheikhs na kwa sababu ya ile vita, lakini wakati waliingilia misikitini wakati walijitokeza kama viongozi na kusema enough is enough. Tumekaa karibu 4 years hatujasikia mambo ya Mombasa kama imeharibika kama vile ilikuwa. So wakati viongozi walichukua responsibility na kuchunguza ile watu wanafunza watoto kwa madarasa, were they really walikuwa nafunza watoto kweli kimadarasa ama walikuwa nafunza mambo ingine? So unaona saa ile viongozi wametoka nje, na Ali Hassan Joho nakumbuka alichukua hiyo hatua, na hata mpaka saa hii Mombasa imetulia, hatujaisikia mambo mingi ya kusema mambo ya madawa, mambo ya kulevya. So wakati viongozi wanashikana na wasasi na kanisa, kwa sababu hizo madras ni kanisa, unaona nchi inapatilika. Hivyo ndiye inastahili sisi tena, watu ya kanisa, wasasi, walimu, viongozi, tuweze kusaidia hii generation. So nikimalizia, najua mwalimu ananisikia. Samani najua walikuwa nachapa watoto, najua samani ungetuma mtoto kwa msasi, lakini siku hizi walimu ni watoto pia ni watoto. So imekuwa ni ngumu kukua na hiyo cap, lakini kama tungeheshimu hata hiyo watoto walimu wadogo na watoto wajue huyu ni mwalimu yangu, unaona kulikuwa sisi samani tulikuwa tunachapwa na uwezi enda nyumbani kusema juu umefanya makosa, ama ukisema unaongezewa kuchapwa. Kwa saa hii tumekubali mambo ya human rights, lakini singine imekuja kutukalia, ama ingine ni sisi wenyewe tumeshindwa kufuata. Nashukuru umesema mama kiongozi. Ndio, ukiwa mama kiongozi, watu wengi wanaangalia mambo mingi sana kwa wale wa mama wameongoza. So pia hapo ni responsibility ingine yenye inatakikana watu wafuate. Kama vile tunasemanga kwa hii Mtembei TV, wale wa mama viongozi yenye wako kwa Azimio wanaonyesha heshima kutoka mafasi na maongeo. Ukienda ile group ingine unaona wamama vile wanashindana kutingisa kiuno, hiyo matabia hizo. So saa zingine sisi pia wamama viongozi ama wamama wasasi tunataka kukua na hiyo mwelekeo, kuelekeza nyumba yako. Nafikiri vile mama unaamuka na umepanga kazi yako asubuhi kwa nyumba yako, hivyo ndiye inafuata. Temba, hayo tu ndiye nitasema kwa usiku wa leo, nikimalizia ya kwamba tujaribu sana kuomba Mungu ile iweze kusaidia nchi yetu, wasasi, viongozi, walimu na serikali iangalie tu wasione watoto wetu wakipotea. Itakuwa ni ngumu, na ni vile tuliingia family planning, watu wamekataa kusaa watoto 1, 2. Sasa sijui tukishindwa kuchunga hawa, nchi itakuwa aje? Asante sana.
Asante. Njiru.
Okay. Thank you. Our discussion today was educative. Tumecover vitu mingi. Thank you for everyone who participated. Pia tukikuja hapa tunaweza kusoma mambo mingi and also scale ourselves in what is happening. So in my conclusion, mimi tu nitasema baba amekuwa akitaka kukuwa president for some time now, na kumekuwa na vizingiti mingi sana. We had so many barriers which didn't allow that to happen. So mimi ile kitu ningesema saa hii ni ya kwamba kulingana na zile dalili zinaoneshana sasa ni kama hakuna vizingiti. Inakaa sasa highway ina roadblock, so we can now be able to do our thing vile tumekuwa tukifanya. We campaign for him na tutokezee kama wapiga kura, tumpigie kura, and we hope that kura yetu itahesabiwa vizuri. So whatever is happening ni kutupea tu assurity kidogo, but it doesn't mean that what the voters need to do, they are not supposed to do. So we are supposed to push on with the same spirit we have been doing. The other thing ningetaka kusisitiza ni ya kwamba hii discussion tunasema ya deputy president, to me I see it is now going to be a very heavy thing now. Sababu whatever is happening now is as a result of somebody not understanding his responsibility and his role. I think our deputy president did not understand that, and nafikiria saa zingine ni vizuri when you appoint your advisors or the people who are supposed to advise you, try to appoint people who are not sycophants, but people who will be able to give you the right information. I think the advisors of our deputy president, they did not advise him on the meaning of the word principal assistant. And that is the complication which is making the choice of a deputy president now. Despite the fact that they are also looking at somebody who can bring mathematical accuracy of votes, they are also looking for people who will be able to subordinate you properly without playing cards under the table. Because no one would like a deputy president who will not listen to you, who will initiate some fights here and there. So I think that is what has made the search of a deputy president very complicated. So we should not be one. Na ndio unaona majority ya watu wale wanajitokeza saa hii, they are trying to portray that character. So that is now what is happening, and I hope we will be able to get somebody who is genuine and not playing the political cards ya kujifanya ni mnyenyekevu, akiingia pale amee pembe. Lastly, hiyo maneno ya malezi tumesema hapa, I think it is something which is very key. We are continuing to lose our generation. Even these days, we are not only losing people from the way of life, but we are also losing people in terms of life. The amount of young people who are dying these days is so alarming. Na unakuta wale sana, they are dying from drugs, wengine ni wizi, wengine they are disorderly, some have committed suicide. There is a lot of societal crash which has happened, and I think our society has to come up with good methodologies, and they have to involve experts. History ya kusema ati hakuna kazi, I think we are not involving our experts enough. I think we have psychological experts, we have sociological experts, na watu wamesomea hiyo mambo, and they can be able to come up with a task force. Vile wabunge wanaweza nominate a task force ya kufanya kitu fulani. I think we and maybe people who advise Baba, and maybe if we can be able to hear some of us here, we need a task force with experts who can be able to analyze and come up with the short-term solutions and long-term solutions of how we can solve this problem of the young people. Because if we don't solve it, these are the same people who will, some of them who will reach an age of 60 and 70 years, and they will be grandfathers who are disconnected with the society, and we will just have a large-scale problem which has advanced from young age to old age, and it will be a catastrophic. So let me wish everyone a good night, and I'm happy. Let's meet tomorrow in good health. Thank you.
It's not tomorrow, it's today, Njiru. Alex.
Nimesikiza maneno mazuri kutoka kwa our elders. I don't think kuna elder yote hapa ameongea upuzi, wote wameongea vizuri. And I believe all elders speak wisdom. Even a clock that doesn't work twice a day, it's right. It depends how you look at it. So, and maneno ya kusoma Socrates sana, tunawaja kidogo. Unasoma Biblia kidogo na unajua kwa hii maneno ni mzuri. Dada yangu Julia, yeye sio dada yangu, ni mama yangu. I don't like responding to finishing remarks, but I think I have to respond to you. The history of women liberation is a struggle that has not even started yet, because women are the curtailers of their own progress. When you and Mama Selina opine that Martha Karua is not motherly, I feel bad. I feel bad because history judged some of the greatest women in the world so harshly until when they died is when we see glorification of them, and it pained me dearly. One of them is Winnie Mandela, and I listened to the speech of my good friend Malema, and she, you know, the way Malema explained the conundrum and the quandary of women leadership, and how cabals decided to deal with her. You should go back and listen to that speech until Malema even went further to ask, Mama, give us a signal how we should treat these people. They are here crying the most. Women liberation and women leaders, especially political leaders, are of a different caliber. They are not church leaders. They are not usual leaders. They are people fighting in a space whereby it's man eat man society. It is not a place whereby you play to be a woman. Otherwise, if that is the case, the only merit for a woman to grow is to sleep with a man. This is how it happens. But these are women who grew in merit without that. And I'm telling you that you look people like Wangari Maathai, they were mad women, but when they died, they were glorified.
Chelakat Mutai.
Yeah. So I'm saying, be nice to these women. They are in a space that some of you, if you were to be told to be there, you would have died 2 days later. They did not chicken out. They fought battles that even men, some of us, cannot fight. So it requires some sense of some insanity to be in that field, especially politics. Politics is the fight for power. Politics is not what we are talking here. It goes beyond. Politics and election is the fight for power. And fighting for power is not easy. Taking power and grabbing power from somebody is not easy. So let's be nice to these women. They cannot, people like RAILA, they could not be at home and raise perfect families at the same time be in politics. People like Mandela, they could not play the two. They sacrificed one, they achieved one, but we give them. Mandela could not even have heir apparent. Why? Because the politics is not a usual game, especially when things are going wrong in a country. And you find people sacrificing their money, their time, their life, and everything. They gamble even their kitchen sink, even their toiletries, so that they can go forth and be where they are. And I give accolade to these women. They have some sense of insanity, and I could say if my mom could have taken that route, maybe I couldn't be where I am. Why? Because I mean, that is what it required of them. So these women are pioneers, are trailblazers, and they fought a fight whereby the 24 years of Moi could not even allow them to sit somewhere. They had to be either yes women or they had to be in the kitchen. But they fight their way. Martha Karua took somebody head-on collision to become one of the youngest women MPs who fought our way out. So perhaps we should be nicer to them. They could not be like my mother. They can't be like my grandmother. They can't be like my role models. They are different and they are in a different caliber, and I want us to respect them for the fact that they are trailblazers. They went to a space that was dominated by men, not just normal men, men with big pockets and big bellies. And we must understand what that means. Men with big pockets and big bellies are the most arrogant men. They can say anything and nobody will question them. And we see them today in our country. That's why we have even room 350. That's where favors are done. But these women took a different route, and today, people like Ngilu, we may look at them differently. People like Kanuma, we have seen where they have come, and we have had some scandals through Sonko. But
Alex,
people like
stop talking
Martha
about
Karua,
room 350.
yeah?
Stop talking about room 350. Come on.
Well, that's a fact. We want to remind my mothers that there are women who did not go to 350. They fought in the streets. So let me leave it there because you have rudely interrupted me.
Thank you, Alex.
Sorry, Alex.
Alex,
room 350. Wow.
Alex, thank you. So you are rehearsing a sermon all this time. You are quiet there. Okay. Wayara, your final 3 minutes.
Well, now that Alex has brought in Winnie Mandela, Alex, are you still there?
I'm here. Mi ndio nafunga show.
Oh, okay. Basi asante. Winnie Mandela's case is very painful to me as an individual, you know, truly. And I put so much blame on Mandela himself for having thrown her under the bus. But that's a story for another day. So if we want to talk about that, I think we should talk about that one of these one of these fine days. I wanted to bring in the issue of now that everybody seems to be thinking that Azimio might form the government. I'm having that assumption that Baba needs to have an absolute majority in parliament, so that when the moment comes for him to go to parliament and ask, parliament to give him 1 year to suspend the constitution, to become a benevolent dictator for only 1 year to deal with this corruption that is in the country. Judiciary cannot be dealt with the glove hands, white glove hands. No, the rot is so much entrenched that you don't know where to begin. And the culprits or those who are responsible for bringing in the economical saboteurs need to be taken to task. And since they have already bought almost the entire judiciary, this particular judiciary will not be the one standing to judge them or to adjudicate their cases. So I think, because this is what every Kenyan wants right now, if you ask a Kenyan what should be the top priority when Baba takes over, it's dealing with corruption. How does he deal with corruption if he's going to be using the same tools that Uhuru Kenyatta has been using, and you have seen the consequences of that? One case is taking 20 years. So some of the cases, people who are taken to court, to answer corruption charges, their cases are going to be heard in 2032, or who knows when it's going to be heard. So corruption has to be dealt with ruthlessly, short of doing the Rawlings thing, which I don't advocate in Kenya. I think that will be the best way to approach corruption. Suspend the constitution for 1 full year, deal with these particular people the way they're supposed to be dealt with. repatriate every single money that these people have stashed outside, bring it back to the country so that it can develop the country, and deal with these offenders ruthlessly. Because that is the only way that they'll be able to understand that theft, plundering of the public coffer cannot be tolerated. And all this money that they have stashed away somewhere thinking that they have already got away with it. No, a system has to be developed where that particular money comes back. So, but the only way Baba can be able to approach this issue with the support of the entire nation, is to go to Parliament. I mean, first of all, get Parliament, a majority in Parliament, go back to them, ask them to give him authority to suspend the Constitution for 1 year and deal with these people ruthlessly. You see what Kagame has done? Kagame went over there and he became a benevolent dictator. And look at where Rwanda is right now. I mean, people can talk about Kagame being a dictator, but he has put Rwanda on a steady map. That is what Rawlings did when he lined everybody up, the judges and the former head of state, and took care of that particular problem and put the country on a path to recovery. Well, we don't want to do that, because we love life. But this is the only option that the next coming president needs to look at. Otherwise, there's no any other alternative to deal with corruption. That is my submission, Themba, for the night.
Thank you, Ayara, for your submissions, and hope to have you again later today when we start again another debate. Princess Diana, kindly. Yako ya mwisho, dakika zako za mwisho 3.
Nashukuru sana Bwana Themba. Nimesikia leo tukizungumza kuhusu watoto, mtoto mleavyo ndivyo akuavyo. Mimi mamangu alikuwa mwalimu. Na sasa hivi nasema akirudi kuwa mwalimu tena hawezi. Kwa sababu tulikuwa tumemwanzisha, alikuwa anasomesha shule ile nilikuwa. Na tulikuwa tunamuita Madam Viboko. Manake ukichelewa ni kiboko. Usipofanya homework ni kiboko. Mnatoka na yeye ndani ya nyumba. Yeye anapata rafiki yake, niseme mwalimu mwenzake, anapanda gari yake, anafika nayo shuleni. Wewe unaenda kwenye bus stop, upande gari, ufike shuleni. Amefika mbele yako. Anakuuliza kwa nini umechelewa. Na mlikuwa naye nyumba moja. Anakwambia sasa hivi nakuchapa kama mwalimu. Mkirudi kwenye nyumba atakuchapa kama mama. Kwa hivyo wazazi wale walikuwa hapo, kazi yao ilikuwa ni kiboko. But nowadays tunaona kiboko sio ndio sababu ya elimisha mtoto. Siku hizi tunasema tunakaa nao chini tunazungumza. Hiyo sijui kama ndio kuharibu ama ni namna gani. Simu mkononi. Mimi kile ninasema ni simu imetuharibu kweli. Kwa sababu kila nyumba ukiingia utapata hakuna kuzungumza. Nyakati za kitambo mama atakuja leo anasema fulani anapika, hata watoto wa siku hizi huwezi pata, wengine hawajui hata kupika. Watoto wasichana wengine hata hawajui kupika. Vijana vile vile. Sisi kwetu tulizaliwa wasichana wengi, kwa hivyo wale vijana walikuwa na bahati. Lakini mamangu hakuwa anajua hiyo. Hata vijana wanapika. Kwa hivyo mi naomba hatuwezi rudi kwa maneno za kitambo, bali tuwalee tu kwa njia nzuri. Ile saa zingine tunawaketisha, hiyo ndio maana tunakuja kwa history. Ukimpigia historia yako, vile ulilelewa, vile ulikuwa, wengine wanashika. Kwa hivyo ni kuwafundisha tu. Lakini mimi nililelewa mjini, kwa hivyo habari ya ukabila sijui. Hata kwetu kwenyewe ndio sababu tulilelewa mjini, watu wakaendelea kusambazana kote Kenya. Lakini ukienda upande wa niseme kitu kama Chogoria, mtoto amezaliwa Chogoria, akasoma Chogoria Boys, akaja akasoma Chogoria Boys High School, akaja akasoma Chogoria University. Huyo mtoto hajawahi toka nje, hajawahi kutana na wenzake wengine. Huyo mtoto utamwambia chochote. Aliambiwa Wajaluo ni watu wabaya, wabaya mno. Hiyo ndio iko kwa akili yake. Akaambiwa hizo kabila zote zingine hata ni yetu peke yake. Hii yetu. Afadhali Mumeru, Muembu kama wewe hapo, Mchogoria. Kwa hivyo tunafaa, nilikuwa nasikia mashule za mabweni yanafaa kufungwa. Mashule za mabweni yanasaidia sana, kwa sababu watoto wanatoka mbali mbali, wanakuja wanaungana na wanasoma pale. Katika nchi yetu ya Kenya kupata sasa makamu wa rais, nimesikia Alex akizungumza tusiwapige sana wanawake wenzetu. Sina ubaya na mke mwenza, sio ni mke mwenza, sina ubaya na mwanamke mwenzangu, ila hali tunafaa kuangalia pia ni mtu wa aina gani. Hata kama tunachagua, ni mtu wa aina gani, sio kuchagua tu kwa sababu ni mwanamke. Hata mimi ningependa makamu wa rais awe mwanamke, lakini sio lazima. Na masomo pia lazima tuangalie kila kitu. Tabia pia. Tunaweza sema masomo peke yake. Masomo unaweza soma, lakini pengine kuna una doa. Una doa. Kwa hivyo ukiwa na doa sio lazima tukuchague. Alex, ndugu yangu mdogo, na kuelezea tu, si ati nachukia wamama wenzangu, ila hali vitendo pia. Nashukuru sana kuwa nanyi. Sina mengi, ila hali nitawaelezea ya kwamba tunaenda kwenye uchaguzi. Tuanze na uchaguzi ya MCA, MP, Senator na Governor. Hao ndio uangalie kabisa, kwa sababu hao ndio wako karibu nawe, watakuja kukusaidia. Tuna kitu ambacho kinaitwa ugatuzi. Ugatuzi, hela zinakuja pale. Kwa hivyo uangalie, kwa sababu hata umemchagua rais, lakini rais hata kuja pale chini kuangalia yule MCA amefanya nini. Kwa hivyo ni wewe uanze kuangalia, na ufisadi inaanza na wewe. Kwa hivyo sisi wenyewe tuanze kuachana na maneno ya ufisadi sisi wenyewe, kwa sababu sisi wenyewe ndio tunakubali kuhonga mtu. Tuache maneno ya kuhonga na kuhongwa. Kura yako kununuliwa tayari. Wakinunua ile kura yako, hiyo ni ufisadi tayari. Umekubali wewe unaenda kununua unga, ila hali unasema ati pesa ni yako. Mwambie sitaki pesa, peleka pesa pahali inafaa ije kunilipa. Si ati unachukua pesa yake. Na washukuru, tupige kura kwa undugu, amani. Wakenya wenzangu, kwako Themba.
Thank you so much. Ziana, kwa maoni yako hayo mazuri. Steve Mutumbu, tunafunga show bana. Hayo ni hao wanatoa maoni ya mwisho. So you are too early for the next show. Next show inaanza leo jioni saa 3. So you are too early for it, but too late for this one. So come back later in the evening. Kuanzia saa 3, I think saa 3. Saa 3 is good Kenyan time. Uweze kuhusika katika ile show nyingine. Ukitaka kuja mapema, natoa maoni yako, kisha unaenda kulala. Alafu later, when you're in Kenya, you can come as soon as they start, that is between 9 and 10. You give your views, then you go sleep. Ukilala 10, ulale mpaka kitu saa 12. I think right now is around 6 or 5. Unaweza amka tena upate nafasi, lakini mara nyingi ukikuja kama saizi tunafunga show. Thank you so much everyone. Penyagaka, Steve Mutumbu, Penyagaka, ulikuja kwa show ukatoka kabla tujakuita. Robert Mabolo, asante. Rafael Mosioka, asante. Ni nyingine Julius Mwita, asante sana Julius Mwita kwa maoni yako. Jilo Koshe, Mwangi Madhira, not nice show. George Magaga, Friday Mwasaswa. Yes. Asanteni sana kwa wote ambao mmeweza kushiriki katika mjadala wa leo. Asante sana. Thank you so much our panelists, Fidel Wayara, Julia, Ziana, Salina Sego na mzee mwenyewe Alex. Thank you so much. This show cannot be this way without you. Brought to you courtesy of Mutembe TV, and the opinions expressed here are those of the owners, not necessarily that of Mutembe TV or the owner. Asante sana. Remember to subscribe to Mutembe TV and also share so that we can have as many people coming in to listen to us and also learning from whatever is being shared in this channel. As always, I say that we have to keep talking, because when you stop talking, we start fighting. You don't want to fight, so let's keep talking. Do you have any view, any opinion, anything that you'd want us to discuss? Kindly share it with us in the comment section, and be sure to come on so that you can share with us. You only need 4 things to join. That is a working gadget, connection, something to share, and a willingness to learn. That's all. Nothing else. Come in and then we shall be talking. We'll be able to exchange. You'll be able to engage. This is a place where you find varied opinion, very analytical, critical, incisive, insightful, and of course you're able to get out with something. Socrates says that cast be the day when you learn nothing. So every day, be sure that you have learned something. And I hope that from these people, you have learned something today for the 8 or so hours you have been here.
Lazima ungekuwa Socrates.
Oh, that is my guy, man. My favorite philosopher. I'm a student of philosophy. I love it.
Temba,
Yes, sir.
nilikuwa na kumuuliza Alex. Alex, do you know this guy, Samuel Omwenga?
My good friend, yes.
Oh, you know him, eh?
Yep.
Okay, I'm glad.
He wants to be Kissy senator.
Oh,
Okay.
are they going to, is he running?
Capital N-O, never. He can't.
He can't be a senator.
Capital N-O. What part of N-O don't you understand? Is it the N or the O?
All right.
Alex,
yeah, what?
Why does Alex say that? Why? What will stop Samuel from running?
We'll discuss that tomorrow. He is running, but he's saying that he can't win. So I don't know.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So let's have our prayer as normal. We do our national anthem first answer, and today we will have Alex tafadhali.
Which stanza?
The first one. Kama kawaida.
E Mungu, nguvu yetu, ilete baraka kwetu, haki iwe ngao na mlinzi. Hiyo tu ndio najua.
Na tukae na undugu, amani
na uhuru,
raha
tupate
na
ustawi. Hiyo stanza ya mwisho tutaipata baba akiingia, ndio maana nimeachia huko.
Alex wewe.
Ungefika kwa undugu, ingekuwa
lazima
sawa.
Uombe yote haya, kuna itini.
Haya tuonane baadaye leo jioni. Asanteni sana, good night.
Julia
Julia ameenda.